Good evening. What's going on? Oh, there's somebody not actively online. That's kind of sad. Hasiles. Good afternoon and good evening. I thought I did a thing on my computer. I just didn't do it actually. How are you? I think I joined a Unreal. That being said though, um I need to check and do or check and see what I gotta do for the what's the thing called? The weekly? I actually still do Sildon, but I haven't done that yet. So. Oh my gosh. It's the one and only. It's the Carlet homie. What's going on? Red Mitch, how you doing, bro? Read all about it. Red sitting in the hot seat playing nothing but RPGs. This here's streamers all about them JRPGs from Final Fantasy to Star Rail. W. I think I got knocked out. Hey, yo. The reaction to everything. I love it. They even learn the ropes of StreamerBot. The one-stop shop for tired gaming looking for some yapping and console action. Yo, that's a rhyme. What's going on, dude? I'm doing pretty good. Welcome to the stream, and thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. And what an incredible start to the stream, of course. And for those who don't know me, what's up? My name is Sessiion. Nice to meet you all. We Red Mage and I go way back. Dare I say the words Final Fantasy Brave Exvius? You know what I mean? But no, it's actually going pretty good. This day flew by. I don't even know like what even like happened, you know? But I mean, here we are. Playing some 14. Got some content to do. Probably gonna tackle some of these PF situations, and then fingers crossed we get ourselves immersed into a potential ultimate, and then we kind of do our thing, you know what I mean? What's up, Latios? Also, apparently there's a that makes sense to me, actually. Save me from this place. I don't have it. We tried raiding with that person the other day, and they missed the LB during the transition like 3 times. It was pretty sad. That's okay. Whatever. Man, FFXIV was a time. We still talk about it every now and then. Oh, I know. I love it. You know who came in here the other day? Actually, was Genie. And he also was talking about, because he's been playing Baldur's Gate 3 and like really immersed in that, which is awesome to see. And then he and I were talking about how Charlotte is like a goated unit, and how they need to just do the thing where they just take every character from BE's universe and just turn them. They can make 500 Final Fantasy games if they wanted to by using any of those characters. It kind of goes hard. Or they do some kind of like I mean, dare I say the words fighting game, like Smash Bros style. Oh my god, that'd be pretty cool. And then all the BE units are like trophies or stickers or collectibles or something. I'd be kind of down for that actually. But yeah. So no, yeah, man. I think the cool thing is that unfortunately, despite the the BE world becoming no longer global, like it's JP only, I know people still play the JP game though. Although the population is obviously like a lot smaller. And I even heard that the game like may potentially be entering like a shutdown thing. I'm not entirely too sure though, so I don't know. What's up, Chaotic? What's up, Latios? Time for another session. Chillin was doing some glam farming in the LSM Workers Dungeon, which I don't remember the name of. Oh, Lunar Subterrane? I feel that actually. I mean, that dungeon's good because you also get it's also got Top Gear, which is good. So, you know. But yeah, we're chilling though. So, hype for new content. I couldn't agree more. I know that we only got like, I think we only have like 2 more weeks now. Honestly, right? Is it? Oh no, I guess it's 2 weeks. Wait, actually, I need like a calendar. Hold on. I feel like I don't know the actual answer. We got this week, next week. Oh yeah, we have 2 full weeks, and then the game goes down for patch update. Okay, cool. So we got this week and next week, and the week afterwards we get the release of point 3. Yeah, man, we got 2 more weeks left. It's kind of crazy. So, but listen, Red, I hope of course you had a great stream and had a vibe time, of course. And if you got to go do some post-stream care, take care of yourself, get some food, please do so. I say go for it, and of course, thank you again for hanging out with us today. You know, I appreciate it. Yeah, that one. I was farming the scouting gear and got like 4 pieces, only missing the shoes now. Oh, okay. I forget which like, because that dungeon piece is also from like another dungeon, I think, also, or crafted gear, something like that, right? I don't like immediately remember, but you can get it. The visual is different though. I want to say it's like the 510 gear, maybe, but it's like dyed differently. I don't remember. It's been already like way too long. So, to be honest, whenever I want to have content, I just ask the question, "What's the best Final Fantasy?" in piss chat, and get some drinks and popcorn and watch and enjoy the carnage in that chat. You know, is when you gotta like, whoops. What's the best Final Fantasy? No, I'm not gonna ask that. Although I would. It's funny because I think everybody having an opinion on what they think is the best Final Fantasy is like fine, you know? It's when people start saying to other people that the Final Fantasy game that they enjoy actually sucks, that it's like, alright. That wasn't part of the question, but like I get it. Oh, I gotta put Timmy on a stand. I was cleaning schmutz off his ears and his eye before he fell, so there's Timmy. Alright. It's pretty unique, and honestly I'm a fan because my character in our tattoo. Yo, W tattoo, you know what I mean? I think that as long as you enjoy it and you're doing it for any kind of reason that like kind of gives you a sense of a vibe, then I say go for it, you know? So yeah, there you go. I mean, I know for sure when I was doing the dungeon, I was doing it for the what's that word? For Biss. And then I haven't updated my top Biss in like a pretty long while. Although I feel like it's gonna change relatively soon. So like we'll see. Yeah, you know. Out of the gear in Heavensward though, although two things is still hard to top. I get that, honestly. What's up, Afro? How you doing, bro? What's that icon next to your name? Oh, that's a sub badge. Oh, okay. I saw the gift and then I saw the diamond and I'm like, what's the other one? I'm like, oh, of course it's like a sub badge. But yeah, I mean, I'm not like a common user of the 2B leggings. Usually I'll wear it if I have something to cover over my character's bottom because I don't like having her cheeks out, you know what I'm saying? But usually my gear is I like to be like mostly clothed for lack of a better word, you know what I mean? Sass, what up my boy? What's up, Nobu? Yo, can I give you guys some drama actually? You want some drama? There was drama afoot. In case you didn't know. I'm here on time today. You can come back later, and I'd still welcome you the same way, you know what I mean? Open arms. Cause you's a homie. Drama? Yeah. Oh my gosh, you know? So it's actually very small. Like it's not like a big deal. It's like super tiny, whatever. So last night, remember those two people that we were dealing with that were like really annoying because they were trying to like something with the ooh whatever? And then remember the Dark Knight that we kind of were like, yo, it's that guy. You know? Yo, tell me how bro tried to sneak into the Discord after I went to bed. AKA like I was literally in my bed getting ready for sleeps, and then I turned my phone on, I like clicked like a check, and then he joined the Discord, and then he was like, you sir, how dare you? Yo, he said something like, how dare you, you know, it's funny because I don't even remember because it was so fast, but I was like, he's like, how dare you kick the #1 summoner in UU? Yeah. Something, he said that it was wild work that I kicked the #1 summoner in UU. And I was like, I don't care. Like, who cares? Bro, and then literally was in the process of just like, trust me, I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there. Yo, listen, man, I got shooters, bruh. I do. Apparently, I didn't know that I had that power. Even I already got people from the top looking at me from the sky. Yo, instantaneously, he was gone. I didn't even get a chance to even think about it. Yo, GG's, that was it. All I can tell you is, brother, he started yapping, and then he was gone. Yo. So, if you can go look at the logs, and like, can you do me a favor? If you can actually find like a trace of what he was saying, please do like screenshot it and send it to me, bruh. Payno? No, I don't think that was... They complained in the Nard Discord? Oh, can I get some tea on that, actually? No, I don't remember that being the person, though. I don't actually remember. Yo, it's funny because I don't remember any of the name. Yo, I don't remember anything, bro. Maybe? Wait, can y'all do me a favor, actually? Can y'all go check the information on the... Can y'all go check? That's so wild. Cause like, yo, I'm kind of like kind of like lost at it though. You know what I mean? Oh, I didn't press freaking Shadow of the Death. I'm awful at this game, brother. Because first of all, I can definitely understand the idea behind like. You know, I can definitely understand the idea of getting mad that you get kicked out of a thing, whatever. Like, yeah, sure, fine, like whatever. But like, no, since I think I'm in that Discord. Oh, okay. They were complaining for a bit that you kicked the #1 summoner with the most clears. I mean, like, oops, I guess. I don't know, bro. Again, I was really like cracking up so much over that situation. Cause like, yo, why are we over here like even yapping about it? You know? I need to actually yeah, I didn't know I was about to be involved in drama. I mean, again, do I care? Hell no. But also, like, there's no shot actually that people are going to be over here getting. You know, what'd be funny though if I get like on a list. You know what I mean? Imagine people are like, "Oh my God, that guy's avoid him at all costs. He's something, blah 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 blah." Not full range. Just like, yo, that guy kicked you. Also kicked him because of BS. Oh, is that what it was? Oh, whatever. Well, GG's in that situation. We won't be seeing them. So. I got kicked because of BS is so... That's really funny, actually. Well, we were all here, though, right? So we can, you know, it's funny because I wasn't really trying to, like, talk about it that much. Because to me, the more shocking thing was that the person, the Dark Knight, was like, Sessiion, you kicking the #1 summoner is wild work. And my immediate response was, I don't care if he was the #1 player in the world. Like, alright. Yo, cool story, brother. Oops. So, yeah. Also, I have CIV prog in 7 minutes. Oh, Cobb prog. Yo, W Cobb prog. Oh, yeah, bro. I hope you enjoy Cobb prog. You know what I mean? God, they said perfect grew in the chat. That's super funny. I sent it to you? W. Yo, who would have thought that Sessiion made it because he's trending on the yeah. Session's trending on Nard Discord because he kicked out somebody who was being kind of a POS. Hey yo. I mean, yeah, brother. I don't even plan to read it that much. I'm not gonna read that deeply into it because, like I said, I don't even care, bro. So, first off, there we go. It's like 10 of the lines at the most. Again, I really, yeah, whatever. I thought the Chungus was cool. Am I wrong about that? Well, no, Chungus is not necessarily not cool. It's just that, like, yo, real talk, we didn't really give a crap about him. All that we knew about him was that, like, he was like a Dark Knight. We didn't care about him at all. Like, it didn't actually matter. That's the problem. The thing is that with him, we were letting him stay with us in terms of doing Uwu. But he was a kid that was like, yo, can I, you know, he wanted to play off tank in Uwu, which I was like, yeah, sure, fine, I don't care, whatever. And playing Dark Knight, and I was playing like Gunbreaker or Paladin or something. I think we even cleared with him one time or something like that. But the thing is that also, he what was it? He was like oh my god, I don't even like know the words, bro, because it was like it was such a tiny little thing. His mitigation and his damage was just so like unorthodox. You know what I mean? This isn't me kind of scuffed. And that was literally it. So, like I said, we either cleared him once or we didn't clear him at all, something of the nature. And then, yo, that was it. Like, I don't even, yo, all I know is that we raided with him before, and that guy's damage was just not, it's just not good damage, right? But again, like, I say this all the time whenever it comes to anybody contenting, whatever, is like, yeah, like, I don't care if you're good or bad at the game, because we really only care about, like, the vibes. So, that Dark Knight didn't really have, like, negative vibes. Like, the vibes with that kid were not, like, a bad thing. Also, okay, in second, Kana was saying that they're the new ultimate rating and they'll be nowhere somewhere. No, I mean, they're not actually the #1 summoner. The only thing is that, okay, I don't know the entire detail, so definitely don't quote me on anything. But the thing is that, like, because we checked this, right, and, so what I understood, they haven't even done, like, the current Savage tier, or something like that. Like, they don't do the Savage rating this tier. All they do is go sit in Uwu. Yo, there's people that do that, like, naturally. They don't do any ultimates, they don't do any content outside of, like, just quite literally ultimates. You know what I mean? And at that point, they also only do, like, one. So if I had to really put, like, my 2 cents in it, I'm gonna just say that, like, they, because I already had somebody doing the homework for me. So that person, I had a friend doing the homework for me, and they were like, "Oh yeah, like that person doesn't do any rating outside of just like they only do freaking thingy. They only do ooh, they don't do anything else." And I'm like, okay, wait, so you're saying that like the person hasn't even like completed like the Savage raid tier for the tier? And they were like, no. And I'm like, oh, that's what I got this morning. And I'm like, okay, did they do any other like ultimates? No. Oh, so then like what do they do? Or they did like T or something. And I'm like, okay, so you're telling me that like this person only does Uwu, like just quite literally Uwu, like nothing else? That's what I'm saying. And I'm like, all right. Like I said, we won't be seeing you. Yeah, because remember we had that person is the same person who was in our they were the same person that was in our when I was trying to clear my crystal character for funsies. Remember that situation? And then remember how like they were trying to get their little funny number up because they had the 100 or whatever, and then we could never get past Garuda because they couldn't keep it in their freaking shorts about the damage output, whatever. Remember that situation? That's the same person, I'm pretty sure. Which also kind of like yeah, crossed me up actually. So that person was reading with Saya a second ago. Who's Saya? Is that like another like some high end like streamer person, gamer person, blah blah? I mean, if so, that's cool. But also, I'm like, I don't really. If I literally don't know, I just wasted 10 gauge AMA. Uh oh. Okay, sorry. Wait, my thing is so out of place actually. Hold on. Hold on, I can read the comments in a moment. I'm just kind of like not trying to get murdered in the process. So Man, I freaking love Reaper though. So I shield in my opinion. I mean that's fine. I think that's I mean that's cool if they got a that's cool if they're like chill. I mean again I think that just because you raid with them doesn't mean anything either. Like that's like me raiding with Ellen now. You don't hear me bragging about it to the universe. Like whatever, dog. You know what I mean? Hi, Creative. How's it going, bro? How you doing? How you doing? Person only does ooh, but doesn't touch anything past 80. But brother, Gray and Walker and Shadowbringer Tower is the only thing that's done 2 fights. Oh, see, so that's the yeah. Okay. I don't think I fully understand logs. Are they actually #1 summoner, or are they just clear? No. So they're not. Okay, let me kind of. They're not the actual #1 summoner in the world. They've just done Uwu enough times with the luck factor in perspective to be able to get the #1 like kill damage output type thing. You know what I mean? That's all that is. Cause yeah. Like they have the #1 DPS output as summoner in Uwu. That does not make you the #1 player in the world for playing summoner. You know what I mean? Same way how when they told me that I had like #5 for Gunbreaker in Uwu, that doesn't make me the #5 Gunbreaker in the world. I just have the best damage output for this current patch for Uwu. That number immediately becomes irrelevant when a new patch comes out. But also, the thing is that like that number gets dethroned at the same time because to the point made before, because like okay, for example, here's an easy example. And here's the truth. Here's the truth as well. You can easily get a #1. You can easily get a 100 in the fight if you just log it first. Does that make sense? Because I know someone who has a 100 as a ninja, and I mean I'm gonna be very direct with you. That person's one of the worst gamer players I've ever seen in my entire life of them doing content. She normally averages, I would say, like a green, but she can hit a blue. But she has a 100 just because like she got the registration early for playing ninja. That's all that is. Yeah, no. So they're #1 as of 7.25. Not even 7. Not even 7.0 Dawn Trail. I mean 7.25. The current patch, they're #1. That's all that means. That doesn't. Oh wait, wrong person. So that doesn't. Yeah. So imagine trying to flex like that situation. You know what I mean? So now here's the thing though. Like I said, imagine if like they go and take that like 7.25 100, and they go do like M5. Guess what? Yo, it ain't gonna be pretty, bro. So that's why I try to remind people on a constant basis that like, yo, getting a funny number is all like cool and all, but yo, it absolutely depends on like the context, like realistically. Hello? Oh shoot. It matters 100% in the context, because realistically, first of all, if you're gonna go to the NAR Discord and complain that you got kicked out of a party because of like a friend. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, nobody cares, dog. I think Whoops got a 100 in P4 simply because he got the spear drop and was the first Dragoon with his home weapon. Yeah, for sure, and that makes sense too. But like, is Whoops the #1 Dragoon player in the entire world? I mean, I don't know. Maybe, but like, yo, if he's #1 player, that's cool. But like, because again, I said this before as well, but like, even some of the world's first raiders, yo, they never get. I mean, not never, but like. They get the 100 when they get the first registration. The person who gets the #1, the first kill, it doesn't matter how good or bad you do, it's just a 100. You know? Also, hi, Yemi. How's it going? So, yeah. Like, that's it. And also, the thing is, like, you can easily dethrone that number. Because it's Uwu. And you can just get, you know, I can go get a dancer. I can go get like an Astro and a Scholar, and then I can get like a you know, I can get all this crap, and then yo, and then guess what? I got the freaking 100. Like, ayo. You know what I mean? Let me get some of this. brother, trust me. Like, it's not... You can... The thing is also that, like, I mean, I don't know how true this is. I would absolutely not quote me on it. Oh, I didn't press harvest. I literally wouldn't quote me on this, but I'm like... I'm pretty sure that you, Yo, you can jank it up, especially in ooh, bro. You know how? Because, yo, you simply just get, You take the 3 weakest DPSs in the thing, and then you also bring Summoner, and then guess what? That person has the freedom to go freaking nuts. You know what I mean? Yo, but you could do that though, and it works, and it also counts. You know? But we're not gonna take the time out of our day to go figure all that out though, right? That's like mad effort. It's okay, this is a dead bird. I think we're dead, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, like he's really good, but just showing up parts can be A, force fed, and B, RNG, and being first. Yeah, literally all the above. It's like really annoying, but like, yeah. So, yeah. Like imagine if a lot of people care about that. I mean, the thing is that, like, it really, like, cool, man. But, like, everyone knows that, like, a lot of this Discord stuff is just, like, social communities, which is cool to some degree, but also it's, like... You know what I'm saying? Yo, listen, man. There are just some people that, like... Because the thing is that, like, I actually know from experience of, like, raiding with players who's actually... you know, like, insanely stupid good at the game, and being able to be friends with those people is very cool, but also, like, sometimes you gotta be careful about, like, where you go and, like, what you do, you know what I mean? So, because I would be nervous to raid with, like, the actual number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 raiders in the world, like, obviously, right? Because, like, brother, sometimes that's like a lot of pressure that you don't want to ever deal with, right? But again, it just depends on how you showcase yourself. Like, like I said, if I started walking around bragging about how, what's up, Kieran? How you doing, homie? Welcome on in. If I started bragging to the world about how incredible my freaking purse is because of my, you know what I mean? Then, like, hey, yo, listen, man, people are also gonna look at me and think that I'm a freaking idiot, which is very valid. And, I completely understand that. Did this count and make sense, actually? I tried to, like, throw the Communio at time at the thing. Didn't work out for me, though. I don't think I might be able to get the 50. I might have done too much, actually. No! I lose it forever. That's okay, though. I kind of went a little bit too stupid. That's right, though. But yeah. So yeah, man, I mean, listen, I made it, you know what I mean? I'm gonna end up somewhere in like a NAR posting forever that Sessiion kicked the #1 quote-unquote summoner from an OO party because, like, we couldn't get past it for Fizz. Yo, guess what, bro? It's fine. GG's. We'll never see them again. Also, like, again, yo, of all the ultimates that you're gonna try and, like, go to war with people over is, yo, ooh, though? Alright, bro. It wasn't even him. I don't even, yo, honestly, I don't even know. Like, yo, I don't even know. I literally don't even know. You can't even ask me. I genuinely don't know. I wish I remembered. I wish I remembered literally any detail about what that was. But I genuinely remember nothing about what happened last night. All I know is the two kids, like, you know what I mean? Which is kind of the point too, because I always try to make it very clear, like, yo, I don't care about nobody's opinion about, like, you know. I mean, I care if you're trying to be like actual like helpful, but like if you're over here in pain over the fact that like the, you know what I mean, it's kind of like, all right, bro, we're chilling. So the problem is that the people complaining that were in the Discord, I guess it was two people from like Sarg that were in the same FC. Like one of them is I guess they play like melee. Actually, I mean, I think they both play melee. I don't even remember. Like, I don't even remember honestly. But what I can tell you though is that the Dark Knight was the one person who joined my Discord and then was trying to like, I guess like defend them, and was like, oh my god, you kicked the #1 summoner in the world or some crap. And I'm like, alright, well, I could say a lot more mean things, but I'm not gonna do that. So let me just go ahead and just make it very clear right here, right now, that like I don't care. Like we moved on. And the crazy thing is, like I said, is like, yo, the whole conversation happened so quickly because by the time I even tried to, I didn't even get to ban the person. That person was like long gone before then. Yeah, they were gone. That was it. Like I didn't even get to hit the ban button. They were just gone. So, like, yo, I'm pretty sure that whoever it was already, like, kind of keeping an eye out. So, if you, I mean, you know who you are. So, like, shout out to you. Holy crap. Yo, they I didn't even matter. I know that, like, Al banned one of them, like, on the spot. That whoever's message actually like, got through. Because one of their messages actually got through into the chat. The other person got auto-modded. So, before that person even got approved, they just got banned. So, like, I don't know. Wait, I don't know. That's all. Wait, let me see if I can. I'm trying to like pull this. Oh, I can't wait. I want to pull the messenger back to curiosity. I'm gonna be petty and put up an OPF. Yo, go ahead. I mean, by all means, who cares? I mean, I'm never gonna know because they can't see me and I can't see them. So, like, GG's, bro. Like I don't have thin skin when it comes to like being I don't have thin skin when it comes to like dealing with people in that kind of regard, you know what I mean? But like I can tell you with certainty though, like brother, you don't mean anything to me if you think that like you having like a freaking you know what I mean? You having like a 100 in a 7-year-old fight where a job is OP, like, means literally anything. I know, man. So. Because I can. Okay. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. I can tell you exactly what I said to the person. So here's what happened. Because I literally had, yo, it was in my head like throughout that like throughout the morning before I you know. So what had happened was, right, is we could not, we just couldn't get any prog in, right? Like, yo, like we weren't making any headway. It was really annoying to deal with, and I was kind of like, okay, fine, whatever, right? So as a result, very simply put, like, brother, I immediately just, anybody from the previous party who I didn't know that wasn't a friend, I did the thing with the gluttony again. L. Anybody that I didn't know that was not, that was in the party, yo, they didn't even get like a thought. They just got kicked because, you know, new party. I just wanted like a new party. That was it. Like my literal only thing. I kid you not. That was literally like the logic and the situation behind what it was worth. So obviously I had like my I had the homes with me, so obviously they obviously come in. But anybody else that I didn't know, yo, they didn't get like a, they just get kicked. That was it. That's my only thought. It's like only because it's like, yo, I want like, you know, I have 4 people with me included. I just want like four new faces, you know, like new party, like no returns. So then the sage that was in the party came back specifically, but they joined as Dragoon. And because the name was immediately familiar, because I'm like, okay, cool, like they're in the party chat literally in my on my screen, right? My immediate response was like, nah, sorry. And then their response to me was the question mark, you know. And my response was like, sorry, just like, yo, I'm looking for new people, so just come back tomorrow. That was it. That was my only message to them. I didn't say nothing. I said nothing crazy. I just said like, yo, I'm looking for 4 new people. Sorry that you're not one of the people. Yo, come back. Literally, I said was just come back tomorrow. That's all that I literally said. Yo, and then guess what? The party filled, and then after like what, 8 or 9 pulls later, we clear, and I'm like, okay, cool, GG's. And then yo, we went to bed. That was it. You know what I mean? So there was no animosity. There was no disdain. I didn't care, and I don't hate nobody from the group from yesterday until you know what I mean, until they decided to pull up in my stream and start trying to say words, and yo, like they said some sexist, like obnoxious horseshit, you know what I mean? And guess what, the mods weren't cool with that, and I get it. So guess what, goodbye. Brother, it ain't got nothing to do with anything that I said or thought. You know what I mean? Yo, and that's the facts. Simply put. We were just like, alright, bro. Bye. I missed out on banning some fools. What's up, Ryu? Yeah, unfortunately. But also fortunate, because that way you don't gotta, like, deal with it. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? It ain't, like, a big ordeal. But yeah, you know. Oh, nice. Oh, interesting. That was it? Oh, okay. So I had to deal with that? No, I mean, again, listen, I don't care, brother. Like, it doesn't mean anything crazy to me. I do see, like, the... Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to... save us the headway. and do that. You know. All right. But yeah. So yeah, it's funny though because like yeah, dog, we cleared away that dark night like a couple of days ago, and it wasn't anything crazy because like the party wasn't the. Yo, Nobu, because we were there. Yo, listen, I literally don't remember because it was all so fast. Did we ever even see Titan? Like, you know what I mean? I think that was like the problem. I think so. Yo, I don't think we ever. I don't think we ever even saw Titan. I think that was also why it was so weird. Because we kept on dying during nails, I think. Or something of that nature. Or we never even saw transition. The worst though I can probably say is like it might have been. Hi Oats. Hi Fwan. How you doing? Sorry, we're kind of like covering the the drama from Nimbus and Cover now. Oh, you're right. My bad. You're right. He is busy right now. We're covering some of the. It's not even juicy at this point. What's the opposite of juicy? Like dry drama? Yeah, just like dry drama from like a couple days ago. So like well now, not a couple days ago, from literally like last night. So yeah, stale. There you go. Stale is the word. I like that. So anyway, yeah, we just finished doing some Unreal, and like, oh my gosh, you know, Oh wait, what's my board thingy? Thank goodness for the left side, bro. Three, and then two, and then is that one? Is this one? Okay. I see 8s right here. Gift box. Okay. All right, we gotta find the. Oh, there's a sword. Okay. That's the what? Oh, it's that whole bottom left section. Okay. And then the gift is okay. Fox? No fox. No? Yes! We're in there. Oh yeah. I like it. Shimmer using third party to find fox? Is it really third party though? No. Clip and send it to Papa P. Yeah. It's literally just the It's funny because the only thing that I mean, okay, here's a question. Maybe you might help me out with the situation. Is all I use is the spreadsheet. Is there another thing that you can use to like Fox? I'm actually unaware. I've been only using that spreadsheet for literally since the beginning of time that ever ALA came out. There is a website. Okay. Interesting. I mean, okay. Sure. They have an updated website. Is the website game thingy? Okay. Okay. There you go. Yo. So do you want to help? I mean, I was gonna say like as a joke, we should like help this person out. I was in the party finder with this person the other day. It was yesterday actually. Oh my god. And then they missed the LB in the middle during transition, and I was kind of like, uh-oh. And they got like roasted for it. It was pretty bad actually. But yeah, I should be in the spreadsheet thing. Let's meet your own. Also, hi Usara. What's going on? Not Usara, but like you know, Usai Saru. I said like the whole name together, missed the whole middle section out there. What's up, Bray? I got coffee. We've been Clear for Peepo. Have it need OT. Yo, you think if I join this, we're gonna see a bunch of familiar names from before? Imagine, actually. Yeah, man. Saru, it's all the same to me, man. Yeah, you know, I feel that. There's like a name for it where, you know, you can't words too fast, so it's kind of like bruh, you know what I mean? So I read the name too fast that I just kind of mushed it together. I usually call you Saru, so when I said Saru, I'm like, what is like what I just say? So yeah, it happens though. It's all right. No worries. No worries. No worries. But yeah. One second. All right. Hey yo. Oh, I'm on Primal, right?
Where am I in terms of Deep Dungeon?
Yo, Deep Dungeon though? Hmm. Oh, okay. Okay. Uh. Okay. Let me check it real quick. Damn. I don't even like remember. Yo, sometimes I forget what I be doing, bro. All right. It's so minuscule. It doesn't matter. Oh. Oh wait. People got mashed up. One second. I'm over here, you know. Yeah. I don't know how to... Hold on, bro. Yeah. Hold on, you right there. Notice me. What is it? I see, I think I sees you. You know what I'm saying? How you doing, bruh? Yo, play check. Time heals all. Taken by my star. Aw, that's cute. Huge thank you for the work. Enjoy yourself. What's going on, Ghost Dog? How you doing, bruh? Who's your star, perchance? Wait, where's all your... Are you supposed to be like the Aladdin? Is this like a Aladdin glam right now? Isn't he normally like brown haired? Also, he got doesn't he have like a hat thingy? I'm getting like Aladdin vibes from this. Who's my what? Oh, I mean, I don't know. Who's your star? It's in the well, not you, Ghost Dog, for him. In Creative's adventure plate, it says that he's taken by his star. So I'm wondering like who's the star? You know? You know? Yeah, no, you're fine. Aladdin, but cat. Wait, he literally has like a little freaking hat. He has a yeah, freaking cool, bro. Alright, alright. Do they have like the little tiny hat that the thingy? Girlfriend met over 2 years ago. Oh, that's nice. I'm happy for you guys. You know, did you guys meet through 14%, or is it just kind of like a non-14 relationship? I didn't want to use the word normal because you can meet people on 14 and that is totally normal. I just didn't know another word for it. You know what I mean? Oh, you guys met in game. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, so that's cute. Well, I'm happy for you guys. You know. And of course, I wish you many more years, you know? That sounds like such a vibe. Yeah, yeah. See, it's always fascinating to me, though, whenever I hear about people talking about, like their, you know? Okay, so I got 3 pulls of twin memes. Okay. That could be good or bad, you know? I just used to have like 45 minutes ago. Okay. And as soon as I did, she went AFK, so I figured I'd come visit. Oh, okay. Then first nail pull, we got to enrage. Oh, but then she comes back to machine. Tell her kindly if she should also come here and like, you know what I mean, like say hello. Shoot, I want to meet the creative girlfriend. Oh my gosh, you know. Wait, is that you? My surprise ruined. This happens though, it's okay. Sometimes people either hit or miss with surprises, you know? It's either like a really, really good thing or it's really like a very much like a bad thing. I feel like a surprise sometimes can like backfire, you know what I mean? Like, yo. So, yo, P8 clear. What's that? I was trying to think about like tomorrow's Tuesday? Tomorrow's Tuesday. I'm kind of on the fence about going for some of those oh, does anybody want to join this? I was literally just thinking about this. You know what I mean? Also, we're on Ether as like a thingy too. She's busy at the moment? Okay, that's fine. I'll meet the lucky lady eventually, you know what I mean? That's cool though. I might actually join this before it gets filled. Because I do have the quest up, yeah? Hell yeah. You're incredible. I think I still need that one. Please, I'm the lucky one. I mean, listen, alright? Sometimes it takes two to tango, you know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta make her happy, sometimes she makes you happy, and like y'all not happy without each other, and so there you go. Boom. You need both. And I think that's so cute. Oh yeah, I almost started crying actually. Imagine. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. I'm actually enjoying this actually. So, I mean, I said actually twice, but like, yeah, I'm enjoying this, bro. Anybody want to join in and pull into the festivities of thingy? But either way, we can put the drum behind us because it's all over. Damn. That was fast. I'm gonna go to I appreciate you, Bray. Wait. I said Wanderer. I didn't look at what that's actually okay. I meant to look at what server you were from, and then I forgot to do that actually. Wanderer means is Wanderer non-ether? Oh, no, it is from it is not, it's the same DC. Okay. Traveler is different DC. Okay. Cause that's what I am. Okay, gotcha. Oh, from Siren. Hey yo, I mean, listen, that's fire actually, you know. Yeah, you know, it's funny because I always seem to forget like which one is which. Hilariously enough, which is fine. I'm not the brightest bulb in the back. I just kind of sit here and vibe. Okay. But yeah, you know. Okay. I need one of these. Oh, I only have that one? Isn't there one that increases damage, but then... Oh, no, it's not. Okay. I'll just use that. It's too much effort, actually. Alright. We're gonna do some, do a quick run of the DR. You know what I'm saying? So we'll get our 3 and 2, and then, what was I gonna say? I'm drawing like a blank right now. Oh my gosh, you know? But yeah. One second, let me just... Oh, okay. Nope, never mind. JK, JK. Alright, we're back. Doo-doo. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm thinking we do this, knock this one out real quick, try and get ourselves a little bit of a collection, and then most likely, I kind of, sorta. Oh, they're just talking about DR. Okay, we're chilling actually. Does anybody want to like mount farm a little bit today? You know what I mean? Also, speaking of, I never found the where's that spider emote mount at? The PvP one? Oh, there it is. I'm blind. I can't even check it here. Anyways, I was looking for this one for the longest time. I could not find it. Like, oh my gosh, bro. Did I hear my name somewhere on the screen? Oh. Is that the current PvP mount? Yes, this is the one that you can get right now. Yeah. You have 2 weeks from yesterday. Yesterday to finish. Yeah. I've also been kind of like lazy about it. I mean, I have it on 2 characters, but you know what I mean. I will say though, we could hit up some PvP for like a little bit. I do enjoy those times as well. So, because I have like a 3rd and 4th character that I have not touched PvP with those characters this entire patch. So, I'm down for that though. We can go meet up on like Primal or something, just to make the process like a little bit easier. And then yeah. Because I have not been PvPing. Ever since I got the mount, I was kind of like, alright, I'm cool. Because they came in with the mini, which was really cool. They came out with the 2 like maps modes for the favorite kits, which was really cool. Dazed? What's the dazed emote? Is that the dizzy one? Is that the dizzy emote? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. And then you get them out. Okay, gotcha. I forgot that was even like a friggin' like emote. Sounds good. I'll keep an eye. I've been cooking. Oh yeah, you do your thing, chillin'. We're definitely chilling until otherwise. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a DR run of this, and then we'll probably see what the vibes are, and then kind of hang out. You know what I mean? Because that also lets us finish some Ocpendium stuff a little bit. I've been doing pretty decent of keeping up with this on this character. My other character, however, like not so much. I did the weekly, I think. I did Silden once. I think I did it with Paul and Aaron, and then that was literally it. So in any case scenario, we can also go run a couple of those. It's pretty quick, honestly, if you just kind of send it. Oh, it's like a timer thing. Oh. We did 1 run. Yeah. I know for sure we've done... I've done, like, I think only... Out of the 12 runs that I have to do, I think I've only done 2. You know? So yeah, gonna lurk because working on M7 with the static, wishing you the best in contenting. Thanks, Al. Appreciate you, bruh. Enjoy yourself and good luck at M7 tonight. And of course, if there's anything that we can do to help out or answer your questions, let us know, you know? But good luck in there. You got it. That's my man's right there. Freaking love that boy. That's the homie, bro. Do I have a oh, I have 1,000? How many Arcanists do I have? Do I? Oh snap! I can get 2 more weapons actually. Wait, that's Pog. Okay. Okay, wait. Let me just kind of like do this real quick. I can put that away as well. Just double share. And put that away, and then. Okay, wait. So, alright, Dark Knight. This is fine. Let's Ninja Viper Guard Machinist. Oh, I can put that revolver away. Okay. I only have 2 minutes. I can survive here for 2 minutes. I was gonna check and update my relics because my black mage weapon on character is still the rod from the dungeon from 70, 80, or 97 dungeon, and that's like so rude. And then let me think. Summoner red mage, Ecto. Does it really naturally put the blue mage weapon after the because technically cast it? Okay, I didn't know that. I thought that it was always like down here. And then okay. Okay. I think for sure I'm gonna get a hi Raven, how's it going? Welcome on in, how you doing today? Good evening. I think I'm gonna go black mage. And then I'll get ninja. Because ninja's gotten no love this entire expansion. What's up, One Stinky? I love that people just have a commonality of intros when they come into the stream. It's really cool. I really enjoy that. So thank you for being able to create like a unique entrance to me. I found your videos yesterday. That's awesome to hear. Making me want to buy this game. I will say, if you have any questions about this game, then certainly I can try to answer anything and everything. But also, if you ever have a curiosity, there is a free trial. And the trial gives you quite literally half the game to play in terms of doing the story mode. So you can level up to like level 70. You can play every job that came out between the first expansion and that current one, and just kind of like have fun, you know? But I will say though, usually people that do the trial end up like buying the game anyways, so you know. Although I do know several people who've taken a break from the game just because, you know, they don't really commit to MMOs. Because an MMO commitment is quite a lot. You know? But that being said, like I said, any questions you have, let me know. Fairly least to buying or quit. It really is either one or the other. It's actually pretty hilarious. You know? Yeah. Can you ever change on free trial? You can't actually, you know? I thought that you could, maybe with like a limited inventory space, but they go pretty crazy over the restrictions for free trial stuff. I actually find it kind of fascinating. So yeah, you can't whoops. You can't you can't get a retainer. And then and also you can only have like a limitation of 300,000 gil, which honestly is like low. Like that's a low number to have gil wise. Respectfully. Not that I'm like swimming in gil or nothing, but yeah, it kind of goes. Well, the problem isn't that the like 300,000 gil is like a low number. The real problem is more so that you fill that number up really quickly. You know, the sub game, correct. So it kind of works, I would say, like a lot of other MMO games where essentially you would you know, you pay like I think the complete edition is like, I don't know, like $60 maybe, $50. And then you can pay a monthly price to be able to play the game at a constant. So yeah. And the constant the sub page pricing is probably like, I don't know. There's 2 memberships actually, which I never really understood. You can pay, I think it's like what, $11.99 I think, or like $10.99, and you get like the basic membership service, and then there's like the like, I think the word I want to use is like premium. However, the difference between those memberships is so minuscule, like in terms of the difference. So as far as I'm aware, the difference between the memberships is that you can, if you ever decide to want to make characters, that's like quite literally what it's for. Which I think is weird, you know, but like whatever. But yeah. Well, that's quite literally it. You just get to, you know, you get to just pay a price monthly, and then all the features get unlocked right then and there on the spot. So the basic one is good if you're paying per month and you only want like 8 characters. If you want the cap for the characters and you're book buying in the 180 days, then it's the same price as the basic one. Yeah, exactly. So if you, but like if you only plan on, because like the way how this game operates in comparison to a couple of other MMOs, because some of them are kind of interesting and unique in their own regard. Some MMOs really reward you for having an alt, or like more than one character, basically. And this game doesn't do that. You don't have to have more than one character for any reason at all. People just do it for like fun. And so the only reason why you'd pay more monthly is so that you can have more characters. Which, like, also, like a little irrelevant, I guess you could say. Like, it doesn't really matter. So, yeah. Otherwise, paying like the cheapest price is like the most ideal, and then you get to literally play the game as it's expected. So, there you go. I kind of hope though, because there's like a thing for that, that you can like they find a way to actually incentivize people for making alts, because that would be really sick, actually. Wait, what the hell are we doing? Ooh, reggae? What's up? I mean, if you'd like to. I mean, I'm happy to do like another run. I just found this party that was up, and then I was like, ooh, I'm gonna do this real quick. And that was it. Oh boy. Yeah. So I mean, I also need the stuff too. Like I could run this 50,000 times and I'd still not be done, like, quote unquote, because yeah, I think it was the, I want to say it was a black mage or a samurai, somebody, I don't know. I don't have a way to res them back. Oh, never mind. They got res. But no, yeah, somebody just had a party up already, and so I just decided to like join it. You know what I mean? And then the party filled faster than I realized, and so there we are. However, like I said, if folks want to do like another run, if we can get like a bunch of people, I mean, I'm down to run it again. I know that people also wanted to do some PvP because they want to try and finish the series pass, since we have 2 weeks before the new patch comes out. So that's also like a possibility, I'd say, if anything. So yeah, you know, we got lots of options today. Oh boy, starting a new MMO is gonna be so much fun. Well, that's the most important question for sure, is if you already had previous experiences with playing in MMOs, simple question is, like, which one did you play? Because, like, for me... Ooh, I canceled it. Hell yeah, baby. I know a lot of people that played either, like, World of Warcraft or Guild Wars 2 or, like Lost Ark. You know, all those variety games. In the MMO worlds. I'm sure there's, like, several more that I'm missing, but yeah. People came into this game after playing those games, and we're looking, like, for a similarity, you know? Me, this is my, like... This is the actual first MMO that I was like, okay, I'm playing this game, and it's an MMO. You know? Because I didn't really play 14 because it was an MMO. I started playing it because it was a Final Fantasy. Because I'm a really big Final Fantasy fan in general, and so, but this game also kind of just, like, takes over my normal gameplay of, like, stuff. Although I play a lot of other games as well, to, like, kind of pass the time, but I do love it a lot, so yeah. I play like Guild Wars and Star Wars. Oh, and Old Republic. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay. My friend Val's like that too. I think she also played, she played Star Wars. I don't think she played Guild Wars, though. I do have a friend who's playing Guild Wars, like, currently as we speak, and she's loving it. Actually, I know like 3 people that are doing it right now. I did dabble a little bit in Guild Wars 2 as of, like, recently, and the game's really cool. I just, I'm also of the same mindset where it's kind of hard to commit to more than one MMO at a time, and so I just kind of sort of can't. But I'd try it out, though. Again, I'm a Final Fantasy fan, but I really needed a new MMO after Maple Story 2 shut down. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think, like, I'd be very curious as to what games I would be playing if I wasn't, always playing 14, you know? Like, I don't actually know. I've never really thought about it. Or, like, given it much thought, so. I like Guild Wars 2 but a lot, but I stopped a while back. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that also makes sense, too. My very first MMO ever that I played, where I was kind of like, oh, shoot, this is an MMO, which was, it was RuneScape, like, old school RuneScape, before it was called old school RuneScape. Because I did not know that old school RuneScape was, like, a thing. I thought that RuneScape actually is a game, like, for lack of a better word, I thought that it, like, died. And then, shockingly, the game is actually incredibly alive in an old school format. That's really cool, so. But that was the first MMO that I played that I was a kid, but I had no idea it was an MMO. I just was like, oh, it's an RPG game. And that's the only reason why I was playing it. And then, lo and behold, like, you know what I mean? Before I knew it, it was like, oh. People were talking about Final Fantasy XI when it was, like, out at the time, and then I didn't have a way to connect my PlayStation 2 to online. I did not know how that process worked. It was super complicated as a child. And so, that's the only FF game that I actively skipped that I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, you know? I'd like to go back and play it, though, for sure. Especially after having a lot of time put into 14. So, yeah. What's up, my phone? How you doing? Good afternoon, friend. Or good evening, rather. It's like 9 o'clock. At least on the Eastern time. What you got going on? We're kind of, like, just yapping about MMOs while we vibe out in some DR. I might do 2 runs of this, we'll see. Yeah, 9 o'clock. Yeah. Eastern. Although I know for sure, like, you know, for some of our friends, it's like 6 o'clock right now because West Coast. Which, honestly, like, old school MMOs? Nice. Yeah, well, the thing is, I mean, for me, it's always really comical to think about because I never thought about MMOs as, like, a genre, you know? Because the most important appeal to me personally is the fact that they're RPG games. Like, I didn't think about the social aspect of MMOs being, like, a thing that people were, like, really, really into. But people are really into it. And I learned more and more about that, honestly, like, every single day. So, I played RuneScape before it was retro and Adventure Quest, but not really an MMO. I was going to say if I've ever... I was like, have I ever played that game before? I don't think so, though. I believe it. But yeah, my history of MMOs are, it's like, I'm trying to think actually. That's tough. I played RuneScape first when I was like literally 10 or something, or 11, or I genuinely don't remember. It's been so long. And then it wasn't until like, I want to say maybe like high school, like late high school, like maybe like sophomore, junior year. My buddy was really into World of Warcraft, and so he tried to convince me to like play World of Warcraft, which I gave a shot to. I like tried it out, and then but it was still in that era, at least for me personally, where I paid a lot of less attention to the storytelling of games, and I was only looking for the like gameplay like aspect of it, and so I think eventually I got bored of World of Warcraft, which is not fair to World of Warcraft because, you know, I know that the lore is very deep and intensive and has like a lot going on for it, so I just didn't pay attention to it, you know? So I never really had anything like bad to say about WoW. So I just didn't put in a lot of time and effort into it. And then I tried to set up a FF11 thing, which I almost got working on my like laptop PC at the time, but I didn't know how to sign up for a subscription, which was hilarious and like not a big deal. And then finally I ended up picking up 14, and I've never gone back since. So yeah. That's not gonna hit me, is it? Alright. Pain. Alright. I then I played Lord of the Rings online in high school and Star Trek online in college before 14. Oh, okay. How would you rank this game compared to other MMOs? Okay, I'm gonna be very biased. It's number 1. No, but if I had to be realistic, I mean, I would probably put it in like top 3, realistically. I don't know. Okay, here's what I will say. A lot of MMOs do that thing where they kind of like wave up and down. You know, some of them are like super good, and then they kind of like have like a bad moment, and then they kind of like, you know. So right now, this game is currently going through like its like slight decline. A lot of people, even though I definitely would say don't be scared by it or anything like that, but a lot of people are being very critique heavy about this game, you know? Because obviously, whenever a game is an online presence of any kind of caliber whatsoever, you want it to be like the best version of the game that it possibly could be, right? And that makes total sense. But a lot of people want the game to be, obviously, like the best MMO ever. And I think a lot of people want to put a lot of passion into saying that it is, which I think is really cool. So like we kind of have to wait and see. So, I will say though, as a very long time player of 14, this game is absolutely incredible, and there's a reason why a lot of people log into it every single day. Whether they do the content that's challenging or like not at all, or like the social aspect or whatever. Like everyone has a reason to play 14, and I think that's really cool. And I'm glad for it. But other people look at this game as a Final Fantasy, and other people look at this game as just like an MMO. And I think that's the big difference as well that really has to be understood, I would say. So as a Final Fantasy fan, this game is incredible. As an MMO fan, this game is very good. There you go. Now, I think if you try to compare it to like other games, I would say that this game is harder than some others, and maybe easier than others. Like I think Guild Wars 2 is like pretty rivaled. It's pretty well rivaled as like a gameplay perspective. Guild Wars 2 is a lot of fun to play. You sit there and press buttons and do stuff, and it's crazy because there's mechanics and things that Guild Wars 2 does that I really like that this game doesn't have, that if it did have it, then it would only make this game's experience that much better. Whether it's like a social aspect or even like a way how you travel around the world aspect, or the content, for example. So there's that. World of Warcraft, same thing, but there's something that people really enjoy about WoW, where they just sit there and they kind of like figure out that perfection rotation, and then they just kind of sling buttons the whole time and have like a huge grand old time. So I think that's really cool. I didn't mean to press this. It's okay, okay. So there's that. And then I played Lost Ark for a while. And unfortunately, Lost Ark is a very, very, very good MMO. However, the MMO is also severely gatekept by its community in the hardcore perspective. It's supposed to be like a hardcore MMO, and it is. And the thing is that, like, what I've learned as somebody who's been looking for the hardcore aspect in this game on a constant basis, what I've learned is that every single game in the universe of MMO gaming has casuals everywhere. You know what I mean? And so I think realistically, this game having casuals makes sense. You know? So there's that too. That being said, though, this game is going through a transformation at the moment, in my mind, where their goal is to make sure that, like I said, this game can be the best version that it possibly can be without any kind of like thought process, because the game has gone through an evolution over the course of its years. So it's like, this is also a super long-winded answer, so I'm sorry. So that being said, though, simply put, if you've played another MMO, like if you played Guild Wars, if you played like Lord of the Rings Online, if you played like, you know, Star Wars or Republic or like WoW, and you just want to try and take a break away from those games to come play like a different game, then by all means, like, come play this game, you know? Come play this game, and then just come find out for yourself. That's the simplest answer. Because nobody should ever tell you whether or not the game is worth playing or not. The only way that you will know the answer by that is by playing it for yourself, you know? Because, like I said, everyone kind of knows, because, like, because I'm such a, like, die-hard Final Fantasy fan in general, it's really easy for me to be biased and say that the game is, like, the best game I've ever played in my entire life. And then obviously be like, you know, like lying. Something of that nature. What do I have? Oh, nice. So, like, that's how I kind of perceive it, personally. So I would say, just honestly, like, there's a free trial. You can get, honestly, a very good sense of a lot of what the game has to offer through the trial, where it costs you nothing. And then if the story grips you, then that's your reason to play it. If you want to play like the battle content's very fun and also grips you. So, you know, there's like a little bit of everything to kind of grab somebody's attention. So yeah, coming from other MMOs, I do really like FF14 as a whole. Yeah, you know, and I think that's a good thing. I really like the social aspect, and stories got so good. See, so I think that's the beauty behind it, is that there's people that have a reason for why they play this game, and I think the most beautiful thing about it is that people come together with a reason to it, and then they just kind of... People really like to express what they like and want to get into when it comes to 14, you know? I really do enjoy being able to hear people's stories behind what kind of appeals to them the most about 14. So, as somebody who loves this game, like, so much, I don't want to compete and say, like, I like this game more than other people, per se, but, you know, listen, man, there's a reason why I play the game every single day, you know? And even when people were like, there's nothing to do, listen, for me, there's always something to do. I'm kind of down for it, actually. But I get it, though, you know? So. Yeah, it feels immersive, also coming from the one character that can do anything and everything and draws you in. Yeah, you know? And I think that's the cool thing about the whole thing as well, you know? As long as you're able to find a reason to play the game and, like, enjoy it, then honestly, you really can't go wrong, so. Wait. If you know life it, then it makes sense to do. Well, yeah. So I think that's also the challenge as well, is trying to find people that are willing to actually make the content what it's worth for them. Because some people, like I said, they want to. Some folks know life it, some folks don't. Some people, you know, will figure out something to do. Like I said, like all the time. So you do have like a wide variety to choose from, for sure. And for me, it's like I take advantage of the membership that I have, where it lets me like make multiple characters. And so therefore, like I said, I've always got something to do, which is fun, and I enjoy that. See. Also, there's like, what's that meme where it's like, oh, like this game is great when you don't have somebody like complaining in your ears the whole time to get about the game, whatever. You know what I mean? Like that to me is hilarious. So, I was gonna crack up at that meme. Because you can say that with any game, honestly. Like, I don't really know if there's often times that a game is like really, really bad. There's moments though, but it kind of depends. But this game is not one of those games. You can easily, you know. You can, if you do it for the social aspect, you can do it for that aspect, which is cool. But also, I can easily, if I wasn't a streamer or a content creator or anything of the nature, and I just played this game every single day by myself, I could easily do that without having to talk to anybody. Easily. And I think that's what also kind of cracks me up at the end of the day, is because I remind myself all the time that I have that possibility, you know? So yeah. I play Star Citizen, so I know about toxic people in the hardcore fan base. I tune those cases mostly. That's good though, honestly. It definitely helps to be able to find that power. Is there a way to request a crafter into making something? Kinda. You'd have to. I mean, it's gonna sound kind of like janky, but you have to literally put up like a shout. You can't do it via You know how you can like request somebody to like make you materia? You can't do it like that. So you'd have to actually put up like a you know, either make like a shout chat thing or make like a PF thing, and then just be like, hey, looking for someone to make this for me. I have the materials, and then somebody will be like, oh yeah, I can make it for you. You know what I mean? So yeah, that would be kind of cool if they made that a thing though. Be like, hey, you know, freaking party finder craft request. That would be a great idea. Somebody add it to the idea box. We're gonna talk about that actually. A commission system, something like that. Well, I mean, I think you can even make it simpler too, because sometimes people will offer, you know, they'll be like, hey, like I'll do this for you for gil, which is our in-game currency, you know. So you got it on Steam. Congrats. Well, again, I hope you enjoy it, and definitely enjoy the character customization. It kind of goes in depth, and of course, if you have any questions, then hopefully I can answer them for you. And if I can't, I'm sure somebody else can. Yeah. Most importantly, though, have fun, enjoy the game. Yeah, you know. But yeah, so when it comes to like crafting, though, like if someone just didn't have like a low-level crafter, or sorry, a high-level crafter, let's say like all your crafters are like level 1, and you're like, hey, Sess, can you make this for me? And be like, yeah, sure. Here you go. Cool. How much do I owe you? No. Like, brother, it cost me 7 crystals. That's like 400 gil. It's okay. Something like that, you know what I mean? I think that's really nice, obviously. Oh, not in the middle of my window. All right. It's okay. It's just like casual show content. But I'm trying to go bursty mode, okay? I'm working on my crafters lately. Got armor to 100. Now I'm working on the other ones. Nice. Yeah, it's funny because I was working on a random character that I have whose crafters were like level 50. And then I was in the middle of working on it, and then I kid you not, I just knocked out. So maybe crafting that was not the best idea, because I fell asleep in the middle of me crafting. I enjoyed it a lot, but I definitely like passed out in the middle. It was pretty hilarious, actually. But yeah, you know. Ooh. That was kind of fire, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, for me, it's like sometimes crafting is like I have to do the crafting thing for like a long-term investment situation. You know what I mean? Because for me, it's like I make most of my gil by crafting. I know that you can make it from doing content like car, which like you're built different. We have 4 melees. Okay, man. Working on the roulettes for me lately, just for the mounts and that. And man, it's an undertaking. Yeah, it's funny because I also was just thinking about the idea of like, oh, what if we like mount farm a little bit? You know what I mean? But I don't even like. I thought about it in the moment, and then I'm immediately like, no, I think I'm good actually. I don't know if I want to do that. It's just so much, you know. Safe. Yeah, there we go. Alright. GG's. I don't even know how long that run was, but that was cool. Alright. They're done. I'm done. That's fair. EX Mount Farm can be a grind. I think I'm still missing a couple of Lynxes. Yeah, I've got none of them. Well, actually, wait. What do I? Which ones do I have? Dogs, dragons. No, I've got none. Do I really? First person alive. Nuh-uh. I don't have a. I would be shocked if I don't have a single mount from Endwalker. Nope. Wait. How do you Right, it's like a lynx. What are the they're called Gwybers, right? I don't have any Endwalker mounts. GG's, bruh. Yeah, I don't have a single one. Wait, that being said though, what is it again? What even is the Gwyber? Oh, is it the Bahamut in the chair? Is that the one, right? Yeah, I think so. I was in the middle of a run, but I still can't type anything in the ideas channel. Golbex EX is probably my favorite just based on the fight alone. I do love Golbex EX a lot. I will say that much. I got the Highland Mount and I'm farming all week. Oh, okay. Yeah, man, I haven't, That's the cats? Oh, okay. Yeah. Old school Bahamut is cats. Mech Dragon. Oh, okay. I see. Because I have... Wait, before I start just assuming, the question is now, do I have Kieran, and then I have the Firebird, and then I do have Kamui. So see, I have all of this. I have the ones from ARR through Stormblood. However, I've had this one prior to like this expansion. So, you know what's really embarrassing though? I don't have the one that I want the most, which is Innocence. I don't have Innocence Gwyber, bro. Yo, I'm so lame. That's my favorite trial. I love that trial. I don't have that dragon. How do I get Naruto Fox? Naruto Fox is so hilarious. This is from you gotta get all the Stormblood ones. So all the dogs, all the Kamuis. Well, not this one. This one's from Full Hollows, but you get all of these from Stormblood trials, and then yeah, when you do that, you get this one. Good morning, Jen. Hi, Genie. How are you, friend? How are you? Reason the Moxhomes? Oh, is it actually? Ooh, okay. I might have to look into that, actually. I mean, okay. That being said, though, I wouldn't mind at all just going into the fight itself and, like, grinding it out. It's probably really fast when you get a bunch of homies, you know? Genie with the clutch star me. Alright. Okay, so it must be soloed. What's the plan today? You know, that's a good question. I don't actually know. Not all of them can be. Most of them, I want to say. The ones that I would say for sure that you can solo from Stormblood, well, no. If we're talking Stormblood, no, this changes. You can't solo Susanoo. You can't. His mechanical thing is a failure. You just can't. It doesn't matter. Lakshmi, you should be able to. Shinryu, you should be able to. Tsukuyomi, you can, but it's difficult. There's no mount. Well, technically. Jade Stoa you can. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can with Jade Stoa you can. Hell's Kier. You can, I think, but it's hard. Because of the Phoenix thing, I think. And then Wreath of Snakes you can. The only ones I've tried soloing successfully was Wreath of Snakes, Jade Stoa, Tsukuyomi, Shinryu, and Lakshmi. Is there a solo suicide note, but it takes precise planning, but it's rough? Oh, there is a way to do it? I mean, your guess is as good as mine. So yeah, I don't have a clue, honestly. Because, I mean, I enjoyed doing these when they were on content. I just don't remember... I usually just enjoy doing it with with friends anyways, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, Rock did do it in his Can You Solo 14 series. Yeah, I know that Happy was also doing it because he did Tsukuyomi and people were like, "Oh snap, he did it. Was it hard?" He was like, "Yeah, this is hard." I did it when I think the 710 gear was out. I want to say maybe or 700, but I used Viper. I did it with Viper, so Suka took me a while. I did it on Summoner. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know for sure when I cleared it, I did it with Viper. Rathlos, you can solo, but you have to be very careful. You can actually, hilariously enough, you can do too much damage, and then you won't be able to get the credibility for the thing. So there's that too. Because one, if you kill the thing too fast. The actual reward that he drops, the like the Rathel scale pluses and these scales, these don't drop unless you have to actually like break the thing with the gauge. So there's that. So I know that much. But yeah. Because I still don't have the Rathlos mount, which is fine. I'm not really complaining about it, but like yeah. So Sukin can the easy now able to do a Reaper. Oh, maybe, because, I mean, the gear has gotten a lot stronger since, like, the beginning of the expansion. Because I will say, on, like, when 7.0 came out, like, I mean, before the Savage Raid was even, like, completed, I tried doing it, and, like, it was hard. So, yeah. But, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised now if you can just kind of, like, burn through it, and it doesn't really matter. So, yeah. You can duo, I would say, most of these trials. But, yeah. I remember helping someone with the Rathos mount the entire night, and they were so surprised when they realized that it'd been there for like 40 runs. Oh shoot, damn, that's crazy actually. Because I mean, Rathos was fun by itself, man. I really loved the concept that they added into this trial. It was so sick, dude. It was really cool to see them incorporate it as like a thing. Which honestly, like, I wonder how people would feel if they just started collaborating optional trials and making like collaboration things. There should be you know, I kind of want them to make like a collaborations content, you know what I mean? Because they do collaborate like a lot. So I wonder if there was a way, if like, if the, you know, they were like, hey, we'll give you some cash and like a advertisement thing if you just put our boss in your game and make a 14 fight out of it. I think if they did it, that'd be so sick. So they should look into that more frequently. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. So I got Suki from Mox Homes. I think I did also on a different character, but I don't remember actually. Raffle was a pain. You either got lucky with the treasure box shopping rate, or you have 50-ish runs. Yeah. I mean, I'm cool with that way. I like doing the content, honestly. So going from treasure box mytho. Yeah, I know. I've only, I think I've only seen it once when it was on in Shadowbringers, and then I never saw it again. So there might be like a thing too. So like, yeah, games have been getting a lot of random collabs the past few years. 14 gotta get in there. Well, I mean, 14's had their own opportunities of collaborations also, but also 14 collaborates with its own franchise, which is kind of hilarious, you know, because you know, we had like the Nier Alliance raid, and that's a collaboration. We've had we have 11 right now, technically, which also, like, you know, like it counts, but it doesn't count because it's not like a non, you know, Square Enix game. But yeah, more non-Square Enix games collaborating would be fire, genuinely. So, Crash level 80. I'm gaming. Let's go. Nicely done. How you doing, bud? But yeah, Monster Hunter Capcom should do more collabs in our opinion. I mean, I think so too. Well, Street Fighter has been doing a ton of collaborations. So yeah, you know, Street Fighter has been doing a ton of collabs, and like again, we're still getting collaborations, but we're just getting it in different pieces. Some of it's content, some of it's like glam, right? The most recent one that we gotten was War of the Visions, the mobile game for Final Fantasy. They took the outfits from the main characters of that mobile game and they made them glammable, purchasable items you can acquire, which is kind of like hilarious because like the glam is spot on, but like, you know. Monster Hunter did a collab with Street Fighter. That was a fun one. I saw that. It was really cool looking, actually. Playing as Kuma was silly. Metal Gear collab? Oh my god, stop. I'd go nuts over it. I'm not gonna lie to you. If if I could fight Metal Gear Rex in 14, take my money, brother. Holy shit, I'd go nuts over a Metal Gear collab in this game. But then I'm wondering, like, how would you collab Final Fantasy and Metal Gear? You know? That's a tough one. I think it should be even confirmed to feature Monster Hunter collab. I think they mentioned that they were going to try and do another one. I think they were waiting for Wilds to come out, I want to say. Because I think they're planning on doing... I think they were planning on doing something for... you know, not Arveld. What's the White Wraith? I forget the name of it, though, but like that boss. They don't want to do the final boss because obviously, like, it's a big ass spoiler. So, oh, Arkveld, yeah, okay. So, yeah, I think Arkveld being like I think I can see Arkveld being a trial that we experienced in this game. That'd be pretty cool, actually. It'd be cool if it was also like, dare I say, a Chaotic Alliance raid? 24 people, mechanical against like a big ass dragon boss going crazy and shit, brother. Because you know what's crazy? They could easily take a lot of Monster Hunter bosses and turn them into Chaotic Alliance raids. You know? Who's the God, that dragon is so freaking cool. It's the fire ice one towards the end of the game. I'm not gonna say anything crazy. But there's a mechanic that if they put that in this game, yo, that mechanic would be hard to execute. Yo. Damn, another one. That's kind of crazy. I mean, I'm down for it, though. But I don't know. Yeah. Because there's like a moment where you gotta like, I mean, again, I'm not gonna say a lot, but you gotta like get behind like a giant rock, and then it literally starts building up like a literal like explosion, and it is Jindahad. It is actually the name of it. Yo, y'all are so quick with the answers. W. Okay, yes, Jindahad is actually the one I was thinking about. Yeah, if they put that in there, oh my god. I love Jindahad, bro. Yeah, that fight is crazy, though. So, yeah. Bro, I didn't know. Monster Hunter Wilds was incredible, man. I want to go back into it eventually. I just, dude, Monster Hunter Wilds almost feels like an MMO. But I want to get back into it. I love that game so much. Want to suffer? What does that mean? That sounds scary. Pray tell more information. But yeah, because I'm trying to think like what happened to me with I'm trying to think about what it was actually. I'm on Steam. Nice. Oh, it crashes for you on Steam? I feel like I also have it on Steam. I don't remember though. It runs better else I would. Oh, I see. That's okay though. I mean, thankfully the game kind of like lives forever. Because even then, you can go back and play Monster Hunter World. Kiwi wants a tank Fizz. Oh. Is Kiwi talking about being blacklisted because of what I went through last night? Hey yo. Alright. Oh, there she is. Sess hates pink cats confirmed. Would I hate cats if I didn't have one of my own? Yeah, what's up, bro? His butt's clean too, by the way. Monster Hunter Wild is not entirely off my PC. I can actually understand that. I can understand that, honestly. Saw Kiwi shout. I think she literally. Damn, Wubbs' party filled so fucking quick. Holy. Hey yo. Do you say I wanted to suffer? I mean, I guess I don't mind it. I'm so jealous of how many ulti PS are up. I love Materia DC, but I do wish that there was a bigger player base. Well, you know what's funny though? Also, Vin. People are trying to raise the roof about that now. I think, which is pretty cool actually. People would like to be able to cross DC thing, because I think it's possible. You know. Okay, the question though is, do I fizz range or do I tank? I feel like a tank is easier to pick up than a fizz range. Thoughts? Also, I don't even think I have like a relic. It doesn't actually matter, but come Black Mage Afro. That's really funny. Oh, are you in there with her too? Oh, I see you actually. Oh, you are Black Maging in her party, Lamau actually. Wait, are you gonna tank then, or are you gonna fizz range and make me tank? I don't know if I should be tanking in that fight, bro. That sounds kind of dangerous. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I will say though, yeah, I think that people are starting to come to that realization where it'd be pretty cool if it was possible to raid. Okay, I don't exactly know what's the problem of the whole spiel between people raiding between DCs outside of like JP. I can understand though where, because personally for me, I would not do this. If I entered a PF, and it had JP players in it, I just feel like they have a culture of themselves about how they operate, and I wouldn't want to like disrupt that as an American, you know, because I think I treasure the JP mentality like more than I realized. That because you know they kind of have like a custom to how they interact with the game and then the player base and all that other stuff too. So I think in my mind, if I did anything that disrupted that flow in any regards, I'd be pretty embarrassed actually. So now I think it's a lot easier, however, to take America with Materia and like Europe, and you can put those three together. But I would still kind of, for lack of a better word, I would just separate like JP out. You know, what's up, Arthur? We chillin'. I was asked to come suffer and do uwu with Kiwi, but I don't know what job to play. So yeah. Materia's such a low part of the player base. If they could leave for Ether, it'd be really just yeah. Well, I think that it's okay, because here's the problem, because like it's already bad enough that it's bad enough that even Primal and Crystal and Dynamis are all suffering already as well for the same exact reason, because like nobody does real content much over there, you know what I mean? Because the fact that people have to travel across the servers. Now here's because I understand this now that I'm kind of thinking about it more and more. People who will, like, let's say for example, let's say you try to like log on into the game, but you can't go to Ether because it's already too late and the servers are locked, right? Just because you can't go in, automatically you're like, oh, I can't go to Ether, I might as well just log off and go play something else entirely. You know what I mean? People are actually doing that, I think. So I think that kind of sucks because realistically, yo, realistically, it would be great if that wasn't a problem. So yeah, I would love to always stay on Primal with my Primal main, and then never ever have to come to Ether to do content. And then I can just kind of sit in my own, my own little world, do my own thing. And I'm sure Crystal and Dynamis would feel the exact same way, because honestly, that number of people, content-wise, whatever, might actually like double up if they did. Why they like the servers? It's just because like the community consensus, I guess, just agreed that Ether is the place to raid, even though it's not. It just kind of is, because the if you take the 4 DCs and combine all of their populations together, like Ether's is just the highest. That's the simple answer. So they didn't necessarily lock the servers. Is that like it's really difficult to have one data center accommodate all of these people in one location for logging in, because that's what it is. Because the thing is that like the number of party finders that you see is not at all an indication for how many players are actively logged in right now on all 32 servers. Like it's not an indication in anyways. So it kind of sucks, There's literally like probably like several thousand people logged in right now in on Crystal on each server. So if all of them try to travel over to Ether anywhere, it's probably just not going to happen. You know what I mean? So like, yeah. I know how to dance in there too. I'll see if I can get more runs we got to do. Wait, for what? For Uwu? I mean, you can just play Uwu. I'll come Uwu, come Dancer, and then I'll tank. That's fine. We'll do that. If no one takes that tank spot, I'll tank it. But if someone takes it, I won't play P range. That's all I'm saying. So yeah. The real solution is just combining all the NA servers or combining PF, but that's probably relative to pull off at this point. Well, I think right now that's the goal that they're trying to establish. I think they're trying to establish the idea on how to combine all of them together. I don't know whether it's easy or not easy. I think it's just a matter of figuring out like how to do it without I don't know. I like, again, I think it's like a weird gray line, because in my mind personally, I would say that usually if you're able to combine all of NA under one DC and all of EU and like JP and then like Materia, it's like, okay, cool. Now that you've put them all in their own region, so there's only one PF for NA, EU, JP, and then Materia, right? Why not just start kind of combining those together so there's only just one PF? And I do think that that's like a not good idea, only for the sake of culture. Because again, listen, it's already bad enough that the world is filled with like some racist idiots, some sexist idiots, and people attacking other people for different cultures. And so I think that them trying to preserve that even like a little bit it makes sense, I would say. I mean, this could all get blown away if we literally didn't have any of that crap, but like, alas, it's the world, so take it as you will. But yeah. So there's that. Other people that might also say like it could be like an internet thing. I guess like if like an NA player tries to raid with like a JP player, like how do they establish a single PF that lets them have like low ping internet together? I think that could also be like a problem. So that could be an issue too, which I understand that, because sometimes when you play like a fighting game, for example, when you're playing from like, Mexico versus like Japan, the ping is insane because like they're so far away from each other. But, it just makes more sense that realistically their goal is to keep it, what they should try and do is keep it region based. So you just have all 4 DCs from NA together, and then the 2 from EU, and then the 4 from JP, and the Materia. Or, and bear with me, maybe what they do is they just find a way, I don't know, but I was thinking like they make a DC where they just call it like the Raiders DC. So if you want to put up like a P, well, like that wouldn't be a good idea, but like if you couldn't put up a PF for high-end content, so anything that's like a purple icon isn't available on like any DCs. this is a dumb idea. I'm just kind of spitballing right now. But if you wanted to put one of these up, then you had to by going to this random DC in the middle of like the cloud, and then that way it kind of maximizes the way that you know, people content through. I guess it's like an example. So that's what I wouldn't say that they got to do exactly that, but whatever goal allows them to achieve the idea where anybody that wants to do raiding of any kind can just do it on here is like whatever. Ping still be a problem, right? And that's kind of the thing that I'm trying to like figure out, I think, on top of all of this, but also I think that that's like a challenge. So like, yeah, I can understand the idea that the ping is like the biggest issue, because yeah, like I mean, I would love to go to like Materia and raid on Materia, but that's a problem just because of the simple fact that Materia is Materia. You know, it's over there in Australia. It's across the entire world. Which, like, listen, W world, but it kind of far. And I can also feel the ping. That's a big difference too. I feel the latency. So, what if they put rollback netcode? Does that fix anything? You know what I mean? Does that fix anything? I'm not even too sure. But yeah, I have no idea. Anyways. Alright, what's the question? After helping Sarah Jane with Unreal Materia once, and my god. Oh, you see, that kind of already, like, makes sense to me personally, so, yeah. Oh, you wrote a long one to answer? Don't copy and paste it. I'm gonna read that whole thing in a moment. It's basically like an old meme misconception, because Ether is so old that it has a lot of old players, and because people just want a big player pool, people just go to Ether to get things faster, and then it becomes an avalanche of Ether is most populated. I guess I'll go there. Similar to like a video with a lot of views getting into the algorithm and then getting even more views because it was already getting views. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. That makes sense to me though. You gotta like predict 3 seconds in the future. Yeah, that's kind of the problem that I also kind of encountered. So I feel that actually. Trying to clear when I tried to clear Ensinger on my Materia character, dude, that boss was hard because like everything was just late. It was so crazy actually. I played on Oceania for a bit, and that was a fun time figuring out the ping delay. Yeah, I don't know the exact timing for me, but I know that it's like kind of a long winded time answer. So like, yeah, it was kind of a lot actually. So, that being said, though, you know, I feel like some games though have it figured out though. You know, I feel like some games that have like a ping thing have it figured out. So, oh, I think she disbanded, bro. Change. What will help with ping? You know, honest answer, I don't know. Because I mean, if I had to try to put like my 2 cents into it, the idea is that the challenge is taking my connection and having it work to another like connection and keeping that connection like tight. Because I think, you know, the longer that you stretch it, the thinner it gets, and so you have to kind of retain the, you know, the I want to use the word rigidity. Is that a right word? You know, like you don't want the thread to thin out more because you're stretching it out farther away. The idea is to keep it as like tight as possible, and then just being able to like add on to it so that it does connect all the way over, you know. So, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, in my mind, if rollback netcode was like the answer, then like let me find out actually, you know what I mean? Because I think fighting games actually have the solution. Kinda. I feel like they do have like a way that anybody from anywhere can just like do the content and like be like done with it, basically. At least I'm under that impression. More data sensors? No, well, no, because weirdly enough, the problem with the game is actually not so much a population server issue, in my opinion. Even though it is currently, but that's only because everyone is going to one data center instead of going to any of the 4. Because the biggest problem is even like, for example, if I leave Ether and go to like Dynamis, Crystal, or Primal, there's nothing amount like this. You know, there's nothing like this on any of those other locations. And also, it's not a good idea to server lock people so that I couldn't leave Primal. Because then there's people that are from Primal that are here putting up their own PFs as well, like for sure, you know, but it doesn't matter because a lot of raiders generally just put up PFs and they're from They're just from Ether normally. So it's more rare to find somebody who's actually from Primal. And then, you know what I mean? T? Do y'all want to do T? I'm down to do T. We can do some T and like do some like P1 practice. Maybe it's like P2. That's kind of fun. I'd be kind of down with it. Count me in. Anybody up for some T practice? You know? Oh, look, it's Minty. When they use Dynamis as an overflow server, Dynamis to get eating gun PF. Well, that's what I think that they should have done, honestly. In my mind, what I would have actually enjoyed is if, here, I'm actually gonna put up like a private tea party, and then we can try to see what the vibes are, and then go from there. Okay. Like I said, because one thing that they were doing that I was surprisingly enough I was actually enjoying was that. Like, what is it with the PvP thing, right? If you want to go do ranked PvP, you have to go to a certain data center. I know that's gonna like annoy the crap out of a lot of people. Password is Boba, by the way. But I would be okay with that because I already do it anyways. So at least if like. If you took Ether people and forced them to go to Dynamis, and that way Dynamis is the DC that's thriving, I'm shocked that that's not what it is that people are doing. Then I think that you dramatically increase the chances of everybody getting a chance to actually do the content. Because like right now, the only reason why the Ether PF is where it's at population-wise right now is again because like if you try and log in, the servers are all full already, right? Or they're locked because it's like prime time hours, right, at this point. So I think that's the idea. However, we've also encountered an issue very recently with the that whole like beach party thing that they were doing on Materia, right? I think that's what it was, right? Was it on Materia? I think so. Like people like new kids were trying to play the game casually, like going through the MSQ, and because they all hung out in Costa del Sol, people couldn't actively go into Costa del Sol because the area was literally just too congested. Because the game will not allow you to go into an area if there's too many players in it. So like that was an issue, you know. And so I think realistically, if again where they went was incorrect, but that's obviously like long and gone. So like who cares? But that's an issue. Is that there is a limitation to how many players they allow in one location at once. However, if they didn't hear about that one with the Costa del Sol thing, I mean, long story short, it was just like a person trying to host like a beach party. I think he's like a larger end like social media person. I think he plays from team. When was it? Like 3 or 4 weeks ago, I want to say maybe. It was chill though. It was people using like their little outlets to plug in, if you get what I'm saying, to just kind of like hang out and chill. They played like music, they had like DJs, everyone was sitting in the Costa del Sol area, bikinied up, having like a grand old time, and it was almost like a freaking festival basically. And it was just a dude who like was advertising about it everywhere, pretty much. And it was intentionally designed that you would like use your, you know, plugs to like have fun with it basically. You know what I mean? However, people were getting annoyed that you because all this was happening on a Materia server, I believe. I think because Materia is a very low populated new data center, and also it's gravitating a lot of players from that regional area. Thanks for the alert, and enjoy yourself. Peace out. Do your thing. Because a lot of people from Materia are also like new 14 people, like unlike Ether and like Primal and like Crystal, because Dynamis is also of the same boat. I'm not gonna lie. People are just going through the MSQ right now, and like at level 30, you go through Costa del Sol, and they couldn't go through Costa del Sol. You know what I mean? Because it was just congested with people with mods, and they were just wearing outfits and being all like, you know, beach-tastic. So I thought you were about the billboard incident from a while back. Oh, no, that's like a whole different thing. But that also made like a random resurgence on the internet I saw, which is kind of hilarious actually. So yeah, I don't remember though. But no, it's not related to the. Wasn't it like Shadowbringers? I feel like I don't remember. It was a long time ago though. But no, that's a different thing. But yeah. So essentially, they were like I said, they just took over Costa del Sol and they were just like doing their thing. So it wasn't healthy for the moment. It wasn't like a big deal though. The person who organized the event was apologetic that it was interfering with people going through the MSQs, which is respectful. And then like that was it, you know. Because I thought that it was like, I thought something like bad happened, you know. I thought that there was like an incident or something. I didn't realize that the only problem was like a server congestion issue. And that's why when people talk to me about it, about what my opinion was, I was like, oh, I don't care. I mean, like, I don't partake in that, so like, you know, whatever. And I asked like what had happened, and then they were like, oh yeah, like they canceled the event because like congestion. And I was like, oh, where'd they do it? Costa? Oh, why didn't they do it in like Stormblood, where there's like a giant like ocean and like, you know what I mean? And also because like no one is in that area, you can just kind of like be free and do whatever you want. And then people were like, oh, wait, that's actually so much smarter. Why didn't we do that? And I'm like, no, I don't know. So, because everyone in Materia and Dynamis, for the most part, there's not like it's like black and white. You're either at the very beginning of ARR or you're like at the end of Dawn Trail, or like somewhere at Endwalker. That's it. No one's really doing Shadowbringers and Stormblood in Dynamis or Materia, as far as I've been like aware. So that area would have been like a lot easier to handle. But it makes more sense that ARR area was the choice, just because it's the easiest one to access without having to like, you know, whatever. So yeah, you know, I mean, so I really don't want the person who organized the event to feel like really bad about the situation. Like, it's not like a big deal. I thought it was way worse than what it sounded, and then I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, it ain't like a big deal. So yeah, okay, let's wait here. What do you want to set the prop points to? Else is joining. All right. So I think Endwalker, I was feeling into the game when that happened, and I started at the end of Shadowbringers. Oh, okay. Maybe it was during Endwalker. I don't remember. It's already been like so long, honestly. Limit cut? Okay. Odd Firmament is barely even more than like 5 or 6 people, though I can't speak for all servers. That's kind of common, but I think also people don't really Firmament as much as they would, just because of the fact that Firmament is primarily used to you know, I think Firmament mostly is about people like level it up the way they do with like Cosmic, for example. Like, I don't think that it's really used for anything outside of like that, you know what I mean? I'll see. Clean up. 1, 2, 5, 6. Queen. T Queen. All right. We gotta get a pure healer. We need a shield healer. I'm definitely not playing healer. I'm gonna be the worst healer of all time. Let's grab us like a melee. Let's grab like a P range. And then I can make this like let's do like tank. Wait. Has to be melee or... Okay, has to be melee or tank. I don't mind playing either of those. But then realistically it won't... Okay. By the way, I almost got all the PC stuff, I think. Now that I'm looking into making one again. W. Fingers crossed that it gets all and done, you know what I mean? Needed just a case. Well, the question though is, when it comes to cases though, do you really need like a really fancy looking case, or do you just not care as long as it works, you know? Because for me, I don't really think I care about how cases look. I think that as long as it preserves like the PC parts together, you know, for the functionality sake. Okay, just for function, I kind of figured as much. Because some cases get really fancy and they really want you to like, you know, like enjoy the case. But I don't really care about what a case looks like. I think I care more so that the case like functions. So yeah. It drove me nuts about how much people kept going about RGB. You know what's funny about that is my PC is permanently green because I didn't realize that the lights color, because my PC, I have like lights in mine and I can change the color, like I can. However, it's tied to the motherboard, I think, that I previously had. So I had to buy a new motherboard, and I'm pretty sure the lights changing functionality of the controller thing was based off of the motherboard. And I have like a little clicker that I can use to change the color, but it doesn't work because I think it's because I got a new motherboard. So my PC is just permanently green. I can't change the color. It's just green. Which does crack me up. So, like, yeah. But that being said, my PC is definitely like budget lame because I had to buy like a new water fan, and the fan does not fit in my PC without it overheating like crazy, and so the side panel glass is just not attached because the fan doesn't fit. It does collect dust, but I also thankfully clean it, like, I think once in a while, that it doesn't offer any kind of problems. So I think it's on. That's right. So yeah, I like my case, but as long as I can fit everything in the case, I'm good. Well, I'd be cool with that too, because I don't like that my case, my glass panel is just on the side, not doing anything, but just like, yeah, I mean, it works. We're here, you know, we're here. But it would be great though. It'd be great though to get like a better PC, because I will say my PC is older now at this point. The graphics card that I have is a 3060. So we're kind of like two. I mean, it's not bad. Like, it works. It does its thing. But you know, if it'd be cool to be able to like get a new PC. You know what I mean? But I would never. I mean, you know, I'm hoping that like if the job market kind of flips around, or we get like some, you know, insane like high Senate gross like donation, like then yeah, you know, I get a new PC. But like I said, the game works. I'm not complaining. I'm grateful that I have a PC. Imagine if I didn't have a PC though. Copium jobs. Yeah, no, trust me, it's crazy right now. I think everyone's kind of going through it right now, so like I feel that. Me too. It kind of, people are kind of like unaware of it though, but like, yeah, I haven't had a job since like, it's been like almost a year at this point. I don't know how the hell I'm still alive, but like, yo, we're here. So, like, yo, fingers crossed, you know. Anyways, I got 360 Ti and it's still kicking great. Also expensive AF. Yeah, I mean, I have the regular 360. My boy Marks, he actually won it from like a Newegg thing, and then I just paid him the difference for the card. I had a 1660 beforehand, Ti, I think it was. And then, yeah, you can do like that raffle lottery thing, and then he won the 3060. And so he was like, hey, like, do you need a new card? And I was like, well, if I can get it to you for retail price, like, I'll buy it from you. So I literally just bought it from him. And so that's what I got. And like I said, I've been happy ever since. PC part picker. Ooh. This is you so far? Okay. 782. Okay. AMD Ryzen 6-core processor. Nice. Okay, CPU cooler. Motherboard's an ASRock. Okay. Memory is 32 gigs. DDR5 dub. I think mine's also 32 gigs actually. Okay. I was just wondering. Well, got a terabyte storage, SSD. I want to figure out if I can have more than one SSD in my PC. I've not yet figured that out. I kind of want another SSD, like, not gonna lie, but I don't. I just recently got a new PC actually. So yeah. Video card is the ASRock Challenge OC Radeon RX 9060 XT. Okay, okay. That's kind of a beefy card. And then the power supply is called Be Quiet. Yo, this is cool though, you know. I mean, so you're only missing the case, yeah? Okay. Yo, for like sub $800, all these parts are pretty fire, you know. I hope you enjoy it, of course. I don't see the process. Oh no, it's the CPU. Okay. I skipped over that part actually, mentally. Am I missing anything? No. I mean, honestly, like, you mean on your build or just in general for the SSD? Oh, I mean, I learned that you can certain like builds, I guess, lets you add more than one SSD to your like your PC. and because I have like a regular hard drive, you know, and I have like an SSD, and then I was like, can I replace the HD with another SSD? And they were like, yes. And I was like, oh, can I actually do that? Okay, I might have to look into that. And then I never did. Because you can obviously get like a USB cable and then just plug in like a portable one. But I want to like a built-in, I guess I want to have it built in, you know, something like that. But yeah. But I literally have no idea. But it's also okay because I don't. My SSD has a terabyte in it, and I normally have like 200 to 175 gigs like open for anything. So I'm not complaining at all. I still have like a lot of space for recordings and games and all that fun jazz. So like I'm chilling. But if I had like an extra terabyte, then like, I have like a portable SSD somewhere. It's somewhere though. I don't know where it is. Maybe it's in my bedroom. I don't know. It's somewhere. But yeah. So hey, look, this PC looks sick. I hope you enjoy it when you get it, and of course, let me know how you feel about it. You know, because then maybe I mean, I'm not like much of a PC builder. As a console gamer, I'm a very simple Andy. I'll take a PC pre-built one any day of the week. Like I don't care. I'd be much happier with it being pre-built. Where like it gets delivered to my house, I unbox it, I plug it in, and it works. Simple as that. Although I do know that there is like a beautiful thing between people that actually have to sit down and go through the actual process of installing it and all that other stuff too. You know what I mean? And I'm sure that there's like a fun like vibe to it. You know, grab like a drink, maybe one preferably with like a straw and non-alcoholic, and you just kind of build a PC, you know. Because I remember when I was building furniture for my house, I cracked like a glass of wine or like a beer open, kind of like chilled. It was super chill, honestly. So I enjoy being able to build things, but when it comes to technology, I guess for me I'm simple. Because if you send me parts, you know how people like will build Legos. I did not know for the longest time the process of building Legos was so much. Okay, so like lo and behold to my discovery that people go nuts over building like Legos. Yo, it's like thousands of parts and they're tiny and it's worse than a puzzle piece. Okay, building like the literal Death Star, or like an F1, or like a Ford F-150, or the Akira bike, or like the ship from Pirates of the Caribbean, whatever that it is, you know what I mean? And then of course on TikTok, dude, I've seen some people where, unfortunately, because it's I would be devastated, where like the girlfriend's angry because it's like, you never pay attention to me because like you're always on the video game, even though like it was like that one time, whatever. And then the girlfriend takes it and then just like the whole thing, bruh. I'd be so sad. You know? Yeah, it's like if you take my account and you delete like one of my characters, bruh. Yo, listen. There's gonna be a news article. In other news, content creator, streamer, Final Fantasy 14 player, Sessiion, aka Adele Weiss, was last seen on the scene heading north and like kidnapping some crazy ass story, you know what I mean? Word on the street is his girlfriend at the time deleted one of his most beloved characters who he already forgotten was even a character because he has 40 of them. But like that being said, something, bro. some shit. But yeah. Anyways. Up it gets here and it works. I don't trust our mail or people living around us have to steal something, always keeping all the fluids away from it. Oh, I felt that actually. But yeah. You should be able to add as many as there are drive-bys for it. You know what? I'm gonna have to Google that later on and figure it out. I have not a clue, but yeah. Also, can you see if you use the SSD M2s on your motherboard if it allows it? I think I have one of those actually, so I don't actually know. I'll look into it though. Building PC is fun. When something goes wrong, I know how to change out the problem too. Well, out of Cobb. How was Cobb? I'm on Lego Talk. Yo, I mean, Legos is... Listen, if my significant other was deep into Legos, I'd be down for it. You know what I mean? Oh my god, we got the cat. We heard you hate pink cats.
before your transition. Then we won't have to look at your grippers anymore. Look, I'm blocking them. No grippers for free.
I'm watching the clip. We got an Axel raid though. You hate pink cats? Listen. Who told you these rumors? Quote from Sessiion. Fuck cats. That's not a thing. But hi. Alright.
Oh my god! Oh, Jesus!
Oh my gosh. He hates me, chat. Alright. Listen. No, listen. 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 If you don't, if you nope me one more time in the middle of my listen,
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
that's so ridiculous. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a fun time playing some Guild Wars 2 today. Man, who's spreading these lies? I don't hate pink cats. I love pink cats. I love this group. Listen. Alright. Someone understands me. Oof, I don't know who would do that. Alright. Scormia, what's up, Bray? How you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. That little dude's concussed. I mean, he get hit by like a playhouse toy. It's fine, you know what I mean? Listen, if there's one thing that's that's resilient, is kids getting bonked on the head by random toys. You know what I mean? He gets Timmy, and then it's no more pink cat. First of all right, I don't know what you want from me, because where's your FF cat costume? And no, I don't mean Roth or Makote. We can do everything not filling. Okay. We were here for a while though. Yo, anybody want to do some ooh? Anybody for some woo? Hey yo, did I just crack open the freaking cartridge? I would love to, but I have to go to bed. Well, Axel, now that we finally let the festivities kind of pass by their way, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. Thank you for the raid again. Hope you have some fun with Guild Wars 2 in the stream. I know that everyone loves you. And I don't hate you. And we definitely game soon. You know what I mean? Absolutely. Yeah. Bob gets no respect. Axel gets dissed. This Timmy character ain't it, man. Y'all just not happy that he don't got like a pat emote thingy. Alright? Once I figure out how to give him a pat, yo, I'll figure it out, okay? And now I gotta. Alright, poor Timmy. Timmy needs to learn to talk, level up his cat game. I don't know how to do that. I literally was trying to figure out how to. I was trying to figure out how to give him a pat. All right. What kind of freaking Peachy's noped out of existence? Thank you. Timmy just punched Bob off the chair. Now you understand why the two of them are not meant to be together. This is like the Sylvester Tweety thing all over again, bruh. Sess, what's up, bro? Oh, let me see if I can look at the mix it up thing while I'm here, honestly. Poor Pidgey. I only have something to say. Bye for now. I miss you. I miss you too. Beep beep. Shut the fuck up. All right. Listen. Let me go prove myself right now, bro. You know what I mean? Oh shoot. Mix it up just went into the front of my screen and it got bright over there. There you go. I would join this if I knew how to content, you know what I mean?
Go!
Yo. Alright, man. I don't want any comments about the French Starmie, alright? Yeah. Misty with the blue hair? No, that's like his sister or whatever, I think, actually. Do you have something burnt out? Oh, wait, no, I'm just hungry. Yo, definitely go get some food, bro. Go Red Mage in there? What, in here? You want to heal it? Oh, okay. Go Red Mage is wild. Okay. I could do that. Sounds good, Padya. Thank you. Go Picto? No, that's scary, bro. I'll Red Mage. If I can find it.
Yeet? What's a yeet?
Yeet.
That's wild, bro. Wait. The audio's gone. And then I gotta grab user macro. I gotta grab this thing and do this thing. And then I gotta where's my oh Frank. Oh, nice. I know the machinist, and I think we tried clearing with the sage before. I think. No, I think we cleared with the sage actually. Some of that. Okay. Kayla plays Yeet. Kayla. Oh my gosh, girl. What's up? There you go. Trying to think actually, wait. Milk is funny, bro. Kayla does stuff and things to bully Sessiion. Like, what else is new? You know? Like, we kind of already established this, unfortunately, and, like, it's just, like, the way that thing... Like, why are you the way that you are? If you know that quote, you get it. You know? Hey, yo. Why are you the way that you are? Always a forever memory in the world of,
Here comes a giant fish!
That's wild. All right. Yeah, that gave me like a little spook, I would say. 65 houses available. Now I can get one, right? Yeah. Speaking of, though, Pink Cat recruited me. I mean this in the most respectful way possible. Take zero offense to it, okay? Why? Why? Genuine. Listen, don't stop. Don't stop. Everyone stop. Alright. Excuse me? What do you mean? That was for Kayla. That wasn't for anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man. I'm about to get in trouble because y'all are coming after me and I'm getting scared, alright? Listen, it was a simple question. You know why? Stop it. Get some help. That's messed up. Yo, the X-Files redeem is wild, by the way. Stop it. Get some help. Then cue the fucking UFO? Yo, listen, man. Alright. There's no shot, but yo, listen, alright. Yo, like noted, bruh. I love the comment of, I'm only here to bully. Oh, Lord. I'm in trouble, bruh. Yeah, we're gonna be, we're gonna be in shambles over it. True statement, bro. So, there you go. Did he come in here to play monk? Oh, actually? Oh no. I'm only here to play red band, bro. Do I have potions? I do. I need more though. There you go. Doo-doo. I love this city, man. I'm so jealous that this is not like a place I can live in and teleport. Oh, I did come here to check though. After I, you cat girl. There you go. I did actually want to see the. After Paddy mentioned the housing thing, no, I'm kind of curious about the housing thing, but I definitely gotta grab potions first. Ew. Oh, I'll take it actually. And I have food. Not enough, but I have food. I do. Let me grab those. Boom. All right. Oh, I'm on Sarg though. It's okay. I can actually do this as well. All right, bro. There's 18 pages for my server on Paisa. On Paisa? Isn't that like a mount? Brynhilde has 646 open plots. Holy damn! Shoot, I might have to start working on my Brynhilde character. I want a house now. How much is a house? Like 3 million? Wait, I gotta check now. Oh, yo, there's a large on the. Hold up, everyone, stop talking for a minute. Where's that? Plot 16? Hold up. Hold up. Open right now? Where's plot 16 at though? Oh shoot, that's the northeast. Lots of meetings are open. Listen, I'm gonna do my due diligence right now, right? Behe has 709. Oh, Behemoth 719 plots. Damn. Is that because of the Oh my god, you know what? I kind of want this. Oh, free companies only, not private buyers? Alright. How many does Marlboro have? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, demo was today? Oh. You know, I think... Yo, listen, having an FC house and then losing a large has got to be so scary. 16 on SAR can be personal larges. Alright, bro. Hold on. Everyone has to give me like a minute. I gotta check something. There's only one place I've always wanted like a large house in. And if it's available, I'm gonna freak out. So, like, bear with me. There you go. Why do I have all the names up? I usually don't have this up. Oh, whatever. Wait. Oh, 18? 18. 18? Yo, no shot though. Oh no, I need 5? The one I want is 5. Yo, my ideal share house is gonna be up soon. Oh, I need house 5. Although, I'm not complaining about this one here. I want that. I want house 5. Frick. I didn't think about it. Wait. Any house 5s in Limsa? I don't care where. I need to know anywhere. If there's house Limsa house 5. That's the only large that I care about. That's the best house. Or rather, that's the one that I want. So. Wait. I'm checking. This is only on Ether too, or for Sarg at least. I'm checking. Damn, that's a lot of mediums too. Wait, is 32's not the same thing as what's 32 at? I don't know that. I don't know both areas. I also didn't go to subdivision. That's my bad. All right. Sub. Oh. Oh, is it really only? Is it 5 and 35? Are they the exact same housing? Oh, they're the exact same housing. Wait, is it really though? It doesn't. The areas don't even like look good. Oh, I guess they are the same because they're just like rotated. Oh, I see. Yeah, the difference is that they're like rotated. I actually didn't know that. Okay. I was genuinely trying to figure out a difference and I had not a clue. And it's funny that the map rotation is the thing that confuses the fuck out of me. All right, we're good. Because in my mind, I'm like, there's no way that the areas are different. All right. So we really are looking for 5 and 35. Wait, it also rotates the entire map so the sun rises in different spots, so they feel different. You know, that I would have never thought about, you know. But also, that to me makes the most sense. So, can I be honest with you? Yo, the party failed and my heart just sank in my chest. Lordy have mercy. Okay, I got bad news though. There's no 5s. If anybody can find me anything in regards to a, you know what I mean? What up, Zabi? How you doing, bro? Welcome on in. If there's any, like 5 housing in Limsa 5 or 35, I don't care. I need to know where the house is. If there's any kind of possibility of a house thing, because I'm so down for that. You know what I mean? Man. Yeah, bro. I have so many Ubu weapons on my, like, my glam plates. I should really change that. Alright. I had to just make sure I had the thingy set up, I mean. Alright, good. I'm still getting distracted by the all-side content. Why does the game have so much side content? The game's been out for 10 years plus, you know what I mean? Sure, Target antagonist large, miss for individuals. 15 to 32, 45. Let me get, let's see. Is there where I can store myself in my apartment? There's like a little storage system. Oh, in the market portrait there with the summoning bell. Ooh, this is a Sarg house. I could buy this house. Oh, yo. All right. Everyone has to remember this for me. Where are we at? 3045. All right. 3045. 30th ward, plot 45. We going for the gamble. Yeah, we going for the gamble. I kind of sort of need this house, brother. I ain't gonna lie. Yo, look at how big. Look at how this, like, is over everywhere, bro. You know what I'm saying? Now, it's still not house number 5 over there, but at least this one is pretty decent, so. 3, 4, and 6. Yeah, WW. Plot. Ward 30, plot 45. That's my man's, bro. Okay. After this, yo, we gonna go check. You know what I mean? After this, I'm gonna go check. And I gotta think. Okay, what did I do last time that got me killed as a red mage? Oh, I used acceleration and swift cast during nails that I tried to greet it and it didn't work out for me. Okay, so I can't do both. After that though, I don't think I care. Okay. Like it's just something I can put in my apartment. Not exactly. If like in your housing thing, there is like a storage system thing. I forget exactly where you find it though. But there's not like a chest you put inside the housing to store your stuff. That's different from what you do in like the hotel room. You know, you can go in the in room and then they have like little like the armoire where you can put like certain stuff away in, and like the glamour dresser. That's different because that stores like glamour stuff. But there's not like a storage. Yeah, there's not like a physical storage chest that you can use to. Yeah, there's not like a physical storage chest you can use to like put away stuff. It's like digital. It's in the menu somewhere. I would check when you go. You have to go into your house. You have to go into your house and in your housing and click on housing tab, and then it should appear. And then yeah, in any case scenario, you do have retainers, and retainers are like your retainers are the way to store like quite literally everything. So yeah, I will say though, if there's stuff that you don't want, then putting it on the market board is like the key move for sure. But then if you want to actually use it, then I would store it, because you can store it. It's separate from like a retainer thing too, which is pretty helpful. So you can store like 200 items, I think, or more depending on what kind of house you have, basically. So like yeah, it's in social housing, indoor furnishing. Yeah, there you go. And there's also an outdoor furnishing one too. So yeah. Beep, 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 beep. You can also just list an item for a sale for 99.9 mil and free by spot. Oh, is that what that is? Wait, you're telling me that when people put things up for like 1 billion gil, it's so that they can just put it up in like the retainer spot for like a thing? 1, 2. I had never thought about that. That's actually big brained. Damn, bro. That was not me, but I mean, well, I mean, it was partially me, but I definitely was missing, so. GG's. Nobody's gonna buy it, and if they do, you come out with profit anyways. That's so rude, bro. But yeah. My inventory and saddlebag are constantly full. Do you think this game looks dated? Yeah, but that's okay, though. The game is dated because, 1, 2, 3. The game is dated because it's using an engine from the PS3 area. You know what I mean? That's the truth, though. If you didn't actually know that, that's a fun fact. The engine is still an engine from the PS3 era. So, like, there you go. Not a lot of people know that, actually. So, where's the lie? Damn, brother, I saw that like a mile away. Holy shit. So, realistically, one of the biggest problems that people have with this game is that situation where it unfortunately looks very old. But also, it's an MMO, so it's kind of like whatever, but also, the engine is like an engine from back in like 2011. So the engine is very, very old. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah. 1, 2, 3. I wonder why they never changed it. I guess it's not for the if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, that's a great question. I think if I had to really consider like an answer, then I might say that it's because well, I think one, the game has been like heavily built within it, so that could be one issue for sure. You know, like just a lot of people have put in like a lot of time and effort to actually building it out to what it is. So that could be a thing. You know, because again, like the game has been heavily built off of the engine since the beginning of time. You know, so I think that's one thing. Secondly, I think that obviously switching a game over to an engine costs a lot of time and resources and money, and sometimes that shift is kind of like dent, I would say, for lack of a better word. Oh shit. I'm dead, but it's okay. Somebody didn't. People just, thank you. That sucks, actually. People move a little bit too crazy over situation. Thank you. So yeah, I just think that like realistically they tried to you know, I think people just try to keep the habits of the game in check the whole time, and so that makes like a lot of sense too. So there's that, I think, yeah. However, the thing is that they also spend a lot of time still like working on the game, you know, as far as the content is aware. So that's really cool. But obviously, it gets kind of like problematic when the game again, it's been around for an eternity, right? So yeah, like the game could use an update. The update would be great. It's just a matter of knowing like when and where. So, if that makes any sense. So yeah. Because I would like for the game to be updated, like literally updated. Because what I will say is what's really impressive about this game is still to the fact that the game's been around for so long, and thankfully, just because of that reason alone, it's had the like really wonderful opportunity of being a game that you know, the game just hasn't been updated in so long, so it's really hard to actually validate the idea of making a game that's actually going to be something worth playing, you know? Anyways. If they realistically figure it out, though, that'd be sick. But if they don't, then, you know, people are going to roll heads over it, which is going to be really unfortunate. So, there's that too. No, I can't. I'm trying to work with what I got right now, resourcefully speaking. It's like not helping out for me currently. Sucks, actually. Yeah, years ago, the graphics update, everything looks so jagged. Yeah, well, the graphics update was to try to help with some of the sharpness the game has been dealing with for so many years, because the game has been out for, like, you know, again, like an eternity, like a literal eternity, so. This game, so this game did launch on it did launch on PC, but it also was simultaneously launched in Japan on PS3. So that's kind of the big difference right there. The game has been out for like a while, but the game still, you know, the game still is not a PC exclusive. When the game first came out, it also came out on PS3 and PC. So it was like a two-hit combo situation. But despite that, though, the game has made changes to at least adhere to the idea that the game could still be updated in some capacity, which is good, because, you know, the game you know, the game still gets updates on away from consoles, if you will, because that's what happened, right? Oh, that sucks. The game, because the game used to be on PS3 and PS4, and then they eventually shifted it over one generation so that it was not on PS3, but it's only on PS4 and PC. So it kind of allows them to go a little bit, like punch a little harder with the engine. And now I think I would wager they're entering that same situation with this current generation, where they're gonna eventually, I don't know when, but they will be like, oh, we're taking away the taking away the PS4, and it's only PS5 and PC. Which again, like, we'll see what that looks like in the future. But I have not a clue. So yeah, you know, so like, we'll see. Now, realistically, it would be very great for this game to get, like, an engine update. The engine update doesn't even need to be, like, that massive, because it really doesn't. It really doesn't. The game just needs to be given, like, some quality of life that helps out with, some of the game's history. The game's history is kind of extensive in terms of what it's been through. And that's like an issue, obviously. So, for example, like I said, the game... There are definitely certain things that the game has a limitation of that it can't operate just because of the way that the game's, you know, whatever. So, spaghetti code, yeah, etc. You know, spaghetti code is like the commonality word thing being used. Wait, no? Oh, the Ninja doesn't have a... Okay, gotcha. So why is it on a PS3 engine instead of a different engine? It just has never been updated. I mean, it usually whenever they work on a new game, they work on a new engine, but because it's been the same game since an eternity, like, it's just like a what is spaghetti code? You know what I mean? I don't know what the actual terminology for it is, but if I had to kind of put my two pieces together to it, I would just say that it's when, you know, sometimes certain things are not possible because of the coding for a game, is what I would wager it out to be. So people call it spaghetti coding. I don't know. I mean, you know, it's like when you try to make 1 + 1 = 2, but because you don't have the formula answer for it, you can't make it equal to. Even though formulaically it sounds like stupid easy, obviously. You know. But yeah, so I think that the devs they get a lot of critique for that terminology, because again, the game is just a really old beta engine. Like, that's the biggest problem. The game is just super old, and sometimes, despite there being a thought about changing the game and making updates to it, sometimes those updates just don't actually see the light. So, you know, so realistically, it'd be nice if that was the idea, but it's not, unfortunately, because the game has been around for, again, like an eternity, and it never got updated. So it makes people annoyed that it's like, sometimes they can't do certain things because of the game's method of being coded is, I guess, the problem. So they call, I'm thinking that that's where spaghetti coding comes from. So... Hey, yo. I've never seen that before, but that's not crazy. When something to get done messily. Oh, yeah, that's okay, that's the terminology. Yeah, it's not the game's coding is not clean. Oh shit. The boss's HP is like way too high. Holy shit. I didn't even like, damn, bro. I didn't even, AoE Garuda with that combo to kill her, bro. Holy shit. I was gonna hold my, my Verflare combo and shit. Alright, well, holy shit. But yeah. So, like, with Sims 4 not being able to end open world game because there's engine on its own? Yeah, well, same thing, yeah. I mean, I guess it's the same thing I would kind of compare it to, sure. Because in my mind, the game's engine is like the, the thing that it's like built on, obviously. So realistically, the focus would be that. But again, like, because the game's engine that it was built upon is not like ideal. I gotta actually hold this. God damn, I almost murdered the fuck out of it. Alright, my fault, game. But yeah, so on a 5? Yeah, W5, yeah. But yeah, so because here's the thing, they've mentioned this also as like jokes in articles. So one easy example that I can provide is like they one time made a joke about how like there are certain features that even they have lost the codes for that prevents them from doing any changes to it, so they just don't touch it. The biggest example to this is the armoire, which is interesting. The armoire is basically the chest coffer thing that allows you to take event gear, for example, and you can take the event gear and turn it into take the event gear and then you can turn it into a wait, I'm dead. That's what I thought. Holy shit, that's crazy, actually. Now, they want to people have been asking for the dev team to update the armoire, is basically what they're trying to do, as like a feedback thing. And the problem is that the feedback about the armoire system has not been updated because the devs don't know how to do that, which sounds really dumb. And I don't know how it works, but that's what the problem is currently. The devs just don't have a way to update the armoire system, so they just don't update it. Granted, the coding idea is not the thing is not broken. If that isn't any kind of like consolation, because the system and how it functions isn't broken. You know, that's just the biggest problem. The game doesn't have it's not broken. So, because it still works, like that's the thing, it still works. So the problem with the armor system is that it'd be great if the system, was able to, like, be updated to store other items, for example. But it literally just doesn't have that capability. You know. So, like I said, they just don't touch it. So, don't know the location. I would say, we can kind of like chill. I mean, I'm in Ubu right now, so I want to like manually go to the location to figure out like if I like the housing or not. You know. Thank you though. I'll definitely keep it in mind for when we get like out of here maybe, and then we can kind of do some more research, if you will. So. We can like chill for now, yeah. But thank you though. So anyways, yeah, spaghetti coding, you know, it's a whole ass ordeal. Because people are complaining about several things right now, right? Like for example, like oh my gosh, why doesn't the glamour plates? I can't have more than 20 glamour plates. They got to add that over the course of time. I don't know what like it exactly entails, but they got to add it over time, which is the whole spiel again. I don't know. Just start picking apart some potato code and taking newer glam adjuster functions, for example, too. Being able to fit entire outputs in a slot is great. Yeah, so that's the other thing too, you know, like what they're doing is not completely like useless. Just that there are certain things that if they figured it out how to add it as a thing, then like it'd be great. There are just some features that are people are looking really deeply into making features for the game that can increase the situation with the game and make it like a thing, and that is hilariously enough like very difficult is the answer. You know what I mean? That is a challenge, is being able to make all of it count for something. So yeah. And that makes sense. So, the game just is running into the issue where they're trying to take apart a bunch of the stuff. Because sometimes, you know, when you're coding some games, some stuff just kind of gets lost in the sauce forever. And then, like, you know, you kind of forget that it exists. And then you kind of just, like, be like, alright, well, like, yo, just leave it alone, you know? Some of that. Because I will say, like, again, like, there's a lot of stuff features-wise that they have in this game that they absolutely should go figure out. And the sooner and better that they can, it'd be a whole lot easier to kind of go through the process, you know what I mean? So... I don't think people want to go to the 3 marker. Whatever, I don't know. So, like for me, for example, I will tell you my biggest feature request if they ever figure out the armoring system is that I can stop having all this extra gear in my shit for the sake of, whatchamacallit? Shit, I'm a fucking idiot. I pressed the wrong button in its entirety. AMA, bro. I broke my combo. I'm fucking Sage. But yeah. That guy got murdered, and that was wild. I'm going this way, because... Titan right across, bro. Holy shit, dude. I gotta go back. Right. Yo, I don't understand what's going on, but I'm so nervous about it, actually. Alright, bro. Yo, that was... scary. Yo, it's scary, bro. Why, yo, I think he came back for the thing with the LB or something, no? I wish I knew what happened. Go, Ultima! Can I be honest with you? I'm scared. I don't know what's happening, but I'm scared because, yo, I watched him turn the other way and he... I don't know who grabbed what, where, when, how, whatever, but it was with murderous intent. That was scary. That was scary, bro. Hey yo. Um. I wish I knew who had the thing. I think it was supposed to. Oh, you know what happened? Actually, I know what happened. The warrior went to the right location and went to the left, and then the paladin, in my mind, didn't vote. So they still the warrior didn't have the homing laser. It was yeah, I did the wrong order, but it's okay. Yeah, that's my understanding. The warrior did it in the wrong, not the warrior, sorry, the paladin, then the warrior combo for who got what hit with what was in the wrong order. Is what I understand. Which is like, where I'm in. Anyways, yo, you saw how quickly I got out of there? I was scared, bruh. Alright, we're good. So, they got puts for oh yeah. I don't know. I just think that like it's really easy. There's a really easy way to incorporate it so that it works as intended. The only challenge is being able to make that incorporation work as it would. So, because like if it was up to me, like I said, the number one issue is that you can have 100 gear sets, and I don't think they took into account there's actual players out there. What? I'm here. What are you talking about? Stack south. For where? Oh, you mean during this part? Oh, I see. Although that being said, though, the boss is hella strong. He's playing chess and M8 at the same time. He plays chess? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of fire, though. Yo, Kiwi playing chess sounds like hilarious. Like, hilarious memes ensue. Let me find out that Kiwi's like a professional chess player, you know what I mean? Since when does Kiwi play chess, though? I've never heard or watched her play chess, like, ever. So it kind of cracks me up, actually. Also, did she call the knight a horse? Did I just hear that correctly? I think she called it a horse, bro. There you go. How can you bait this as red mage, as black mage is already tough? What, the nails during the movement thing? Oh, I don't know. I mean, whatever I just did right there is what works in my mind, I would say. You know, I guess. I don't know. Because for me, it makes sense that I can't use both swift casts. I kind of have options in my mind. The first option is I use a singular swift cast and then just kind of like park it, or I use swift cast and acceleration, and then that way I can move for that. But if I do though, I have to use a melee combo going into the secondary part with Ifrit when he does the X cross cleave, whatever. But I don't like usually do that. So you can say Ultra wasn't Swift. Oh, I don't know. I don't. I didn't see where it went, but you got a K. Oh, okay. I gotta store. I think I gotta hold on my meter actually. Oh. Nope, we just parked it. Oh, good. Nope. That wasn't me. I can pay that much. That sucks. But yeah, so my rule of thumb is I do one of two things. One, I make sure that I'm casting for the back nails, and then I'll move over. If I know that the damage is low, I will save a melee combo and then use it to melee the front two nails and Ifrit, if Ifrit is specifically in between the two front nails. In this example though, Ifrit's like it's like this, so I can't hit all three, so I just don't. But if it was like this though, I would save a melee combo and then I'd hit yeah, you know what I mean. I do it that way. Now for the mobility part after the fact though, I usually like to ideally it'd be nice to save acceleration and swift cash for that, but if I can't, then what I'll try and do is I'll try to I gotta wait. I'll try to like gap close, because I can gap close if I can time the timing of the second one correctly, and then I'll literally use it and mobility, and then I'll melee combo going into that part, which again is kind of tricky. But yeah, it's a whole process. If I was black maging though, I probably wouldn't. I mean, I guess it depends on how you do the burst window going back into what is it called? However you do the burst window going back into Ifrit phase, I probably would not use a triple cast or a swift for that. You know? That's my thought process at least, but like, yeah. I love that his macro is bad things are happening. You save everything? Oh, see, now I would wager. I won't even hold you. I probably wouldn't hold everything. But it makes sense if you would. So there's that. You know, I get that though. But yeah. Because, if I had to think about it, I think I would just use a triple cast during the mobility thing, and then, are there any abilities that Black Mage has that is instant cast that doesn't require, triple? Or, whatever instant cast ability that you can cast is what I probably would do, so. Nope. Oh, well then, GG's, I don't know. I don't know. That wasn't my thing. Okay. But yeah, that's just what I do. I will happily sacrifice like the like quarter half second that it is, so that I sneak right underneath Ifrit and then I'll cast right away and then do that. That's what I do. Oh, Foul's not insta? Oh, that makes sense. Well, I guess you got Thunder. I guess what I would try and set up is like a triple cast, like a Thunder thing, maybe. If it's possible. If it's not, then it's like, like I don't actually know. So. Well, A for effort. I guess they tried. See. Oh. Alright. GG. I'm gonna check out housing. I might come back to this though. I'm gonna just go do housing real quick. But I think that's what I do. I need to see Mincy playing this. Well, playing Black Mage. You know, I mean, if who else is greater to ask? Is what I would wager. Why do they have the exact same like bandana on the headpiece? Bro, it's crazy actually. Or the leg piercing. Yeah, anyways. But all Black Mages are fake melee in this fight. Well, I mean, that'll also make a pretty big difference. I'd say that much, honestly. Like, if you have a Black Mage fake melee, that might be a lot easier to maintain, like, you know. But, assuming that there wasn't another situation where you couldn't do that, then I would insist on, yeah, I'd probably have a Thunder proc somewhere in there. Because and then what I would do afterwards is I would just triple cast. I'd just triple cast during transition. Not transition. When you bait the things and you gotta like go around the wall, hit whatever. I would triple cast that, and then I would literally use a theory manipulation to the party. That's what I do. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. So now does that work? I don't know. I mean, I'd try it though. Honestly, I would be down to learn how to thingy. So I'd be down to learn how to Black Mage that fight. That sounds fun. I'd like at least the Mandragora relic, so I don't like blah blah blah, you know. Well, if you want to, no lie, if y'all want to alt prog real quick on some woo, I mean, I'm down to alt prog some woo instead of joining like this party, whatever. I probably join like either this or this. I'd honestly join like a Titan and Rage party, so that way people can do Ifrit correctly mostly without like too much of a hassle, and then I'd literally just learn how to do it myself. I'm down for that. Let me just go get my money and then I'll go check out some housing real quick. You know what I'm saying? Something of that nature. Yo, W cash though. Holy shit. All right, I need literally like 50 mil. I think it is, right? Holy shit, dude, my money. All right, where are we going? We got to go to where are we going? Oh, he said it. What was it? 3045 Ward 3045. Yo, WL actually. I got that man. Okay, cool. Yeah. Cause like, okay, because again, here's the thing. In my mind, I'm not gonna lie to you. In my mind, I know that Black Mage is like kind of insane with the speed casting thing right now. I really don't expect the speed casting thing though to be like optimal to the maximum number execution, blah blah blah, because of the simple fact that the wait, is it here or is it Shirogane? No, it's here. Okay. I guess he would look in the daytime? Hell yeah. Because yeah, I mean, how the job operates at level 70 is very different than how it operates at level 100. So I'd have to like sit down with the job and really like check for sure. But in my mind though, the job is probably not trying to be insanely fast. Currently unavailable for purchase. Life. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We can go check out Shirogane, honestly. I mean, it's okay. I'm not like I didn't look at that last time. I just saw the house and I was like, warning, go to the plot and purchase. I didn't check about the idea that it was actually available to purchase. It's okay though. Wait, are they both plot 16? Okay, wait. What's 16 again? I forgot what 16 was. Oh. Right. Okay. It's this big house up here. Honestly though, same exact vibes. Minus this housing in the front of it though, but like, I mean... Alright, clearly we didn't check this housing thing enough times, and I'm kind of like, smashed. Is this a medium or small? Oh, actually, there's a possibility that all the houses are like this, huh? Is that safe to assume? I didn't take that into consideration, now that I think about it. Because I want to, I would very much like to potentially acquire a house with this character, since she doesn't have one. But we didn't think that far ahead. So, I'm gonna look for one more large, and if it also says unavailable, then I'm simply just gonna go back to my other character, and I'm gonna try and like figure out some BIS options for Black Mage, and then I might put like a party for Woo for funsies. Yeah, typically the houses that were demoed usually up after the current entry period, they were demolishing. Yeah, I mean, that makes more sense to me. I didn't really take it into account, honestly. Because if they all got demoed, like, today or even, like, this week or whatever, if we gotta wait a little bit longer before we can actually bid on them, then, you know, I'm not really under any, like, I mean, I'm not missing out on anything if I don't get a house, you know? Damn. 60. 26. Okay. I'm really not missing out if I don't get a house. I don't really... The only reason it'll make a big difference is if I win, like, an actual large. But again, if I don't win a large, I'm not complaining, so... Wait. Oh my god, my eyes. Oof. Hi, Luna. Mist Ward 30, Plot 32 is a large that is open for bidding at the moment. Is that the one that I saw that I was like, oh my gosh, it's not this house, but I want it though? Is that the house? I don't mind this one though. It's not bad. Hey, yeah, I can buy it, or I can bid for it. Can I go all the way over here though? Oh, I can. I can go in the rock. Oh. Listen, what server do you want? It's either going to be Sarg or Ultros currently, because those are my two mains at the moment. I will say though, the Ultros house is so not important by comparison. I have a medium on Ultros at the moment, and it's been completely untouched since I purchased it. Because here's my problem, and maybe this is like a me issue. I'm thinking, in my mind, I won't decorate a house unless it's a large. In my mind. So, like, yeah. Private individual, I understand. Here you go. Take my money, Bree. So, you can check this out. I don't know if it's updated. Yeah, it's okay. Price is updated the last time I checked. I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, it's fine. Alright. I can't put two bids down, right? Isn't that not a thing? I can only put like one house down, unless I have another character. I think that's how it works. But yeah. Also keep in mind that update will eventually come in where you can have a small house and pay to upgrade to a large. Yeah. So that's the thing, right? Like the interior thing is way more important to me, and when that update does come out, I will not care. I'm happy to get like even like a medium. But again, I have a. So here's how my currently thing is, I have a small on crystal. I've had for years. I've had that thing since before this whole bidding thing was rechanged or whatever. And again, it's been untouched, which is fine. I don't need to touch it on housing. The medium house on Ultras I got like this expansion, I think, at the very beginning, I would say. And then this character doesn't have one, so I'm chilling. How long do you have until you wait until after you put the bid in to find out when you get it? I think it actually tells you once you put the bid in. No, JK, I think it's like until the, it said the 26th, so I think that's literally what, this Saturday? Yeah. So once the entries are no longer accepted, I think that's when it like rolls it. So yeah. So I gotta come back in like a week-ish. So, and then you have what? You have like 30 days until you have like 30 days until you can return, like because I have to come back here to pick up my gil if I don't win. So if I don't win, I gotta come pick it up, and if I don't get it in 30 days, yo, GG's, bro. 45 million is gone, which is okay because I'm not complaining. Although, I mean, obviously, I don't want to just like throw away 45 million, but you know, situation. So, all right, we come back. Hey, yo. Now, what I gotta figure out is how do I upgrade my plots from a medium to a large if I already own a medium, you know? Because that I don't know the answer to. I'd like to understand it. Here, let me like, boop. Let me go ahead and put this away. Over here, mashers. I'm gonna hold on to like 500k. You paid a difference? Ooh. Yeah, I might have to like look into that honestly, because if the process of upgrading housing is really easy and requires no thought process whatsoever, then I'd absolutely go check out housing on Ultros like right now. Yeah, I think that's what I do. So, yeah, you know. Does his character have Manderville Relic, Kane's White Mage, Bow, Harp? I gotta organize this again. It's pretty bad actually, but it's okay. I'll look into this later. Alright. Well, that being said though, I gotta make a change to my inventory, but I'll do that, like I said, after the fact. But yeah, so pretty self-explanatory. If you try for a large with a character that owns a house already, all you do is put the bid in. If you just win, you recalculate when you prior houses. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, so it really is like just you switch houses. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay. That's kind of nice, actually. I didn't have any idea of whether or not it oh, it literally does say unavailable purchase. Okay, I knew that actually. I didn't read it at the first time, but I skimmed it, but I didn't think about it, and then I thought about it. Yeah, if it is actually that simple, then I mean that's cool. You know, I would I'd have no problem upgrading. That means I'm gonna actually look into housing on all of my characters that I can. Well, I do it for the characters that I definitely need housing that I want for. Because if I really had to be thoughtful about it, I want a house on each DC, basically. Minus Dynamis, because I definitely don't have a character that has 40, 50 million on Dynamis right now. I think I'm at like 30. So I can't get a Dynamis house right now, which is like fine. But I'd absolutely want a house on Ether, Primal, and Crystal. Yeah. I have an apartment on each DC, which is cool. But yeah. I don't care what housing, honestly. I mean, I have a dream house, but if I don't get it, it's not like a end of the world situation. So, for me, anytime I get a house, I want a house that's on plot 5 or 35 in the Mist. That's my favorite house. Is the one that's in that corner. By the water, by the beachfront. Oh, God. Like, I'd be very happy. Yeah, I want that house anywhere. I don't really care. So, otherwise, no other house like really, you know, Your personal top 5 of the mist? Oh, is it really? Yeah, that's one that I want. I want that house. I like that it's off the shore, and it's right at the entrance, and the market board's right there too. It's super, super handy. Got your piece covered? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I never really cared about housing, and so if it, I honestly though, to be very, very honest, I still don't care about housing. So if I don't get the house, I don't care. Like I'm not gonna cry over it. I know some people were like, "Yo, I'll literally give you $1 million for it," and I'm like, "No, I'm good, bro." People offered me like I think several $100 in the previous couple years when there was like a housing crisis for my small. I was like, "No, I'm not giving away my small, bro." And then they went in and they were like, "Yeah, but it's empty." I'm like, "Yeah, it still stands. I'm not giving away my small. Bye." Someone offered me like I think 300 million for my house, which I was like, "Damn." But yeah. What's the meaning for homes? Well, I mean, it's just like it's just decoration, This is so in my mind, housing is the hardcore content for casuals. Because being able to decorate and put your entire personality into housing is what I think is like the #1 thing that appeals to the casual population the most. Owning a house is extremely rare because there's only so limited number of houses, and that being said, there's different sizes. It's impossible it's impossible to own a house like by just like you can't log it, you can't buy the game right now, log in, and then own a house like you can't. Well, I mean, I guess you kind of can, but like it's a whole process, so like yeah. So yeah, owning housing is very rare in the eyes of the populace. So, but either way, though, like I said, some people like really, really, really care about owning a house. But yeah. I see the appeal then. Yeah. So the thing is like also because because these plots are specific to the location, right? And they're not like not everyone can just like own a house. Some people have their houses locked. I can't even like go into this house like Lamau, you mean? So, yeah. I only got mine because it was vacant for over a week and I decided to drop on Gil on it, but that was back when housing was crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So, yeah, like housing is cool. It's just like I didn't, because the thing is like if I really care about housing, then all of the houses that I do currently own, I would decorate. But I kid you not, if I go to my houses, even my personal like apartments, they're not decorated. So it's not like But like yeah, people actually go well their way. See, so here's like a little example. I think this is a medium. They got like a little restaurant style thing going on here. It's super cute. And then also I can go inside, and then you can actually see what it looks like on the inside. That's really cool. And then this house is publicly open to like walk into and see, and you can actually see what people do for decoration, and they turn it into like what it is, and yeah. So yeah, So this is like it's almost like it's like you move into your first house like outside of your parents' house, and then you own like an apartment or whatever, and then you want to like decorate it. Yo, people just this is the thing that like I said, the populace goes crazy over, So yeah. because there's such a limitation on the houses too. Like of course people wanna like, some people are very private about their housing and they're like, no one can come see it because like I'm not into the sharing mood, which is like fine. Other people are like, oh my gosh, come see my house. It looks, I like what I've done with it, and you can see for yourself as well. And I'm like, yeah, you know. So, yeah, like this is a very modern little house. You know, it's very cute and little, and it's small. There's a safe in the wall, but like, yeah, like it's cute though, you know. And these are what ideas people come up with. I will say though, I do like the architect of this design for this house. The theme for this is very cool. You know. But yeah, you know, you got like a super cute little like thing going on over here. So sometimes when you take ideas like this and you put it into perspective, like I said, people go kind of crazy over it, you know? I love how there's like freaking like window blinds. That's freaking fun. And yeah, you know. So that's the idea, at least. People are like, oh my gosh, like I want to see what your house looks like. Now I think when I eventually get my, and also what's funny too is that like people take on, because again, it's an MMO, right? So obviously it's like a role-playing game too. Some people make it their job in this game to be like house decorators. So some folks like they'll you know, they actually make like a web page and they'll advertise their skills and show off their designs and like their floor plans, and they're like, hey, like look at my work and look what I've done, and if you want like this idea for a house design thing, like yo, let me know, boom. And then like I might want to hire that person, and I literally give them the floor plan and the keys to my house, and then they go in and they decorate it. And then I get to see what the end result looks like, and then I'm like, oh my god, it's incredible. You know, boom. So now some people, which I think I am to a degree, some people will just sit there and do it themselves. Like, I think one day, I don't know if I'd ever actually do it, but maybe one day, ooh, yo, anybody up for some car? Maybe like one day I'll make a stream and we just like housing decorations, you know what I mean? But that'll be the most boring, like quiet stream ever because, like, yo, is that the lance raid? Yeah, that's the chaotic lance raid. That's the 24 man that has all the cool million. How do you unlock it? If you go to Tuliolol, right outside the inn room, you unlock it there. The same way that you unlocked like Fru and all the extremes, same place. So the Wandering Minstrel UCP is like right there. So it is done. I'm finally done with DRW. Congratulations. I'm glad. It's funny because we did a few runs today, and I mean, I should clarify. I did like 2 runs, I should say. But like, yeah. I want to play, you know? Alright. I'm in there, though. I'm playing some Dragoon, bro. Zad Norwen? Ooh, can I first time it? Not if, it's... Not if it's a thingy. Beauty complete. I will say though, car is not hard. It's just really, really easy to mess up and do things that like, you know what I'm saying? Yo, it's really, really easy to make mistakes that you're just like, you know what I mean? So, yeah. That being said, though, if, hey, you know, Carpe the Goat. Is he like the one who sets up the, I thought that was my boy for a minute. Because I do know I know a Carby, but not like a Carpy, I guess. In a part 24, it only takes one dumb move at the wrong time to kill a car run? Yeah, exactly. That's the problem with car. It takes, out of 24 people, one person can do one thing and kill everyone. That being said, though, even that's still not necessarily super easy to do. But at the same time, though, yeah. You 100% can do something and kill everyone. And then it would just be sad, sad, sad times. So it's not recommended to come in here and then, you know, just try to clear it. You can obviously put like a clear party for sure, or like a clear for one, because there's a bonus for helping people clear the fight if they've never actually cleared the fight, you know. So if you manage to find that situation, I say go for it. But like, yeah, I'm sad that I deleted my car monologue at some point. You had a car monologue? Hey yo, I might have to ask you to send that to me at one point in time. You know what I mean? Yo, can I try Viper actually? I kind of want to try Viper. I know I came in as like a Dragoon. But like, hey, yo, you know what I mean? Also, I'm gonna go get the relic for Viper. But yeah. Yeah, I do like Car. I like Car a lot, dude. This is one of the best fights ever. And what's impressive about this fight is the simple fact that it's still being played on an engine like now, and they've designed a fight like this, and it's so sick. You know the hate monologue from I Have No Mouth, I Must Scream? Not immediately, but I believe it. So, I mean, if I Google it, will I find the actual answers? Because, like, I'm kind of down to just confirm the Google. Oh, you Googled the... Oh, okay, gotcha. You made a modified version of it. Okay. Yeah, that sounds incredible, actually. I believe it. Okay. Viper... Yo, it's crit direct? Yo, GG's, we about to go crazy, like a, no, don't do that. Boom. Let me get this. Do I have all the... Let me see, wait. Crit determination. The determination direct hit. That's, like, fine, I think. Crit determination. No. Missing a thingy with a bracelet. What do I need? I need nuts. Oh, I got nuts though. Pause. I don't have any pages from the previous raids here in my inventory. So, what do you think they will do to stop? Oh, for this step at the Dungeon Relic for the next one? That's a good question. I know a lot of people have been saying the word light farming. I don't really know if they're gonna like commit to that or not. If they do, it's fine. What I will say though is, I just need it to not be a tomes thing for every single relic. The tomes thing for the exchange of the Arcanite is not... I do not like that at all. I don't care that it's already what it is now. It being the first step, I think, is fine. Because getting the first step is usually the one that people are kind of like over. But they need to make the remaining steps like time consuming. Because that's how you kind of keep people like locked into the thing. So where you basically get it with one character or one job and then you're chilling. But obviously everyone wants to work on multiple at the same time, which I think is good. So realistically, it'd be helpful if they actually made that a thing. Oh. So, I mean, light farming is one option. Light farming is basically where you get like a little vial, like that anima glass, for example. You get that thing, and then you do content, and by giving the glass thing an experience of what it would like to be in battle, it's basically enhances like your oh no, I know. I'm just saying, if anybody who I know someone's gonna eventually ask what it is, so I just wanted to kind of clarify it for anybody else who's like unsure. So you have to put enough light. It's like a currency of power. You put it inside the thing, and then eventually the thing will be full, and you need it to be full in order to activate the next step. The relics from both ARR Zodiac and Anima from Heaven's Ward, and even Eureka with Stormblood, they all have like a light gathering mechanic. For ARR, you have to do the alliance raids to get points, and then eventually, I don't know how many it is, I think you do like 9 times per weapon. You farm Labyrinth of the Ancients like 9 times, and then eventually you fill the glass. And then if you're playing Ana weapons doing Zodiac, sorry, you're doing Ana weapons, not Zodiac, sorry. You fight Alexander Savage 9, and that's the fastest way that everyone usually farms the light for that. And you can do it unsynced too. You can just go in and like whatever, but you can't do unsynced with 11th of the Ancients because it's just impossible to clear it solo. I don't think you can even do it unsynced anyways. I think, I don't remember. So there's that. Now in Eureka, they basically have a similar thing where you have like a lantern, and then you go into combat with things, and it just stores amounts, and then you got to talk to like a crystal thing, and it converts the lantern light into crystals, and then you can use it and then store crystals, and then you use it eventually to upgrade your stuff. So there's that too. I ran Arm Veil an ungodly number of times from AR Relic stuff. Yeah, that's also another option too. So yeah, AR Relic you can just run for Ifrit for light. Oh yeah, I mean there's different ways to do it for sure. There's a lot of varieties, because there's certain ones that give you some small amount of light, others that give you like more. You know, you kind of got like a wide variety of like how to do it. So I remember the very first time that I was doing it, back when it was like Heaven's Ward, I was doing Labyrinth of the Ancients, because it would instant queue you, but also I was leveling up jobs at the same time, so it was really easy to just kind of do both of them at the same time. It was like really helpful. And I did it again during Baja, because you can work on your Vexatious and Hexatious memories while working on that, and also like leveling up. So I did like a 3-for-1 special. So yeah, that does get trickier, of course, the more that you like you know, put a rec for AR, Relic for light. I mean, I don't know. My only method to doing it at the time was strictly Labyrinth of the Ancients. I don't there's a website somewhere that tells you how much light you get for doing what content for the relics for ARR specifically. I have no idea which one it is, but you know, I'm pretty sure that it works well, like one way or another. You know, like Shmir. Do I have any coins from what's that thing called? Oh, that's what you did? Oh, I see. Does the Quasali headpiece have any kind of value? Ooh. Is that better than the raid headpiece actually? For Viper? Nope. Do I have this anywhere? No. Do I have these anywhere? Oh, I actually don't. Alright. I have to go back to Eureka at some point to work on the relics. Yeah, that's the biggest problem too, honestly. It kind of sucks that like that's why the Eureka relics are so annoying, because realistically they need to update Eureka in order to entice players to go back in there and go do content. Because that being said, like, Eureka is fun and really, really good. Eureka is very, very good content. It really is. It just runs into the unfortunate situation that it is it offers you nothing except for poetics, and you're doing it for the glam. That's literally it. That unfortunately sucks. So I'm actually gonna try and see if we can upgrade this piece real quick. I gotta go to Tool real quick. But yeah, so Eureka doesn't, like, at least you can go into Baja. You can do Baja, and then the relic grind for Baja is fine. It's great. It still works the way that it wants to work, and like I think that's like a good thing. But most importantly with Baja, you can do multiple things in Baja and still kind of get credit towards the relic thing, which is cool. But also you can do other stuff in the process. So thankfully, again, like, you get poetics also, which, like, whatever. At the same time though, you can level up, and also you can work on multiple steps of the relic at the same time, and I think that's actually like the big selling point in my mind. I really, really like that I can work on multiple relic steps at the same time. And for Eureka, you just can't do that. So all the materials you acquire, you have to do in their respective locations. Oh shoot, that was loud. You saw that? That was weird. So yeah, I should some HOH. Need one more raw emotion to the next boss relic. I mean, I'm down, because, like, I mean, I like I personally just like doing that content in general, you know what I mean? I love doing Heaven on High. I go in there for fun. I'm actually doing that for fun like today. So not today, but like, you know, right now. Like hell yeah, bro. So Eureka's mainly good now if you're wanting Ozma mount and just the relics for competition's sake. All the loot minus Ozma can be gotten via Cold Crescent. Well, yeah, so that's the other thing too, right? So a lot of the like really good rewards you could have acquired from Eureka, or like some of the rare stuff in Eureka is no longer like, you know, yeah, you just go do it in a Cold Crescent, which is not like terrible. I know that people are not happy about it, but it's not terrible. I think the only real problem with that is some people just used to, like, you know, it kind of showed prestige, I guess, if you cleared it a bajillion times and got all the mount and all the rare stuff too. But like, again, people like don't care about that at all. But yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that all the things that people wanted are in a Cold Crescent, but I'm sure there's still some stuff that's like super rare that you don't get as well in the blah blah blah. So like, yeah. So, but I don't know. I mean, like I said, I love this weapon so much, dude. Yeah. But like for me, I would say like the most important thing that I care about is as long as there's a way to just like work on Eureka without having to go into Eureka, or I don't know, I guess like because they did nerf how you can acquire stuff in Eureka. They did. So the Eureka grind is definitely nowhere near as bad as it used to be when it was on content. Because getting Pazuzu feathers was like insanely so long. Because you literally had to server wait. You couldn't hop between servers to actually work on Past Feathers or Louis Ice. But now you can. So if you can kind of like create an opportunity to like cycle all the servers, you can literally like do like a train thing and then just, you know what I mean? But again, like I don't think anybody does that, so like whatever. Oh shoot, I'm pushing myself in. Sure, anyways. So yeah. So but like yeah. I mean, again, I don't really care about how they do the relic grinding as long as it's not like Manderville. Because Manderville, I like Manderville weapons. They're fire, but the grind for it is like kind of wild. Didn't do too much Eureka. I remember the elemental aspects. Well, the elemental aspect was really cool too. I would like for them to find a way to like incorporate the anyways. So what would be cool is if like I mean, this is maybe like a hot take, and definitely don't fight me over it because I'm not gonna fight back, but basically I would like for them to redo how the relics work for like content. Because like the Bowser relic is so strong for Uwu and Yukab, which is like fine, and it's really good for T, which again is fine. But if the Eureka relic could somehow be better for like Uwu Yukab, but not and better than the Bowser relic, then you know what I'm saying? So instead of like I would like to use the Eureka relics for Uwu Yukab and use the Bowser relics for T, and like that's all that I want. So didn't the Eureka relics have randomized stats? Yeah. which honestly, I wish they kind of let you gamble. Because imagine, okay, I know for sure this would piss off so many people, but also I think people would be down for this. Where you have to like go into Occult Crescent and go get like a material from fighting like a fate or something, for example. And let's say for, let's take Machinist, right? Let's say Machinist Bis weapon for the Occult Crescent relic is you want crit direct and like a little bit of determination and like a little bit of skill speed, right? So like let's say for example you put like the coin in and you gamble, and then it gives you hella skill speed and you're like, well, fuck this. And then you got it, and you got like 400 skill speed and you're like, yo, this sucks, right? You had to go back in and go get another coin and then go in and like, you know, roll again until you get like a good stat. Yo, that sounds crazy, but I think people would gamble immensely. I think people would gamble immensely if you could do that in this game. Because one thing I will tell you for sure, yo, people, no one will absolutely admit it, but yo, people would gamble like crazy. I don't think people would be happy about it, but I think it would be pretty freaking hilarious to see people sitting in front of one NPC and fucking like re-gambling every time, waiting for their best stats. Because in my mind, what it's going to do is, let's say like you get 400 stats of no, actually it should be a random number between like a certain number. So it can be Baja customized, but with the gambling. Listen, I know for a fact someone is gonna be like, yo, Sessiion, like, yo, I hate you. Everything about you. You know what I mean? Like, yo, it's fine. But listen, I mean, yo, I'd be cool with that. If you can have max stats on 4 stats, but you gotta gamble for it, yo, I think that'd be kind of lit, dude. So I hope that they look into that in the future. In fact, we did that in Wild. Some people got their perfect seeds in less than 10, other than 100 plus took 43. Yeah, you know, I mean, funny, but I think the community would fucking riot. I think some people would be okay until they realize that it's just another grind in the form of a gamble that you can basically make a weapon have 4 maximum stats. That's what I would say. You know? Or even hell, I would say like, no, I'd say 4. I'm trying to think. Yeah, something like that. I would like that, personally. And the idea though is like, yo, listen, you're doing it just to like, you know, just to customize some fun. So you can get 3 stats, max them out to the maximum, and then the 4th stat you can kind of like play with. Again, I think that should be so lit. Because you know why? Because some jobs need certain stats. You know what I mean? So I think this is super like over intuitive, and people are like, they would never do this. I know, but that's why I'm having fun with the idea. So let's take the Baja relic, for example. Okay. So the Baja relic for T, the max stat on it is 184. That's the best stat you can put on the weapon. If I can put 4 stats on my relic, right, and 3 of them you can absolutely maximize through the power of luck, and then the 4th one is a customized thing by getting like a certain thing, then you can kind of change the number. And again, this is all because I'm trying to think with my brain on like level 12. So basically, you gamble the first 3 stats. So I'm gonna gamble my, as a tank player specifically, I'm gonna gamble my crit, my determination, and my tenacity. You can go from 1 to 100 on all of these, but you have to just like random roll. So like boom, you know what I mean? You just literally random roll until you know what I mean? And then when you get the max stat you can get, which is like what, like 500 maybe you would say, then that's it, you don't care. Then the stat never gets touched, and you just literally keep on rolling it until you get 500 for each stat. Then the 4th stat, it lets you customize it, and that's for skill speed, because people like skill speed. Because, you know, having unnecessary skill speed sucks for anybody, and like me included. So now that's too much information. So I would say That's a bad idea, but that's what I thought about. Or you put in like a coin thing, and then you can get like a roll, and it gives you a number like Baja does. Because in Baja you have 462 points to put stats in anywhere you want to category-wise. So if you can just do that, but the gamble gives you a random number of points to use. You can get either between 4 to like 600 or something, and then you can literally like just customize it and we put it where you want to. Some shit, bro. I don't know. I like gambling a little bit when it comes to fun, but it doesn't cost me IRL money. I'm kind of down for that, low key. So yeah. Anyways, I confused everyone. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like hurt your heads, but like, yeah. All right, where to, brother? If you don't pick, I pick. Attaboy. Where am I? Oh, I'm over here, right? What is a THD? Alright, cool. I'm a big chillin', actually. Alright, Celeste said, best thingy blah 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 is on opener, during ones, and again at the end. What are those placements for? I kid you not, the entirety of Phase 2. This boss has 3 phases. Phase 1 and 3 are the same. Phase 2 is like the super insane phase that goes stupid, insane, crazy. So, like, yeah. Gosh. Remember when I used to put all the freaking, Remember I used to put all the effects on for this? Brother, I used to have 24 player battle effects on my game. People were like, how do you see? And it's like, yo, I can see fine. And they're like, are you sure? I'm like, yo, what's up, bro? You know? But that's all. It's just to kind of figure out where you gotta go. This is not used at all for this phase. So we're entering phase 1 right now. Boom, here's phase 1. And then, it's phase 2. I got forward. You got used to it? Well, I mean, I never... Yeah, can I tell you something? I don't like the battle effects being off. Because the battle effects actually give me a lot of information on, like, who's using and doing what. So it really helps me out to actually understand, like, what I'm supposed to be doing. So... like, honestly. It's so difficult, actually, to figure out exactly, like... But yeah, so, are you potting? Yes. You kind of sort of have to. It's actually kind of insane if you don't. Because potting in this fight is... The damage check for this fight, you're not gonna know about this right away. The damage check in this fight is not easy. Even for 24 people. For an obvious reason, though. Because you can come into this with 710 gear. So... like, you absolutely should pot. Because, yeah, bro. Now, am I sweating as if it was a potting? No. Because, like I said, some people quite literally... You kind of sort of have to pot, actually. Yeah, because the item level that you can use to come into this fight is 710. Best in slot is 735. So the damage check is hard for that reason alone. Like, literally, you need to be if you're not BIS, the damage check is actually difficult. It doesn't consummate for like the. That's not the right word, but yeah, it doesn't actually take into account your like your gear. The boss. Yo, listen, this fight would be ultimate level hard if this boss would be ultimate level hard if you literally came in here and then there was a bunch of friggin' 710 people like gearing. It's actually like so paramount that you have this. I cannot emphasize it enough actually. So see. There it is. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. But it's actually okay because somebody actually just reactivated chain on the boss. So I got X-Cog, bro. Yo, W's is scholar, but also that person's dying. Well, I'm trying to look more at the party to see what everyone's doing. I mean, you can try, but that's gonna be kind of tricky. I ain't gonna lie. Points. Oh yeah, man. But yeah, 24% ultimate win, brother. I pray to God, I swear to you, I would go nuts over a 24-man ulti. Dude, does the game, can the game have one? Absolutely, it can. Will it ever? I don't know. I think I like just lost 10 gauge actually. Oh, I didn't pot. When's the pot window? I don't know. I didn't see it, bruh. I gotta use this now, then later. I got hit. I'm mad actually because I'm over here watching people on the other side. Ow! But yeah. I potted too, which sucks. That's okay though. Cry. Yeah. For the people of the world. I didn't read the rest of that. During the bramble breaking? During the bramble breaking? Wait, so I pot after that? No, there's a... Oh, after the bramble breaking. Oh, okay. Not during Looming Chaos. I have to do it... Okay. Damn, that's gonna be tricky, bro. Alright, I'll look into it. 735 eye level sinks a fruit bit, so you can put pot 3 times because it's 1120, so opener 510. Yeah, I know. I just forget the time. I already forgot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I forgot what I went to do, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. Okay. A part of me is curious how much of this fight I remember. Another part of me never wants to go back in here again. It's funny because I don't remember anything because I don't care because all I do is play Alliance B. Although I learned something new though. You cannot attack the boss as she transitions from the Flood of Darkness into the middle of the arena because she's invulnerable. So there actually is a moment where you gotta like delay your thingy and you know, it actually matters. So you can't do that. I've absolutely tried sending my burst window during that, and you can't. So yeah, which is like fine. I know exactly what I press to do what in order to make that not go well for me. So it's fixable. I use Vicewinder during it, so I know when to not do it if I remember though. I know when to not do it. I just gotta remember to like not do it. Hey, if only though. So. But yeah, if your party can clear this fight has convinced me I'm a PF bad luck charm. No. Oh, that's not what it is. Probably the only reason I have a decent amount of guild because I sold the hairstyle. I mean, I don't even blame you. I know that's what a lot of people end up doing. When does the tank... Well, the tanks only have to swap during this part. So, the boss's autos will inflict an electric debuff over the course of time for each auto. You swap at 6. So, you don't do any... Yeah, you don't have to do any swapping at the beginning, but you do want to make sure that like nobody is getting hit by autos during the beginning portion, and then we'll be chilling. Also, the fact that there's so many scholars right now is kind of fucking busting. You know what I'm saying? The method, yo, if you want to know the tech to this shit, bro, yo, get 3 scholars, bro. Like, hey, yo. Three scholars in this fight is in freaking insane, bro. I saw 7 hairs and 1 mount from here. God damn. Alright, I'm going over here. I got a hunter first. Alright, we're good. Any cool rewards? Yeah, there's a lot of really cool shit you get from this fight. So... And that's kind of the problem, because a lot of people really wish that they... I mean... As I was told, you can make 250 million gil in this fight if you can really, like, make bank off of it. It's actually insane how much money you make off of this. So, like, yeah. Dang, that timing was insanely perfect. Holy shit. But yeah, so there you can get her as a mount basically. You see how she's like in like this giant like puffy cloud of smoke? That's a mount. The tile that I'm standing on is also a mount. And then there's a minion of hers that you can get, which is really, really cool. Amongst like a bunch of other stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of they really did such a good job with the reward system in this game. Or sorry, in this fight, I should say. The only real, like, I mean, I'm gonna say the word downside, but it's not really a downside, but is like just how well you can actually acquire this stuff. Because like I said, getting rewards from this is actually tricky, I would say. It shouldn't be, but like it is. So, otherwise though, like, bro, you get to go kind of crazy. Yeah, that could be my mount. That thing could mount. The 10 people I can get in my last clear. Oh, yeah. That's what you're saying. I was like, what? I hop on thinking you're doing this fight with your shiny dragon weapon. I was thinking about it. I was actually thinking heavily about it. So, well, what's up, yo? I wish I did. Well, I didn't see that they were playing you know, I didn't see that they were playing Dragoon. They played Monk, and I was like, you know what? Also, I'm on my primal character, not my ether character, so I don't have the primal character Dragoon weapon for this one, which sucks actually. I wish I did, but it's okay. That all count? Ooh, that counts! Ooh, that was fucking sexy. Holy shit, that's actually freaking cool. Alright. I'm happy I bought it for the minion from here back when it was like 18 mil. Yeah, you know, I mean, my question is like, yo, how much does shit cost like right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, god damn, brother. It's probably worth like 60 or 70 or some crazy shit. 50 mil? Yeah, bro, GG's. That's not funny, actually. Click. Always a pop. Alright, I want to reset real quick out of curiosity, just to make sure, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. The dancer's dead. GG's. We had a good run. Bye. Goodbye, girl. I'm fucking parking. Hell yeah. This fight's so fucking cool, man. This fight is so goddamn cool, bruh. I love watching, like, this. They gotta make fights like this on, like, a constant, brother. I don't have any with HP bleeps. HP up, unfortunately. I think 25 is good, yeah. I got forward again. Yo, this game loves me, brother. Bam, bam. I'm sure we're going to get more chaotic. It's just a question of when and what Tendanchi to make in the future. Well, that's the problem, too. Because honestly, it's really hard to know for sure without being like a little bit nervous of the idea. But here's what I will say, though. I think that they did an insanely good freaking job with this one. And my only hope is that they don't change anything that they did, like, conceptually with this one by comparison to the next ones that they get in the future, because they, like I said, the amount of cooking that they did in this fight is just so holy shit, dude. I like literally can't emphasize it enough, like how fucking insanely god tier this fight is. This is one of the greatest fights I've ever played in my entire 14 career. It sounds kind of wild to say out loud, but it's actually the truth, though. Sorry, it was good when fencing. Yo, W fencing, you know? Hell yeah, bro. I mean, I think they said that they made this one harder than they meant to, which make of which will. Well, yeah, I think that's a problem too, because I know that that's what they said, but unfortunately, there's the unfortunate situation where, like, yeah, they made this one harder than intended, but like, it's really, really fucking good though. Maybe like a hot take, but the Chaotic Alliance raid is the best designed content of the entire expansion so far. And I don't know if I'd even, like, I think I could go to war over that argument right now. So. Yeah, I broke my record that run. Holy shit. Was I number one? Yo, your boy was number one. Yeah. So yeah. What's this clip? Hey, yo. That counts is the title? That's really funny. Why do I sound like that? Alright, man. It's crazy how often people, like, willingly listen to the words that I say sometimes. I am impressed though. On one hand, I think it's not very hard. On the other hand, large swaths of players can't do mechs to save their life and are hell's bent on making that other people's problems. You know? That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. Good evening, Romaru. How are you, friendo? Welcome to the... Yeah, I do think that it's a big issue that people, like I said, because... Remember this. A lot of people saw... They didn't even see Chaotic Alliance raid. All they saw was that it was Cloud of Darkness. You know what I mean? So because it's Cloud of Darkness, people were like, oh, Cloud of Darkness? I do that daily all the time in my alliance day. Like, whatever, if it's easy. And then they get mind blown when they find out that they actually got to like mechanics. You know what I mean? And again, that sucks because realistically, there's not enough respect going into this fight because it's just chaotic. It's Cloud Darkness. However, this fight is always going to be, in my opinion, hopefully, a synced up only fight. So, if you can only do this fight synced at level 100, that will be cool because it requires people to actually mechanically do the thing, and you can't just like, you know, whatever which like thank God. So maybe it'd be better if there was more of a gate to unlocking the fight. Maybe you just had to clear X4 or something. I mean, I don't think that would be an issue, honestly. If you had to clear a piece of content to actually unlock the content, sure. I don't think that'd be a problem at all, honestly. That's the thing. Chaotic Alliance Raid is just acquirable by it's just a piece of content you have to like you can just unlock it. There's no requirement. What's the difficulty too? It's like an in between of Savage and like Extreme. So I mean, you know, not like a big gate. Just have people clear some real metro. Yeah, exactly. Well, again, because the difficulty is in between Extreme and Savage. The prerequisite being an Extreme, I think, is like a logically acceptable answer. I don't think it's an actual issue by any means whatsoever. I think the challenge is that there isn't a prerequisite. Additionally, the minimalistic gear to come into this fight with is the previous crafted gear. You know? And also some people are coming in with the current crafted gear. Sorry, I just like spat all over the friggin'. People are coming with the current crafted gear, and that's not actually good for the fight. It's actually unhealthy for your damage output if you come in with 740 gear. And kids don't know that. You know? Now, on the bright side, though, they don't have to care. But I think that what they should do, and again, hot take, I think that the next one that they make should be harder than this one, without question. But there should be some kind of prerequisite to actually unlocking the fight. So I have no problem with that being a thing. Because like I said, there are some people who lose this fight that have absolutely no idea what they're doing. And as much as the meme of like, oh, like here comes a power pop is like an issue, isn't like a big issue. There done comes a moment in time where it does become like too much, like one way or another. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, because you can literally one tower pop is like, okay, who cares? Two tower pops is like, all right, well, GG's, and then three is a wipe. You know. That's a literal failsafe mechanic that's just like in Ubu, you know? Like in Ubu, if you get 3 thermal lows, yo, you wipe. Like GG's. If you get 1, but you need 2, then that's not good. If you get 2, but you need 1, that's also not good. You know? So it kind of becomes like a whole chaotic alliance raid. Or situation though, but yeah. I've seen some people come in with at least with the least amount of gear, fresh 100 to 99 gear, and get murdered. Yep, because you can. I mean, in my opinion, that's like a little bit of a problem, like a little bit. Now, the good thing though is, if I can also be honest, if you come in with the minimalistic amount of gear necessary, aka you literally need 710 gear, right? You need 710 gear. If you come in with the average item level 710, yo, that's fine. And let's say you clear, you absolutely better be swapping out for this gear. Not even for the sake of the glam, for the sake of just acquiring it because the gear is like very good. You know? You absolutely should be swapping out like the good gear, etc. So, and like I said, I hope that they do. Because if they do, then like W. And if they don't, then like so. So yeah, you know. Oh, my retainer has a twine thingy. I don't even know which piece is better. I know that the Cloud Dark headpiece for Viper is got skill speed, so I don't want that, but I wonder if I can find my spreadsheet real quick and look at the let's see, spreadsheet. Viper Bis let's see. That's another nice thing about Chaotic, it's different sorts of good gear. Oh yeah, for sure. I think that's also like I think that's also one of the most important things about this as well. Is I think that's one of the most important things, honestly, is the fact that this gear, you can come here and literally get free gear. That's so high key fire. So pretty comparable, if not some pieces are better than Savage Gear or even the Tome Gear 2, let's see if it's time. Oh, I mean 100%. So now that being said though, this gear will also eventually become a little obsolete, just like a little bit. And the only reason for that is because the next dungeon that we're gonna get, the next dungeon's gear is literally gonna be 735 gear, so it will be BIS. It will be BIS, and it'll let you pump out even harder. You can pump out even harder by comparison. So, you know, yeah. Now I don't know. I don't think it'll be like much faster. Not because it won't be faster. It will be faster for certain roles, definitely in terms of like damage output wise. But also, the real answer as to why it won't be much faster is because some people will still come in here with like not see like this gear. This is BIS for Black Mage. This gear is not good for this fight. You know what I mean? Like all of this gear, same thing. You know what I mean? See, so like nobody in this party so far has like literally has BIS. Well, yeah, not really. You know what I mean? Not a lot of people are coming into this fight with the actual BIS. So people complain about there being only one path to get best gear in this game. Chaotic has potential to be a good answer to that. I 100% agree, and I think that they should look into that. Because I literally talked about that as well in a video where everyone was being really upset about the whole horizontal progression thing with or no, sorry, that like, you know, the fights, the raids of like M5 through 8 do not offer anything, you know, they don't offer anything in terms of BIS, right? Like they don't for any kind of content, and that is a problem, I think, in the eyes of a lot of people, which I can understand, you know. Like, yeah, you know, yeah, you can't get BIS. There's no BIS at all whatsoever. There's no BIS necessary for the current raids here. The only reason why you're going to do the current raids here is because the content is fun, and a lot of people are still doing it, and like that's literally it. You know what I mean? Which, you know, again, makes sense. But at the same time, people would be very happy if you can actually work on it for like an actual reason. Blah 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 blah. So. My biggest problem, personally speaking, is that there is not enough places to get like best in slot that I think that they need to incorporate, because it kind of lets everybody blend in with an opportunity to gear up in multiple factions while specifically focusing on just gearing up for the ultimate. That guy is dead as freak, by the way. So like, for example, because I've had people come up to me and like, yo, I don't agree, and I'm like, okay, that's fine, but also like, I don't know why you don't agree, that doesn't make sense, but sure, whatever. People were arguing that you have to do content that offers a challenge in order to give you gear that is intended to be the best gear that you can bring to a fight, such as an ultimate. And I said that with that I can agree on. However, I think that the objective would be to the objective should be to make the contents You know, the content should be made available with the impression of like being done multiple times because you're doing it for the best in slot. That's what I think that it should be done for. So. So yeah. Yes, I'm doing it for fun. I mean, I'm assuming so, right, Jen? Or is there like a different answer as to why you're doing the actual content? If there is a different answer, then like that makes sense to me, honestly. I don't really blame you, but you know. Because I did it with the intention of getting glam, and also, for me, it's always a glam thing first and foremost, but obviously, if it does get to tie in with the combination of doing the ultimate, then, like, I'm doing the ultimate, you know what I mean? But if there's no ultimate, then, you know, I'm only doing it for glam. Like, yeah. So, alright, you know. What? Damn, that timing is crazy. So, for car, I want to do it for the mount. I mean, same. I mean, I like. Listen, this fight is fun enough. I literally don't care about the fight's like application for the difficulty. This fight is mad fucking cool. You know what I mean? This fight is like way too cool to just, you know, come in here, you know, get a couple of pieces of rewards and then like never again. Like, don't get me wrong though, I understand that people are doing it for that reason, because some people are like, yeah, I never want to come into this fight again, and like, yo, that's fine, I get that, you know. But for some people like me, where it's like, yo, listen, the content is content, I'm down for the content regardless, like GG go next. It's like, yo, listen, I don't care if I've gotten every single mount in this game or in this fight twice, 4 times even, I'm in there. Yo, I freaking love this fight. This fight's god tier. So that's why I do it personally. Like, yo, the fight's just mad fun. So, you know, well, there you go. But again, I think that also the number one takeaway piece of information that comes into mind with this as well is that sometimes it's about your experiences. I think you can absolutely have like a horrendous experience of doing this content, and that is a sure method to deter people away from doing the content, you know? So, like, that's something too. So, I guess it kind of sucks, you know what I mean? Because some people are going to be like, yo, this is the worst content ever, and sometimes that's just a really bad hate, you know? Because I would actually argue the opposite. I think that this is some of the best content that we've ever gotten in the game. And it's not even like a discussion. But, like I said, somebody out there is bound to be like, actually, and I'm like, alright, bro. I get it. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I guess if I learned the Discord chats and went in with COD card Discord team party, maybe I can go in back, but I'm held in PF. Yeah, I mean that again, I can completely understand and agree with, and I would never deter you away from the idea as well, because again, I think that's the same thing that I feel. Because again, here's the thing, right? Like, I know people who are not ulti raiders, let alone savage raiders for that matter, and like they can clear this fight. You know what I mean? And so if they can clear this fight, I'm like, well, shit. If they can clear this fight, then there should be nobody having an issue clearing this fight. And then, lo and behold, to my surprise, yo, that shit is fucking impossible. You know what I mean? So. Oh, I almost got it again, brother. Fuck. That's right, though. So yeah, one thing I hate about learning the fight is multiple different strats for people hitting on each side. Oh yeah, well that's the other problem too, right? Is like, the biggest problem with any fight in this game whatsoever, it does not matter, it's not even like a discussion point of any kind, is when there's multiple strats and you have multiple people working on different strats and there's not like one unified strat. Because absolutely there does come an eventuality, thankfully, where there is only one way that the strat is done. And I'm cool with that, you know what I mean? I'm very okay with there being only one way to methodically handle a fight. That being said, though, like I said, some people just do this fight like again like really dog water. So. Go in. Thank you. Thankfully, they didn't forget about me. GG, I'm in there. So. This is not good because 3 dead people is like a huge ass L. And there it is. It's still kind of recoverable, I think, actually, so fingers crossed. I went back to EX4 recently to do some farming. Turns out the strat changed yet again since I was last in there as wild. What the hell did they change out there now besides Brain Dead E2 or whatever the hell the other thing is called? There's no shot, actually. That sounds disgusting. I got forward. W forward. What is the strat now? There's no shot that you're gonna tell me that it's not EE2 Brain Dead, Skip Bloom 6 or whatever the hell the other thing is. No? Is that not true anymore? If not, that's gonna be cringe. Cause like, yo, there's no shot they changed the strats yet again. Oh, somebody already fainted. Okay, actually. Hold on, I can read what y'all saying in a moment. I just want to make sure that we don't like fucking suffer the consequences of your arrogance. I got like a long ass time. Death later. Brain Dead would become more prominent for that. Fight where it learns in the shadow way. Okay, okay. Christmas plenty to do with me Brain Dead. I see. Okay. I read that such a like a blurb, but you know what I mean. Okay, interesting. Actually, I guess. It's death, by the way. That's crazy because you know what? That's the reason why having gear helps. Yo! That's a good reason to have gear, brother. That's a damn good reason. Oh my lordy. Holy shit. But listen, man. We're in there. Okay, wait, I did see something. It says, in fact, and I quote, the chest piece is better. I I don't have free weapons, so I need a chest piece for this, surprisingly enough. And it needs double direct in there, so I can make that real quick after I... Okay, I'm gonna put this on. And then I'm gonna just get rid of it because, like, ew. Alright. How difficult do you think Honeybee Lovely is now? Out of curiosity, you know what I mean? What's this scouting coat look like? Oh, I don't really like it. Unless it's just a color thing. What's up, digital? Oh, they keep the beads? I forgot about the beads. Alright, boy. Anyways. Pretty easy now. I did it not long ago with a few deaths and like 8 heals, and we killed it during 3rd beat. Oh, okay. M2S, the beat charge is whack. Everything else is fairly standard out savage. Okay. Yeah, I might want to go back and go do M2. I'm not gonna lie. I want to get Viper headpiece. Like literally. You know. Yo, I got dance partner? Hold on, bro. Let me ooh. You know what I mean? I got rid of my weapons though. I'm sad about it. AMA. Holy shit. The DPS check was too high because this issue. Alright, listen, man. That about to change now because your boy, you know what I'm saying? Your boy has what he needs. Yo, W forward, Bray. Holy, I'm in there actually. Yo, call your mom. Tell her I said hi. Are there cookies today? Because I'm dying for some chocolate chip. Wholesome message, you know what I mean? Hey, Mrs. S. I hope you're doing fantastic today, you know? And she's like, sessions up nice. Am I like fever dreaming about the idea about a mom being really nice to me? Hey, yo, hold on. Yo, W forward though, remember? Brother, I would not stand there. Alright. Attaboy. I only got backwards every time. I don't like getting backwards, especially when I forget that I got backwards, you know what I mean? Sorry, thank you for the alert, appreciate it, brother. Enjoy. Sometimes I'll forget. You know what's crazy though? I haven't forgotten playing Viper, but you know what job I forget all the time with is freaking Dragoon, bruh. Whenever I get that damn spear weapon, godlike by the way, yo, I always forget what the fucking thingy is, man. It's embarrassing. I will say though, I did entirely forget which one this is. So like GG, bro. Oh, it was death? Okay, cool. I did not know. That being said though, I'm in there. There's 2 dead tanks and a bunch of dead healers. Yeah, brother, this one is about to be choked. Choked. That being said though, Thank you to the dancer for giving me literally the 40k button. God damn, I'm in there. You know what I'm saying? Also, there's tech in this fight, if you didn't know. You have to, like, quite literally bust every cartridge known to humankind during that phase because she takes extra damage, you know what I mean? And they don't, yo, some people don't know that answer. So, if you want to know some tech, yo, bust every cartridge you can during that phase. And, whew. You too can do 36. Bing, 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 bong, bing, 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 bong, bing. Yeah, you going around 34, 36? Yeah. What's up, Aya? How you doing? We got some par on the way. We've gotten, what, 2 clears, I think, today? You know? We're having a good time, you know? I'm irritated because of M6S. You know what? I feel that. M6S goes kind of ham, you know what I mean? So, trying to finally get my clear, maybe loot, but people who haven't cleared just don't have DPS. Oh, you know? I feel like, I got backwards this time. I thought it's always like a common conversation too, which unfortunately sucks because you really don't want to like remove people from situations because of like their anything, you know what I mean? Like you just kind of assume that if you're going for the clear that people practice and study just enough to be able to like collect a W. So I think it sucks when some people actually don't, you know? Cause yeah, I'm on the same mindset though, honestly. I would love to be able to like do M6 without having ever there be an issue, but alas, always an issue. So yeah, I gotta save a reawaken cartridge and look out for the I gotta look out for the activation properties of the chain. I don't ever see it often enough, honestly. I haven't been keeping an eye out for it. There's 2 scholars in here, so. He said, I can give a crap about loot right now. You know what, though? I feel that, actually. Oh, on MIDI? Oh, I see, I see. Oh, I didn't get to cancel the air push, Bree. It just so happened that the party I had no one who cleared, but they were also making so many rookie mistakes that it was just frustrating on Midgar Stormer. Yaya Beta Lala Beta, that's the PF leader. If you're looking and interested in helping. Oh, I thought you were calling them out of like frustration. I was about to say like, holy shit. I thought you were like, yeah, that guy fucking something. I was about to be like, damn. I'm glad that it wasn't that scenario though. I was about to be really concerned because imagine you name drop them out of spite. That would genuinely scare me actually. You know, like yeah, that guy freaking, I hate that guy or something. Or like he did something. Thankfully though, like I said. That's not the case scenario. But yeah. 1 second, red alert. Okay, no worries. I do, yeah, thank you. Appreciate you, Bray. Ladies first. Oh, shoot. The window is already... Okay, you know what I'm doing actually too much is using too much reawaken. Okay. Tank first. Attaboy. I want to play and get looted. Yeah. I mean, that's the beauty about all of it, though. True and real. The loot's always going to be there, you know what I mean? At least, hopefully, that's a good scenario. So yeah, healers die to nothing, not healing during OT before. Ahoy! Sure, you know. I think I never did Alliance B. It's so nice and cozy because, yo, I just sit here and do nothing. Like, hey, yo. You know what I mean? Now, the difference, though, I will say is, the scariest part about being in Alliance B is just that, like, you literally gotta pay so much effing attention to, what people are doing, because if you don't, then, like, GG's, you know what I mean? So... Yo, W. Okay, cool. I will say that much, though. Item pot, I'm doofus. Shots of Jazzy. So. I mean, to be honest, and last time posted log, in fact, log bring my total up to. Oh, I see. Flat 200. You know, it's funny because, like, if there's one thing I say do not even think or worry about is how many pulls you spent in the thing. Yo, real talk. The only people who genuinely pay attention to that shit are the people that, like ultimates or like, kinda, sorta, like, hard mode this shit, you know what I'm saying? Wait. So, I can tell you with that much certainty, bro, no one fucking cares about the, man. I promise you nobody cares about how many pulls you spend. Oh, yeah, the reason why... Okay, let me also kind of emphasize, though. The reason why you want to try to not care about that number is because your clear rate is indicative of the people that you clear with, you know what I mean? I also could have cleared every single fight with a hell of a lot sooner than I should have if the opportunity actually presented itself, but unfortunately though, that's like not the case scenario, you know what I mean? And like that sucks because again, there's like a lot of people that I raided with and I enjoyed raiding with them, but there's also a lot of people that I raided with that I absolutely was like, bro, I wish that was not indicative of like my you know, my personal like anything for that matter, but unfortunately that's just how this shit works. Which is, again, is stupid. So, 29 kind of high, I ain't gonna lie, but I mean, we'll see. We'll figure it out maybe. Woo! You saw the speed? Yo, I show speed. Yo, hit my line, brother. But yeah, so like, that's the truth though. Yeah, we just gotta kind of go crazy during the damage output for this. I got backwards. I mean, I'm doing my best. I'm trying to be as concentrated as focused for the sake of the numbers, man. I have backwards, right? Also, a little fun fact, I've seen these person count an extra prog. Oh, okay. Some of the parties I've had, that sucks. Some of the parties I've had with this have made me so frustrated that my head has been left hurting in sheer frustration. I mean, trust me. That happens, like, just in general. With any content. It's not just M6, I promise you. Man. Am I like expecting it to be perfect? Well, no, of course not. That's the problem, though. It's not about being perfect. It's literally about just like not making. Again, it's about the bar being set. That's like the literal truth to the situation. The bar being set is supposed to be an indication of like, hey, you've worked hard to come to this point in time. Now you must actually show yourself as being able to make it to that point. And then what becomes like a shocking situation, where, you know what I mean, W forward. And like I said, some people just don't even care about that bar. Because you know why? A lot of people are just like, oh yeah, like, you know, they take the time and effort into the content for sure. And being dead and being able to look at a guide is not at all the same as being able to say, like, I know what I'm doing. But unfortunately, though, that's what a lot of people just do when they play this game. Oh shit. That sucks. It's okay. So, yeah. Because trust me too. That's what you gotta understand. Also, is like that rule does not only apply itself when I'm. That rule does not only apply itself when I'm doing content. That's anything, like genuinely anything. Because again, the bar, I have the bar set at a medium location. Like, yo, I don't care about how much damage you can do. All I care is that you can just do the fight and clear the fight, and then, yo, we can be about our ways. And then what ends up being mind blowing is when people can't do that. You know what I mean? I turned away, by the way. All right, yo, this is not my run right now, bro. This is not my run right now. Shut the I mean, I'm chilling. I don't really care. No, it's okay. Listen, I'm not like the best in the world, you know what I mean? I'm allowed to make mistakes. Yeah. Which is also the thing that, you know, listen, yo, you're just human, you know what I mean? That's the biggest problem to the situation for like a lot of players, is that you don't got to be godlike. You just got to be good enough. I haven't just procced at any level of mark yet. Yeah, but again, you know, if that's your proc point though, like, yo, that's your proc point. That's fine. You just gotta simply, you know, just practice enough to like do what you gotta do, and then that's it. You call it a day. Truly, it doesn't require any crazy amount of effort. Because even if you don't ever make it to, or even if you get to like lavas and you don't know what to do with the wings, all the more reasons just like study that part. Because genuinely, if you study that part, then whatever the proc point is, you can just put it the bar further. You know what I mean? The bar can just be pushed further as a result of that, and that's unfortunately what a lot of people just do. You know. So if you have an idea of what to do, then you can just set the party to be that content. You know what I mean? You put like lava cleanup to clear. Having an idea is just enough to say that I know what to do and I can potentially mess it up, but it's not gonna matter. You know, because like blah, 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 blah. That is unfortunate. That really sucks, actually. So yeah. Hi Lise, you didn't give me the names. Also, hello Chaotic. Hi, beautiful. I haven't had a chance to DM you any names because genuinely, two things. One, I don't remember the names because they're wiped from my memory, and two, you know, we've been streaming all day. So yeah. All I can tell you is though, it was like a Dark Knight from Behemoth and like 2 kids from Sargatanis. I don't know anything else otherwise. I literally don't know. I didn't even get a chance to even remember the names because literally they got freaking banned and deleted, and yo, they got blacklisted, and like we'll be moving on. You know what I mean? So yeah. I literally just need to figure out which wing mark, and that's it. Well, the thing is, like, you know what wing mark is. Like, wing mark is the very first mechanic you inquire. But yeah, are you curious? Yeah. I mean, I don't know the names of the characters. Uh-oh, that's not good. I don't know the name of the people, but what I can tell you is one of them was playing Sage, the other person was playing Dragoon. Oh, if you want context also, apparently, as I've been informed, they made a comment in the Nard Discord about me. I'm famous now. I'm on Discord. Some shit, dude. They said, oh, that kid. The problem, though, is that, yo, there's no screenshot. There's no confirmation of a name out there to inquire, like, who was the person. All that they said was, like, yo, that person kicked me too, that on some BS. And I'm like, then they came into the stream, started, like, harassing me, and I didn't even get, like, a chance to, like, respond because they got banned. And that was it. One of the people, so, like, both of them came into the chat. One person's message was, like, leaked through. They said nothing crazy. The other person said something that Automod caught, and that person, they didn't even get a chance to, like, get allowed. They just got banned. Primal Squad? No, it was like a random, like, totem. I put up like a random totem party. So here's how it works. It was me and 3 of my homies. I put up a PF for a totem. That was it. Oh, a healer joins. We don't care. And then these 3 dickheads join. You got a Dark Knight, a Dragoon, and a Sage. Now, the Dark Knight I've cleared with before. So, like, I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the Dark Knight isn't a problem to me. Right? At least at first. I didn't care about the Dark Knight. The problem, though, was the Dragoon and the Sage. They both come in, and their immediate responses are like, you know, like, they're already setting the bar low about us actually clearing the fight, which I think is stupid. Like, Ifriprog, hello? You know, some shit. But then, unfortunately, we wiped to Ifriprog, which I'm like, okay, well, I mean, that's annoying, but okay, sure, whatever. Run it back, I don't care. It's not a big deal. But then, one of the 2 of them started making mistakes, and then we can't even get past Garuda. So at that point, I'm like, okay, we haven't even made it past Ifrit at this point, and we're like 6 pulls in. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yo, I'm gonna just go find a party. That's all I did. I just left, disbanded, got my homies back in, yo, new PF. And I have a rule. My rule is very simple. Even in Savage Raiding, if I disband the party, whoever was in that previous party that's not like a friend, they don't come back. Like, there's no animosity, there's no dislike, there's no disdain, there's no hatred, nothing, I don't care. It's just like, yo, listen, if you were in my party last time, respectfully, I want like a fresh new party that doesn't include anybody from the last pull. That's my rule. Like there's no hatred. Like I have no beef with nobody. I'm not like a rapper, right? So what happened was the Dark Knight joined back in, and then they got kicked, and my rule stands still. I said, yo, I don't care. No one can come back. We're chilling. Then the Sage came back as a Dragoon, and then they got kicked because the same rule applies itself. And then they DM'd me with a question mark, and I was like, sorry, but like anybody from the previous party, I just don't want them back here. So like, yo, come back tomorrow. That's literally all that I said. And then their immediate response was like, LOL, something about clearing 160 times. And I'm like, I don't care. You can have 1,000 clears for all that I care. If I said nobody's allowed from the previous party, yo, that's it, GG's. Like, yo, move on. Make your own party again. You know? And then apparently they went to the Discord in the NAR, and then they were like, oh, this person kicked me. And that's it. I had no idea until they told me this morning, or the beginning of the stream. And then we finished stream, I rated it out, and I went to bed. I kid you not, as I was putting my phone to charge, I got a Discord notification, and it was the Dark Knight that joined my Discord. And they started saying messages like, oh my gosh, like, it's kind of crazy that you kicked the #1 summoner in Uwu. And I'm like, brother, I don't fucking care about #1 nothing. Like, what do you want from me? You know what I mean? And then I didn't even get a chance to do anything because that person just got banned on site. Yo, and guess what? We move on. That was it. So that was the drama. I literally know nothing. Apparently somebody's name is Payno because they're the #1 summoner, and everyone wants to go look at the #1 summoner. What's up, man? So the thing is that I try to make it very clear, yo, your performance tells me nothing. I don't care anything about your performance. You could be the best player in the world, you could be the worst player in the world. If I'm seeing unorthodox things happening in the fight, in the pull that I'm doing, you know, if I'm seeing things that I'm like, that's not natural or not normal, then yo, like my eyebrow gets raised. That's it. And guess what? Yo, my eyebrow got raised. And I'm just, you know, I'm just kind of like, all right, you know, let's just like finding a party. That was literally all that I did. And then they literally came in here, started like harassing. And like, yo, listen, like, we have wholesome vibes in here, chill. We might have like a little bit of like a car steer crash out once in a while because of like the chaos, but like, there's obviously never any animosity. I'm never gonna go out of my way to be on Twitter and be like, this person, nah, brother, I don't have time for that. I'm too old for that. I know that everyone's currently crashing out on Twitter, which is like also Keck Lamau, but same thing, brother. Like, yo, I don't care. Now I put my own like feedback in there, only to try to like again provide like a positivity thing, or like a reactionary thing, and then guess what? People are still fighting beyond that too. And then what did I do? Friggin' someone was like, oh, I want to know your opinion behind why you don't think that Fru's a good ultimate. And I'm like, yo, because the story mode sucks for Fru. Like, I don't care about the difficulty. I don't care how many times I cleared it. I don't care that I'm not #1. I'm fine. I'm somewhere like in the purple range. Who cares? The story mode for Fru to me was mid as freak compared to DSR and top. And then they put like top at their, and then they respond and they're like, oh yeah, in my opinion, freaking top is the worst ultimate. And I'm like, yo, that's cool, bro. I don't care. You can have whatever opinion you want. So that's it. So, you know, like I said, it literally meant nothing to me. So yeah. Wait, first time I saw it, I was so slow to adjusting, so we wiped and didn't realize where to go. I mean, that's fine. That's 4 towers from the bottom to the right platform, so I need to go from top to left and the bottom. Yeah. If the performance left you wanting, I believe you the right to just send them away. Listen, if I'm also griefing and making mistakes, yo, I'll see myself out. I'll be like, yo, listen, man, today's not the day for me. I gotta go. Fine. I'm out. That's it. Whatever, dog. Now, you know what the other thing that, because here's the thing too. Thank you, lights. That's a sign. Okay. The other thing too, though, is that people have DM'd me, and because again, like, think about this logic, right? Because this has happened to me many times, and my reaction is the same. A kid is not playing well. Like, that's just it. Like, this guy, I'm not talking about anybody in particular. I'm like, as an example, someone joined my PF for a content where, let's say we're doing like M5. And like, we can't clear M5 because the person is going in the wrong place and everyone's wiping and dying on a constant basis. And then they're like, yo, I'm lagging. And then, yo, I disband the party. And then they come back in. Yo, guess what? You get kicked for that. Because again, no animosity, but think about the logic. If you're lagging, if your internet is lagging, as you say it is, why would you come back in the PF? So you know what that means? That sounds like an excuse more than I'm actually like lagging. Because if I was actually lagging, yo, I would give myself like 15-20 minutes to just kind of sit there and do nothing. I wouldn't immediately dive right back into PF. So like, why am I gonna do that when I literally just said out loud that I'm lagging? Only lag is skill, bro. I mean, like I said, no, because sometimes it is like a lag thing, you know. I believe it, because me too. I had my moments as well, and I'm like, yo, anybody else like just lag right there? What the fuck? What? You know what I mean? Like, yo, I don't usually use lag as like an excuse for anything, unless because you can also see it on stream when I am contenting. You know what I mean? So yeah, exactly. But like again, if you say that you're lagging and then I disband the party and you come back in the party, that doesn't logically make sense to me. Because again, like, what if you're still lagging and we queue in quickly and we go back in the fight and you're still lagging? Why'd you even stay in the party then if you're lagging? Like, that doesn't, it doesn't click on my head for the people to do that though. So, like I said, it's weird. But like, yeah, it's crazy that people can't have different opinions in the game without beefing. I mean, I think that everyone is just like negative Nancy trying to rage bait each other because it's just really easy because the community is very sensitive. Yo, don't get me wrong, like me too though. Yo, I'm sensitive. I'm happy to admit that. You know what I mean? I understand that there's a lot of people that are like trying to find reasons to bash people for playing 14 right now. Yo, that's fine. Like, but who cares? I'm not gonna say that somebody's like a trash human being because they play 14. Like, why would I do that? I love this game. You know what I mean? Actually, what I want to do is entice people to come actually play the game because there's a lot of really cool things to do in this game. But I'm not gonna go to my way to be like, yo, like you ain't shit or whatever the hell it is. You know what I mean? So, yeah, like yo, like I said, the situation sometimes is so weird. So. I literally had an M5S pull where it literally did not let me dodge some attacks because they were done before the FFXIV came out. Yeah, and like sometimes it's lag, and like I said, I get that. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it makes sense. Trust me, I truly wouldn't. I'm not gonna immediately assume that you saying that it's lagging is like an issue. Yo, because like me being in like East Coast could be different from like West Coast. You know, maybe we got two different internet providers. Maybe you're in Europe. Yo, there could be a variety of reasons. Yo, it's not a big deal. Like I don't care. I get it though. So if you're lagging, then it's like, yo, listen, if you're lagging, then you'll come back later. I'll happily bring you back in if you actually come back in. But not like 2 seconds after the fact, because also it's like, we literally just thingied. Unless you're like, okay, my internet is working now. Then I'm like, okay, cool. But it's like, you don't say nothing about the lag situation. Then it's like, all right, well, yo, listen, go fix your internet and then come back later. That's it. Even if I had an excuse and they were lagging, I want to deal with that in an IPF. Yeah, I mean, that especially too. So, yeah. I know a lot of LCD gens. The majority of this, they got removed. This then will go back in. Yeah, unfortunately. Also, no one parses the old LTs, especially Ubu. Yo, you know what's insane though is the fact that there's people out there that are. Because here's the truth. Yo, you can purse old alties. I don't think that's a problem. But don't start flexing to people that like you content, but that's all that you do. Because I know some people that only sit in PF and Uwu also. I've already encountered that. You know what I mean? But then it's like, yo, listen, if you can do ulti 164 times, yo, let's go do top 164 times. And then they're like, yo, I've never been in top. And it's okay, so it's like, shut the fuck up. Like, yo, sit down. On my case over Uwu, bro. It's a 12-minute, it's a 13-minute fight. Car's longer than that fight. Yo, what? So, like, imagine, you know what I mean? Actually, it's not, but, like, you get my idea, though. The thing is, like, the number thing really doesn't matter. It really doesn't. So the fact that there's a small-ass population of people that makes such a big deal over it is yo, it's mad cringe, unfortunately. So, like, get out of here, dog. Yo, like, because when, again, someone was like, yo, Sessiion, you're the number 5 gunbreaker in Uwu. And I was like, yo, I don't care. I mean, my response was like, oh, really? That's cool. But I don't clear Uwu and then immediately go check the number. Yo, whatever. If I get number 5 in the world, or I get like a 5, yo, cool, I got a number. Like, yo, we going back in there, brother. Yeah, I'm just trying to play the game. I don't care about being top 5, brother. I could be the number 1, I can be the number 1 worst player or the number 1 best player. I don't care. I'll have 500 clears and I'm still gonna want to go back and do Uwu because guess what? Yo, the fight's fun. Especially when either one, I'm helping people get their clears. Because maybe I have every single weapon in the game, but I have a friend who's missing like 1 weapon. Yo, guess what? We go Uwu for fun. help them get that last weapon. It's as simple as that. So the fact that people actually like get really pissy over like, hey, you kicked me and I have 100 clears, like what's wrong with you? Yo, you can go fuck yourself for all that I care for 100 clears. I don't care. Is that a bug? Oh, actually no. So no, it's not a bug. Just like a schmutz up there though. I thought it was like a bug crawling on my wall, but it's not. The shadow is weird. Anyways, just want to know the names. Yeah, I guess one of them, they mentioned it earlier today, Payno. That's all I can tell you. Like, Payno is one of them. The other person, I have no idea. I think it's like Troy or something. They're both, I think they're both in the same, oh, you know what? They're both in the same FC. So, yeah. I'm sure if you DM me, I can, oh, did you DM me somewhere? Neither recognizable? Yeah, my point exactly. And you know what the crazy part is too? Yo, I didn't even, like I said, yo, we raided, we got a totem clear, and then I went to bed. And then the Dark Knight hit the Discord up, and then I woke up this morning, and somebody this morning was like, hey, like, did you do Uwu last night? And I was like, yeah, why, what's up? Like, this sounds like it's a thing related to me, unfortunately. And say, oh yeah, because they mentioned somebody about like a thing with some shit. And I'm like, okay, what does that mean? Oh, because like all that they told me was like the person that somebody made a report, something about something, and it was involving me. That's all that I know, right? And then I was like, okay, so what's the problem? And they were like, no, nothing. But like, how would you feel if you found out that they don't do the current content? And I'm like, what does that mean? And they were like, no fruit clears. And I'm like, okay, what else? Oh, they didn't even do the current rates here. So I'm like, wait, you're telling me that like they never went to like M5 Savage? And they were like, yeah. They didn't even clear M6 or M7 or M8. I'm like, oh. So you're telling me that these dickheads only do just Uwu? And they were like, well, yeah, they do Uwu and like in T. And I'm like, okay. So now what do I do from here? And then he was like, nothing. You can just kind of vibe. I'm like, oh, okay, fine. Cool. I'm gonna continue my spiel then. And then, yo, we chilled today, and then we kind of vibed out. We did some crafting today, and then I turned my stream on. And then guess what? Nothing happened. But then I kind of reminded people, I'm like, oh, snap, like, yo, did you know about the drama for whatever? And then, yo, people told me that I was mentioned on Discord. I had no idea. So I was like, oh, really? And then I kind of pulled up like the text in the Discord, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, there's no name drop, and there's no name drop, and there's no picture. So it's clearly freaking petty. No name drop and nothing about nothing. So I'm like, all right. So if you don't have the balls to say it to my face. Because I don't mind telling you who they were, but I don't remember the names of the two dickheads that we dealt with because they came into the chat. But the Dark Knight, I don't care. I can tell you that person's name. I didn't blacklist that person. You know what I mean? A little bit of her ego. I mean, apparently. I mean, cool story, brother. Because I mean, like you'll come see me in DSR on top, but you won't because you can't do the fight. Because like heck, Lamau. You know what I mean? But because the thing is that everyone already knows who the Dark Knight is that I was with because we literally cleared with them before. Chungus something, large chunk, yo, whatever, that's his name, in large Chungus. That's all I can tell you. Yo, we cleared Uwu with that kid, and that kid has like, I don't know, he has like a dozen clears of Uwu, and I'm like, in the past like week, yeah. Oh really? Okay. Hey yo, what's up? What, you mad that the name got exposed? Yo, I'm sure that he's listening in right now. And if he is, yo, I hope so. Let him say his word, brother. What you gotta understand is that, like, I'm not really in for the petty drama. Yo, listen, if I gotta hit you with, like, a name exposure, brother, that's fine. Large what now? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I got you. Yeah, his name is stupid. Who cares? Speak the truth? Yeah, I mean, that's the truth, right? It's like, yo, listen, man. Because, once again, if you see me in the streets... then all of a sudden we're not going to have a problem, right? Because, you know, you can keyboard warrior online all you want, but you're not going to say nothing to my face. Like, we already know how that operates, you know what I mean? Which, unfortunately, sucks. because obviously, like, I'm not here to start no problems. What I have at forward? I'm taking a risk. Actually, you know what? Thank you. I think I had forward. I'm trash. I'm yapping. That's fine. Alright. Death got stored. Noted. Dang, maybe I'm getting tired. But yeah, anyways. Yo, we genuinely don't care about anybody when it comes to this. Because again, like, yo, I'm not going to remember any of these names. Like, why do I care? Like, yo, listen, the names are gone tomorrow, and guess what? They're gone. You literally can't ask me who they are. I do not know. All I know is that one is the #1 summoner, and then one of them has like 100,000 clears in Ulu, and they don't do the current raid tier content. So, like, yo, go kick a rock for all I fucking care. I don't know. I have a few names I remember just because they're all players who are mildly neat into where I into. Forget I asked. Ask because I hang out with some of these circles. Oh, I mean, listen, the worst thing that you can tell me is that one of them is like your best friends, and then I'll feel really bad because I obviously wouldn't want the... I've already had that problem when I was in my Fruit Static, you know what I mean? I had that problem in my Fruit Static. Freaking the White Mage in my Fruit Static was, I went into PF to try and clear, like, for like a... I think I took the clear, I think. Like, I went for the clear, so I went for like the clear attempt. And then they had a Reaper in the team who had no idea what they were doing. And then they got kicked, and then also they're on like a list somewhere. And then people posted that list, and I'm like, yo, that guy's the worst player I've ever seen in my entire life. My literal words. And then that White Mage was like, oh, LOL, that's my friend. And I was like, okay, cool. I don't take back my statement because it's your friend. And then she proceeded to get super petty with me. And then I stopped caring. You know what I mean? Yo, and that's it. Yo, I moved on. Because I think I cleared like 6 times, and then I was like, okay, cool, I'm gonna go chill out now. And then we went to go back and do cards, you know? I would tell my friend that you said that and to get better. Yo, and listen, and if you tell them that like, that'll be cool. Yo, that's it. GG's, dude. Like, I don't mind being told that I'm not good at the video game, and I also got to get better if I'm like away, you know, a certain type of way. Because like, yo, even earlier today, I was in Uwu trying to get like a totem thing, whatever, and then friggin' I was with somebody that I recognize, and then they were like red mage, which made me hurt a little inside because I was like, oh, I don't think they remember me. Which sucks, but it's okay, I don't care. I'm not gonna like cry about it. But then they would like, oh, stack south, because I would pre-stack a little bit to the east for ow. I like pre-stack east for I gotta do my turn. I pre-stack south for not south, sorry, I pre-stack east. Sorry, I'm not trying to work right now. I'm not smart. I pre-stacked east for... I'm red mage, you know, I gotta grab the thingy to the east. And then I grabbed it early. And then the spiny got pulled a little bit away, which didn't matter, I guess. And then they're like, yo, like, just come south. And I was like, oh yeah, I guess I could do that. That's what my response was. And then I did that, and then that was it. Oh, I also asked for confirmation. I was like, oh, even for that part? And then they didn't respond back. And I was like, okay, whatever. You know? Zone 3 Labyrinth is Babnir. That's characters' names. Oh, I see what you're saying. I was about to reset my tile. Thank goodness that I had to scratch my ear because I couldn't move my hands. We good. I really would reset the tile before you... I had a girl. I think it's a girl. The character model's a girl, yeah? Yeah, okay. There you go. I'm not also like good girling people on the internet. That's so fucking weird. Alright. Ow! My leg! Thanks, friends. I appreciate y'all. Something you just know? Well, yeah, but the thing is, like, also, like, objectively, you know, here's what I'll tell you, because this has become a truth as well in the situation, and I'm really trying to maintain it all. I'm not gonna lie to you, because I've had the pleasure of meeting people very recently who have been like incredibly wholesome and so nice, and honestly, it's almost like turning a new leaf almost. You know what I mean? I mean, not that like I was always like a bad egg, but like, yo, you know, like the whole like I'm not trying to like dramatically change my personality in any kind of way, but like realistically though, I don't like to just sit there and you know, I don't like to sit there and sound like I'm angry all the time, because like in reality I'm not, right? But simply put, it's just like, yo, honestly, I'm being like mentally awoken like a little bit, where it's like, yo, honestly, I just want to chill. So, but I think there's been such a recent wave of people like talking back to me or talking at me during content that it's like, all right, we really don't got to go through this whole threshold about whatever you're trying to talk about, you know. So like, yeah, you know. Anyways, here we go. So, yeah. Wait, I'm trying to catch up. I remember then because I forget the... Oh, my dear friends. Oh, my first character was a Blamakote male. Duh, you know what I mean? Unless my best friend comes back, I suppose I ain't a chance to see the reaction to Garlemald's. Slumped yet again. Somebody just left, I think. So... Oh, they are leaving. Unfortunate. But yeah. But yeah, you know, sometimes you just kind of like want to chill. They stopped literally right before going to golf. Oh, really? In the middle of the MSQ situation? That's unfortunate, honestly. Yeah, man. Like I said, I think that like I'm just kind of like, I'm just trying to chill, bro. I'm tired of, because honestly, I think that people think that I always got like a little devil and an angel on my side, trying to like something, you know what I mean? Which honestly kind of sucks, because again, I think realistically, like, sometimes my opinion gets listened to and gets taken a little out of context, and I really want people to stop doing that, because genuinely a lot of times I just kind of say words for the sake of like making like a word thing, whatever, you know. And then when it gets like taken out of context or kind of gets implicated incorrectly, yo, then I just want to stop talking, you know. Like sometimes you don't want to really tell anybody about what you think or how you feel. Like that's why that whole thing about yesterday was, you know, because I was like, oh, because I recognized a name that I saw in that chat, and I didn't know if there's like any tie into it, because Celeste sent me like the screenshot or whatever, and I saw a name that I was like, oh, this person was in here also talking about situation, is what I kind of like registered it as. And then like turns out that they weren't involved in it, so I was like, oh, I mean, I don't care, it's gonna go under the bridge. Maybe she's just also in the Discord like chatting, and it's like, it's already in the past, like I'm cool, we can just move on, I don't care, you know. And I don't want to like make things sound way more dramatic than they already are, because it's petty, and I don't really care about being petty about things. Because then if I go petty, then it kind of gets like a little like psychotic a little bit, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna try and look at that post like, yeah. I mean, like I said, I think realistically just being quiet is like my usual answer to things. So. Yeah, I'm halfway through 30. All I want to do is chill, like knowing what's up though, because I look up for people. Well, yeah, you know, and I think that that's the thing that I care about too, because like I said, I've had like a recent pleasure of hanging out with like a lot of cool people, and I think the worst thing you can do is just make it seem like it's an ego thing when it's like not, or you just like, I don't know, want to give your input on something but then like nobody asked, right? So sometimes you just, you know, you just want to try and say something and then think that somebody might interpret what you're saying correctly, and then you find out that like, nope. So I think it just really depends on like that situation. So yeah. Huh? Community what? What? Sorry, I got like a Twitter notification. Readers added the community notes of a post you replied with. Oh. They can do that? I did not know that. Oh, I guess it's a comment that I made. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, is that what that is? That's really funny. Okay, I mean, yo, I guess that's how that works. You know, okay, there's a thing. Oh shoot, that scared the crap out of me. Sorry. Twitter post turned on. I didn't know how it works. There's a Twitter AI thing called Grok, I think. Is that what it's called? You can like ask Grok if the post context, whatever. And so I made a comment, and the comment is being used as a yeah, so sometimes when you ask the, I guess if you ask the anime girl in a post about like what's going on, then sometimes it'll say like, oh, readers added context that people might want to know about the post, because sometimes like it's AI, so when they're like, oh my god, like I can't believe that she, you know, she changed her hair from like red to blue, and it's like, no, it's clearly photoshopped. And then they kind of like pin that message and post it under the post, so that way you don't get like kind of overly confused by it. So my message was used, and so it kind of like, honestly, it'd be a lot easier if I just like show you. But like this is my Todd thing. No, that's a different conversation. It's about this guy. He's literally like running. He's running in the desert. He tries to showcase that he's like alpha male runner energy, I guess, and so he's literally like sprinting versus horses, because the post is like, oh my god, he's running faster than a horse. Yeah. So he's basically bragging that he's outrunning horses, but then they literally start working. They kind of start picking up the pace, and that guy gets fucking chased like to any, you know, like they clearly pass him. So this horses clearly takes over the guy post. This is my comment to this video. And so it turned into like this thing. So I think what they did was I guess there's a way to like pin the message that clearly showcases the, like, I guess the truth behind what's happening in the post. So yeah, I just click on the thing. Oh wait, I don't know where to find my response though. There's 3,000 responses. Oh wait, I have an idea. Wait, it's this one, right? It's not communities, replies. Yeah, follow me on Twitter. Not kidding. Oh yeah. Wait. Oh no. That's not what they said. Okay, sorry. I said yeah until I started trying. That's what I said. And then they literally, he starts sprinting like crazy. Yo, and they start trying, and then yo, he's gone. Like dusted. Dusted. So anyways, yeah, this guy this guy's hilarious, because the fact that what happened to him? He raced I Show Speed, right? And then he lost like 4 times in a row or something like that, I think. And now he's constantly racing against other things to prove how fast and how like macho he is, I guess, or something. And bro just loses every race. You know what I mean? Like, you can't race against horses and then lose after 4 or 5 seconds. There's no shot though. But like, yeah, GG's, bro. So, yeah. Oh, the Vishojo thing is crazy, man. I'm so mad for Iron Mouse, honestly. I read about that. I read that post, and it's really annoying, actually. Yeah. Some brands left him because of that. He was hilarious. Yo, listen. There's only so far ego takes you. You know what I mean? I get it. You're trying to be like that person to like, oh my god. But like, yo, sometimes this goes way too far. Yo, he starts racing horses and he just loses. Yo, it cracks me up. All right. That's just funny. So anyways, yeah, I thought that I made that post. But no. It was like a reader's message about whether the post was helpful or not. I kind of misinterpreted it. I'm about to say there's no way that I said that, but like, yeah. Anyways, if only had 2 more legs, they was cheating. True. But also, maybe he needs some more protein in his diet. You know what I mean? And or maybe he needs like a little bit less muscle, because maybe too much muscle kind of like weighs him down. That he kind of like gotta, you know, speed up a little bit. I don't actually know. As for the Todd thing, listen, I've already heard enough that I had to hear about that. I commented on Midna's post, and it was kind of like a small little excerpt of a post that Sayori eventually makes, because she also kind of like gives her own input, you know. So yeah, I don't know, because I also saw this I think it was this morning, Arthur's like defend him, and it's like, what? Why is everybody mad at him? And then I already was like, man, I don't care. So yeah, I mean, the content of what he's being said is not wrong. I think it's just content farm. Well, yeah, I mean, again, I don't think that what he said was necessarily incorrect. I think that his delivery just pissed off a bunch of people. I think that's honestly what happened. So the Coogan tweet was everything I needed to know. It's funny because I also read that tweet and was like, yeah, okay. Yo, yeah. So listen, brother, like Todd's still the homie, man. Again, I got nothing against him. The only you know who it was that was posting back in response to him and then started actually like kind of going crazy over it was Rogamaniac, I think his name is. Also, apparently he's trans ally, I think. He made a post about like trans people, which was really, really cool to see. He was like, yo, shout out to the trans, dub, you know, something like that. It was cool. Arthur's just having unk takes. Well, I think he's always kind of had those takes. But those takes are not always disagreed on, though. I don't have a problem with a lot of his takes, honestly. But also, it dramatically depends on what he's saying. Because what he said about Fru, I was like, you know what? Yeah, I agree. But then he said something that even Xenos like didn't agree with, and then I don't remember the context anymore. But I also was like, yeah, Arthur, so that was kind of like a weird one. But hey, yo, you know. So, because also I had the pleasure of asking Xenos a question, and he read my message in chat, which is really sweet. I thought that was pretty cool because I'm like, oh my god, Stardom. But essentially, I asked him like, yo, like, what content do you need in the game in order to like keep on playing the game like on a constant basis? And his answer was quite literally like, yo, I play the game on a constant basis when there's content to do, and I would do it a lot if there was a reason to, but I don't because like I don't have to. You know what I mean? Like he wants, like for him, the answer of being Savage and Ultimates is actually what appeals to him the most. And like Criterion Savage and like this on all the content, you know, like he'll always do the content when it comes out, but it doesn't last him long, and it's because it's already underneath his expectations that the content isn't something that he's able to farm on an everyday basis, because some of the ways that the content is delivered in this game it's just like oh yeah, like you do it once or twice or a couple times, get what you want, and then like you know. So, and I get that. So it was kind of cool to hear my message, you know. I felt kind of cool in the moment, actually. But yeah. Does it make sense to streamers though? What the kind of whack? Well, with the well, I think also him answering the question in the moment might have not been like the best time to ask it, because he didn't, in respect to fairness, he didn't exactly answer my question, because I was asking like what kind of content does he need in the game in order to give him like the you know, the everyday play, and his answer was Fru or Ultimates and Savage Rating and all that shit, you know. So like, yeah, he didn't exactly answer my question, but I also understand that if he answered it and he didn't answer it. He didn't answer because I was asking like what type of content does he want, but he answered it because he said that like the content that he wants is what he gets, but it's just you know, he would want it to be long lasting, and I think the simple answer is like it's just not long lasting. Because he also is like a, you know, raid 1 week like type of dude. So, anyways, yeah. I still would agree with him, but I also would tell him I don't agree with him. Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't think there's a problem with me. Arthur is the unk of unks. I feel a lot of people are basing their entire opinion on internet opinions. I mean, I think the bigger issue is that everyone, I think, just wants a reason to play the game, and I think people are just expecting perfection from 14, and the problem is that this game has never been perfect. But I think that also people don't, maybe this is like a hot take, I don't know, but I don't think that people know how to effectively give their critiques and opinions about how to make 14 a better game without making it sound like you want to go to war over the game, you know what I mean? So I don't know, man. Because again, people are like, oh, like if you think that, like people will tell you like, yo, 14 sucks. Go play Guild Wars 2 or something, and it's like, well, no, I'm not doing that. So GG's go next. I like Guild Wars 2 though. That game is lit, but I'm not gonna just go ahead and under your own personal circumstances go play the game because like you said so. You know what I mean? So that being said though, like yo, shout out to Axel because she literally put me on freaking Guild Wars 2. I would love to go back and play that game. You know. The perfect shower gonna at me. I'm not gonna at you. Girl, I love you. I'll do anything. Like you know what I mean? I do anything for the vibe that you got on and off all the time. So yeah. Okay, good, man. I mean, that being said, though, I think that Shadowbringers also had. Well, I mean, Shadowbringers kind of had like some issues, microscopic though. You know, like for just like a simple example, like. There were not 2 ultimates in Shadowbringers. That's like the only one thing where I'm like, all right, well, you know, that would have been cool. But am I crying over it? Hell no. I still got the ultimate. And if anything, DSR is still peaking and just for existing. You know what I mean? Like WDSR. For real, the vibe right now is that kids are mad at their fathers. That's all. It'll change. Yeah, for sure. Because that's the only problem that everyone has about Dantro right now. Everyone is trying to find a reason to complain about the game. And also the devs had the you know the moment of admitting to themselves that the complacency is kind of showcased like, oh my gosh, you know what I mean? Because even Yoshi P was like trying to say like, yo, listen, man, like, you know, there's things happening in the back end that the customer won't care about. Where like, I mean, we kind of care, you know what I mean? But there's certain pieces of context not being allocated for the situation, and like it'd be kind of cool if like we actually knew the answer, but we don't because we don't work at the company. And like I get that, I don't get, you know. Yo, if they said that the reason why it's cost, yo, I understand that there's like a bunch of factors that prevent them from actually making a hard version. Does it excuse things though? To some people, no. Which again is understandable and it's fine, and I'm not gonna sit here and be all pissy about it. That being said, though, yo, I understand that there's people out there that are mad that 14 is, like, entering, like, a small little slump. And they wish that it was peak, like, Shadowbringers and Endwalker storytelling on a constant basis. And, unfortunately, yo, we're not gonna get that. And that's okay. Are we gonna get it eventually? Hell yeah. But I think also, when you kind of think about it, though, I think that the devs already knew that this was coming, and that's why it's really not a big deal. However, I'm not gonna say that without getting in some kind of trouble. So like, yo, going out and great. So yeah. You better hope that the tether break, bruh. Let me break. Carry on. So yeah, I don't know. Because look, I mean, listen, I know that like we're doing old content, blah, 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 whatever, but listen, I can do this shit forever because you know what? I love this game. Now, that being said, though, is Dawntrail like the best expansion of all time? No. Is it goddamn good, though? Yup. And, yeah, guess what? I'm cool with that. Because, yo, listen, if I don't want to play 14 because I don't want to play it, you know something is wrong. You know what I mean? There's absolutely a problem if I personally am like, nah, bro, I don't want to play 14 right now. Said session never. Like, imagine if I did, though. Like, hey, yo, bro. So. Am I going over there? Oh, okay. I've been playing 14 weekly every day since. Oh, sorry, I stopped wording correctly. Wait, I've been playing 14 every day since Shadowbringers. I stopped this patch. Oh, okay. Yeah, but also like again, I understand that though. Like it's okay. Because the thing is that like some people are gonna be like, yo, it's a crime that you're not playing Shadow or you're not playing the game because like this game is incredible, blah 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 blah. Like, yo, yeah, sure, cool, fine, whatever. But damn. That really sucks. Oh, the tanks didn't invoke? Oh, okay. What's up, Dragon? How you doing? I thought we were fine. I didn't realize that it was like a bad run. Or we like messed that mechanic up actually. That being said though, here we are. Biggie. It's fine. I mean, I'm chilling. Yeah, like I said, I'm not like I'm not in any kind of like crazy duress over the thing. Off topic, can I play the current Pictomaster like 7.1? No. The only thing I understood is that the first hammer is okay. What you used to do with Picto was during the burst window, you would do the first subtractive spell, like the cyan, and then burst window, and then do hammer. You just switch Blizzard with hammer 1. That's never play hammer now. Oh no, that's correct actually. No, my bad. You're right. No, apparently you never use hammer, which is why people are kind of mad about it. Hammer is net negative regardless of how you apparently use it. I think that's what I heard. I was originally under the impression that you like, yeah, I heard that it was originally like, oh yeah, just skip hammer 1. But apparently a lot of people are like, no, don't even hammer. Hammer is just like useless, which I was kind of like, damn. You know? So I don't actually know. Too many things are happening. I can't process Lefache attack. That's okay. There's a lot going on, so I don't really blame you. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the thing. You never want to hammer, simply put. You use hammer for mobility, which is very bad. So that's the truth, unfortunately. Like, yeah, you just never hammer. And I think what's crazy enough too is that rule also holds weight in the pre-100 versions. I think you still don't hammer unless you absolutely have to in like top DSR UCOP T, maybe? I do not know though. Do not quote me. I still use hammer, but that's because like I'm not smart. You know what I mean? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. AMA. Wait, I don't know 90. Yeah, I don't know either. All I know for sure is like 100. They actually said like, yo, don't hammer. Hammer sucks. And I'm like, that's really sad to say out loud. But like, yeah. I completely forgot that they said that actually. Oh, mine's like lately. Okay, cool. I'm still level 25. When do I get to fight god tier bosses? Well, I mean, you can start fighting god tier bosses even as early as like, you know, I would say like 50, but it kind of depends. My recommendation is just do the story, because that's the most important appeal right now for anybody who's doing the game. This boss, however, is level 100, so I mean, that's like a prime example. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would not compare where you're at right now at level 25 to this, because it's such a dramatically different life situation. You know what I mean? So, but that being said, though, I say that as long as you're able to just enjoy the game, then you know, enjoy it and like take your time with it, because a lot of people play this game very fast paced, and you really don't gotta do that. So, I think it was like, oh, it was wing. Oh my god, there's another freaking combo up there for the situation. Hold on. I see another chain stratagem. I don't have the thing. Dub. I play Summoner. Ooh, W Summoner. Okay, okay, okay. 1 second, let me kind of like just make sure I don't fail this part. Alright, we're good. One thing I can summon right now are some cute puppies or cats. I don't really know, but I can get some really cool monsters later. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I wish I can show you what they look like, but I don't. Oh yeah, you see, like, see that bird thing? That's a summon. You can summon that with Summoner later on, which is pretty cool. That's the Phoenix. You know, and over there's Titan. That's another summon you can bring out eventually. That big giant cute boy right there. Hey, yo, what? You know what I mean? So you summon a lot of really, really, really cool stuff later down the road, and it's definitely Tang got a fat dumpy. Hey yo, why did I read it like that though? I read it so fast. Yeah, so yeah, you know, just like I said, just enjoy the game. That's the most important thing to do. Did I miss annual hate 14 time? Kinda. I mean, like, yeah, but also, like, no. We talked about it, but we didn't really, yeah, it's kind of daily, if anything, I'd say. And not annual, per se, but yeah, we did cover it. Yeah, we did cover it a little bit again. That being said, though, the hate ain't, like, you know, the hate ain't that big of a deal for us. Like I said, I'm not gonna ever be like, I can never hate this game, dude. This game could fall off and I'd still play it. Which, again, because I'm biased, you know what I mean? Healer first. Healer first. Healer first. There you go. I feel like those are too close, no? Go back. W. Oh, there's a freaking chain up. Oh, why didn't I even notice that? Frank. I'm over here freaking like looking at the summoner not getting, or the scholar not getting her killed. It's okay though. Alright. The hate is kind of deserved in my opinion, but that's just like a little too doomer. I mean, I don't think that your opinion for that is incorrect though. I wouldn't say that that's necessarily like an invalid, problematic situation, honestly. I think that like you feeling that way is valid. Because there was a time where this game was something that you had and that you loved, and you really would just, you would live and breathe it every single day, you know what I mean? So the fact that you no longer feel that same breath of air is, yo, that sounds kind of sad, you know what I mean? Wait, I'm lagging. Am I? No, I'm just stupid. Okay, cool. So, yeah. Things will change without criticism? Yeah, I think it just sucks that it's what it takes, you know what I mean? The fact that you have to critique the game very harshly in order for them to actually consider changes, I think really sucks, but it is unfortunate. Really, is it because you love the game to the bone, or is it because you invested a lot of time and money into it? Honestly, both, but much, much more so that I love this game just for its, like, its existence, honestly, because, like, oh my fucking god, you scared the shit out of me. I'm a big Final Fantasy fan. If it wasn't an MMO, I would still play the crap out of it. Or if this was like 11, where it's an MMO that people still play and crack at, but like it's you know what I mean? It's still an MMO that people play, but it's not the current MMO. Again, I'd still play it. The time investment thing is obviously like secondary, but yeah, I do love this game a lot, and I'm not going to compete with anybody and be like, I like it more than others, but just know that I do love this game. Yo, no freaking thingy, holy shit. I do love this game a metric fuck ton. Metric, you know what I mean? Here, I'm going to hit that reset real quick. Out of curiosity, actually, hold on. Is it me? It's not me. Parking! So yeah, listen, I'm proud to say out loud that I could simp for this game forever, brother. That's not a discussion or a conversation or an issue. I would absolutely simp the fuck out of my eyes and brain and hands for this game. Maybe hand is a little bit kind of weird, but it's true though. You know what I mean? Yo, I love this game. This is one of the best games I ever had the pleasure of playing and being a part of ever, bro. I freaking love this goddamn game. You know? I just wish that I was able to kind of showcase that longevity for the longest time I can, because, like, you know, I don't have the 1.0 account, which is fine. But yeah, like, yo, like I said, people are allowed to feel the way, like, a certain way that they want to feel. That's okay. Because even the best games that I've ever played in my entire life also still got issues one way or another. You know what I mean? That sounds crazy, but it's facts. Some of the greatest video games of all time, in my mind, have an issue, even still, and some of it is such a subjective, like, huh, moment too, you know what I mean? So, like, yeah, bro. My thing is really not even a difference in the game. When all people do is complain, they become more annoying than the thing that they're complaining about. Well, that's what's currently happening too, you know what I mean? Ooh! Yeah. So that slide? That's the biggest problem right now, though. Everyone's complaining about the game just to complain about the game because everyone's complaining about the game, when some people that are complaining about the game don't even, like, do the content with the game. Like, that was a whole lot of fucking words. But, like, it's facts, though. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, though. I flew. Listen, let me tell you something. Shit, I got wings, you know what I mean? Hey, yo. That was really cool, though. You know what I mean? I got forward, W forward. So, yeah. Those feelings will never come back to me. I realize that us changing in our standards, the amount of things we get exposed to, are different growing feeling we had. This age doesn't feel realistic. I read that. I understood what you said, but it didn't sound like it. So, like, you know what I mean? My thing is this, though. It's also very simple. It's like, people kind of just, sometimes when you eat something and it tastes like so good, you want the same thing over and over again. But even still, there's going to come a time where you've had also like a little too much of it, you know? But also certain things you can really only enjoy once. And then, like, you know, you'll never trade that experience for anything ever again, which sucks because it's the unfortunate truth. Oh, I just used my, my gap closer, and there's nothing to gap close. Yo. Talk to the press, ask them what's up, you know what I'm saying? And, listen. There you go. Because, like I said, I know to Alyssa's point too, man. Listen, I could fuck for some Shadowbringers again, but yo, it's not gonna happen, and that's okay. Maybe, well, no. Actually, I take that back. Maybe it could happen. That's the thing. Maybe it could happen, but we're not gonna know until it makes some comeback. You know what I mean? That's the truth. There is an actual chance they could bring back the Shadowbringers feel. But, like, you gotta actually wait for them to bring it back. Oh, Wisp! There's a chance. Nope, chicken. Oh, great. No, it's okay. I'm actually not mad about it. But yeah. Don't get me started on problems out of my favorite games. Yeah, you know, so many food where I used to love it and now it's just like not the same, man. Well, that's the thing too, right? Because sometimes, like, some food you eat just like, yo, you're just like, oh my god, like I could eat this forever. Don't ever change the recipe. And then they're like, hey, I know how to make the food taste the exact same, but we did a thing that makes it taste the same, but it comes out like a little bit faster. And you're like, I trust you. And then guess what? It tastes nothing like what it is. And you're like, yo, what? You messed up. And you're like, no, we tested it. It tastes the exact same. And I'm like, no. I will never forget what this tastes like. I've been eating this every day for my life. I know what the taste is. This ain't it. And then they're like, okay. Okay, so let's be honest. We tried to make the process faster by taking out one little thing. We'll put that back, but we got to take out another thing. But they don't tell you that. Right? Okay, cool. Okay, so like, we used to put salt at the beginning of the process of cooking the chicken, but this time we're going to put it after the fact. So you get what you had beforehand. But I'm going to put a little extra salt on the rice. And it's like, but I'm not going to tell you that I did that. And you don't care. Until you taste it again, you're like, no, this is, yo, what are you, come on, man. You had it right before. Like, what are you doing wrong? Right? That's what's happening in any situation where a game gets like an update. Okay. Sorry, yeah. I'm gonna wait. It's been 2 expansions. I'll check the next one for sure. Yeah, of course. And listen, if at that point you're kind of like, listen, man, I'm not hungry anymore, then like that's fine. You know, it's unfortunate because you're like, I'm gonna miss it. You might come back though. I've seen it drop once, by the way. Can I be honest with you? I think it's the first time I've ever seen it drop ever. So like, you know, sorry. I'm in love with the game, but this game has like a restaurant that changed the owners. That's exactly what it is. They tried to keep the recipe preserved, and the recipe is nothing like what it was beforehand. And like that's an unfortunate and true statement. So, like alas, you know. You know what's really sad? It could be just because where we're getting at, but I'm feeling that with the pizza now. I don't think I've had truly good pizza in years. You know what's crazy is it's really sad that that's actually like a real statement too. There's only certain places that are tried and true to my eyes, even for like chain restaurant locations. But even still, those places also kind of concern me, like a smidge. I would say. Only Local is good. Yeah, you know, I had Domino's like very, 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 very recently, and there are certain things that I think they also know, like, yo, we can't change anything about what we did to this, and I think that they also understand that they've also unfortunately like messed up. You know what I mean? One tiny thing. Because you know what the other problem too is when it comes to the restaurant situation of making anything or drinking anything or whatever that it is or how it's made, sometimes people make things differently. Because that's what happens in this game all the time. Some people make things differently, you know? You got like I'm gonna use like names for the sake of the situation. You got like Shigeru Miyamoto-san, who's like, yo, I'm gonna make M5. And you're like, yo, we love M5. And then you got like Tome-san, and then Tome-san makes M6, and then it's like, yo, we hate M6. Not true, though. Like, we love M6, you know what I mean? And then we make Miyamoto-san make M7, and we're like, yo, he made freaking M6, M5, yo, M7's gonna be lit, and then guess what? M7 sucks. And you're like, yo, I hate M7. But then Tome-san makes M8, and you're like, yo, we love M8. You know what I mean? So it's like, yo, sometimes the recipes kind of go crazy, you know what I mean? Why am I 27% stinky? Alright, brother. One delusion that really needs to stop. Wait, I gotta catch up to the freaking... 1 second. I gotta catch up. I can try and find it though, hold on. While I'm in the middle of like... one hand playing. 20% toxic. I mean, that's a true fact and statement, you know what I mean? Oh yeah. I shouldn't have done that. Why did I do that? I'm in the middle of my, Oh, no, wait, actually. I don't know right now. Hold on. I'm kind of, like, stinky right now. Hold on. I forgot which one it was. I'm mad. I'm dead. Fuck! I'm trying to read! I can't read! I'm a mechanic! I can't read during a mechanic. Okay, one solution that really needs to stop with those people saying I wish my game was more like this other game, not realizing that the community in the game is not just as bad. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, they're just as mad at the game. Yes. I just heard a scene too? Yeah. I'm trying to read and I'm fucking dumb. It's okay though. You know why? I'm about to catch up. Don't worry. Or you know what? Actually, I got a better one for you. Yo, we're not gonna clear. Yeah, boy. What do you say? I'm sorry. I would never wish that kind of downfall on my homies. Okay, dude, you saw for 720? Hey, yo. Alright. Well, the thing about that, though, to the comment, Prince, is like sometimes the things that people do in their games that they're mad at work better in other games. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's certain mechanics and functionalities that I would absolutely be like, yo, if 14 had this game would be god tier. For example, for one simple thing, which again, don't get me wrong, yo, there's somebody out there that's gonna be like, nope, I don't like that, and like, yo, I get it. However, I'm all about giving it a chance. You know what I mean? For me, the answer is the, I don't know if you know about Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 has like a World Fate system. And in their World Fate system, we have fates. Or, sorry, they're called World Events. We have fates, right? In our fates, it's very simple, right? It's like, okay, we got like 30,000 things you gotta go kill all the things, and then like GG go next, right? Or, it's like a big boss. Or it's like, yo, protect these boxes from getting destroyed. Some random events, right? And it takes place on very certain small points in the map. There's like a little blue circle on the map. Bop. Fight right there. That's it. And like, yeah, that's cool. Now, the world events that they have in Guild Wars 2, right? Which again, criticism is applied. So instead of it being the small little circle in that one area, it takes place in the entire area. So the whole entire zone that you can teleport like an aetheryte, that whole area has like a world's fate that it only happens like once in a blue moon, and you got to trigger it by doing like a very specific thing. And if you do that, then like W, right? But it is like a very specific, really cool ass, big, gigantic, insane fate. And it's more than just GG's. Nice. Yo, you look how I predicted the future? Hey, yo. That guy didn't move away from the I think we did, boys. Alright. You saw them fall? Anyways, yeah. So, yeah, I liked... Okay, because the thing is, like, I never even, I never played Guild Wars 2 until, like, a month or so ago, right? And so... when I started playing in that World's Event thing, I was, like, mind blown. Because I'm like, yo, there's a bunch of people here that are way higher level than me, and, like, a bunch of other stuff. And, yo, that area is packed. And the boss is synced up to a level for anybody could die. You can be level 1 or level 100. It's a full participation fate. Anybody can get wrecked in that mechanic, whatever. And then I'm like, yo, that's actually like so sick. So of course I'm like, yo, 14 would benefit from this like dramatically. That being said, though, we do have special fates where again the boss is like gigantic and like a one-shot kill situation, like bing bang boom, right? And I get that. But I absolutely would go nuts over it if they put that in this game, because I think that they could. And it's not just like a fate thing where you just go kill a bunch of mobs and like whatever. It's actually a lot more involved in that. And also, I think that you can benefit with it by basically using other people's skills with like crafting and gathering to actually commence the thing. So, for example, I'll try to make it make sense. In Guild Wars, you gotta summon some like demon guy thing. Now, you gotta first like acquire resources. You know, you gotta go in a cave and go get like a bunch of like provisions and supplies. And if you do that, you get like a bonus where you get like a little bubble, like a little circle of healing circle, and it gives everyone like a region when you stand inside of it. If you complete that task, the better you complete it, the better the bonuses are. Fire. Then you have to like deliver that stuff somewhere. That guy is crazy. You know, you gotta like deliver some stuff across the thing, while avoiding some of the incoming attacks that come from somewhere, right? And then you gotta go travel across the area and go find a bunch of the guy's henchmen, because it's like, oh shit, like they're trying to summon like a ritual circle to make him stronger. You gotta prevent that. And then eventually it's like, what? Who dare disturb my slumber? And then the guy appears, and then he's going fucking sicko mode, and then it's like a giant fate that you gotta do, and you're like, yo, you gotta kill him. And guess what? That's just hard. Yo. You know what I mean? So now all of that's one fate. Now, is that like a lot of information? Hell yeah. But like, realistically, that in 14, because like imagine you can do a fate that, like a battle content fate, but you can also like level up your gathering. And you don't actually gotta gather or change jobs. You can just like press a button and then like, you know what I mean? Yo, I'd be kind of down for that. That'd be sick. So, anyways. World Fates from Guild Wars 2. Really, really sound super freaking sick. And I'm kind of about it. I would go like nuts if they made that like a functionality in the so. Now that's what I really was imagining before. Now here's the problem that it face. What do you get from 4 from it that make you want to keep doing it? Well, that's the... Okay, so here's the problem. And to answer that question, here's the thing. Because I don't know, but whatever Guild Wars 2 does has to be equivalent to what it would be like for 14. Because, as I was explained by our lovely friend Axel, who's a pink cat who I love, you're welcome, she says that it's a piece of content that, like, everyone has to do. Because like what it offers is just like way too good to pass up. You know what I mean? It's just damn good food. everyone wants to eat it regardless of what level you are. And you know what's crazy is that, like, that's exactly what 14 needs. Because, well, first of all, the way how the system works, unfortunately, with 14 versus like Guild Wars 2 is that, like, all the skills you get at in Guild Wars 2, you just get everything in the moment. Like, there's no like leveling up and like you get like a better weapon or like a blah 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 whatever. You know what I mean? That's the problem, right? Like, that content, it doesn't work the same way, which I think kind of sucks. That being said though, this is where my brain would say, personally, because right now, yeah, like, you can do the reward, get like a special thing, and then like never do it again, and that's unfortunate. So there should just be something that you can do to level up the thing in order to like make it worthwhile, you know. Now that could be a myriad of things. You can do it so that you can acquire maybe like certain maybe there's like a giant achievement for completing like a certain like World Fate boss, you know. Complete World Fate bosses like 50,000 times, and then all of a sudden you get yourself like a freaking cool ass moat and a minion and a mount and like blah 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 whatever. Make it like a progressive thing, you know. And you can do that for every single job and just make it like a color thing. So imagine like 21, I mean, again, that might be kind of like, huh? But I would absolutely farm a mount if there was 21 of them and they all look the same and the only difference was either the job stone and the color or like a theme. You know how everybody kind of goes crazy over the mounts from the trials because they're all like a bunch of wings, but the wings is god tier, you know? So for me, it's like, yo, if you can make a mount acquirable, like let's say I can do a mount, right? And like let's say that the Gunbreaker mount is orange, whatever, orange Gunbreaker mount, right? And then let's say I get that one, and then I gotta get the Dark Knight one, but the Dark Knight one's like dark red, right? And then the Paladin one's like light blue, and the Warrior one is like a carmine red. Yo, that's 4 mounts. They're all the same looking mount, but the difference is that they're different colors, and they got like a theme to the job that they're based off of. Yo, guess what? I gotta do that content like 4 times. But what you gotta do though is you gotta clear the content you first. What you gotta do though is clear the content with that job like 20 times just to get that mount. That sounds kind of crazy, but guess what? Yo, if I want the mount, I do it. Now again, so you know, I do it. Yo, heartbeat, brother. You know what I mean? So. In this game, the content that would appeal the most to I think the player base is if the content is extensively grindy and a big ass like you gotta put in some fucking effort to do whatever the hell that it is that you gotta do. Because again, what's the number one problem when it comes to content? Is when you only gotta do it once and then like never again. So you know what you gotta do? Yo, make it so that you gotta do this shit every single fucking waking hour of the day. But it's progressive. It's meant to be progressive. It's not meant to be content that you just, you know, you cycle at the entire, you know. Because you know what? Yeah. That's a problem though. See, like OC content is great, but it's monotonous because all you're doing is you're doing fates and then CEs and then you trade the thing for the gear, and the only reason why you're doing it is to prep yourself for 4 Tower. The number one piece of content that everyone's striving for is 4 Tower. Like GG's, you know what I mean? Now, is 4 Tower lit though? Yeah, 4 Tower's cool. But is it problematic? Yes. Why? Too difficult for the player base. Okay, understandable. What else? The mount, you get 1 mount. You complete it 1 time, you get 1 mount. GG's. That's it. So now here's a question for me. Oh, and then I guess you get a material, right? If you get like a material that you can use to like trade for the thing, and then like you get a bunch of other crap for it though too, right? I think so. So, like, you got to actually ask the kids that are still doing 4 Tower even to this day after clearing it 20 times, why are they doing it? You know? So. One second, I can read that. Wait. Oh my god, they did it. Ow! Right. Oh my god! Please hold. Well, I talked to people about the car extended warranty, you know what I mean? Wait, there's way too many people over here. Thank God for the reaction timing. Holy shit. I'm feeling kind of crazy over it though. Hold on. I gotta catch up in a moment. I just I really think that we can. Doing this part requires so much effort. Now I saw Alyssa's note about the content being extreme trial. A difficulty. I literally don't disagree with that in any case scenario whatsoever. It's absolutely an excuse because again, a lot of people who play this game, unfortunately, are very, 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 very fucking bad, and I understand that. You know what I mean? I'm equally just as annoyed for you if you tell me right here, right now, that the content is like not hard, because I absolutely expected the content to be difficult for the reason why everyone's talking about the content. You know what I mean? You know why? Because like I was under the impression that the content was hard. Because that's what it sounds like. And you know what the actual answer ends up becoming is that everyone just sucks at the fight. Ooh, 22, like damn low. Whee! So yeah. But it's not hard? Yeah. So that's the problem, right? It's like again, because you know what the truth is, car's not hard. You know why car is hard though? Because it takes one person to be like bye, and then like GG's, and then we'll never see you again situation. You know what I mean? That's the problem with car. Car is only hard for that singular reason alone. It's actually not hard content at all. It's mechanically though, it's got like some crazy like it takes. Doing car takes a little bit of like mental practice. Like you got to actually sit there and figure out like what to do, where to go, how to press whatever, and then be able to like manage your DPS output and rotation and all the blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? There's a lot going on in car. But is it difficult though? No. It's a lot of it is actually just mental management on like how to not kill people, and also you can safely play the crap out of the whole thing. You can actually play so safe, and it costs no effort to be safe. But then guess what? People don't know how to be safe. What did I have at forward? I think. People have forward. Oh, I thought I pressed the button. I didn't press the button? Oh. Phew. Alright. Sorry. I gotta catch up dramatically. Nothing. I love now also people are like, loot? I don't care about any of this shit. Bye. Okay. There's really nothing you need in 14 unless you're preparing for like an ultimate. Anything else can be just gotten from the market board. So here's my comment to that comment. I think that should be literally the objective. I think that objectively you should just prioritize making gear and acquisition for the simple sake of preparation for the ultimate, because one, if you don't do the ultimate prep, you're only doing it for gear, and if you're only doing it for Savage, then you're only doing it for Savage. If you don't care, then you don't care. But I think that because here's what I would like to do as an ultimate raider for like 7.5, for example. I want to be able to go to like 7 different locations that has content where I can potentially get best in slot for the job that I want to play in the content. So I want to go do Criterion, I want to go do Alliance raids, I want to do crafting, I want to do dungeons, I want to do Savage raiding, I want to do trials, I want to do like freaking tomes, and then give me like, I don't know, give me like a what else am I missing? Oh, and then give me Kinetic Alliance raid. Boom, I got 8. I want 8 different ways to get gear And all of this is to theoretically sit there and test my GCD speed and my damage output and basically maximize my potential for the simple sake of doing the ultimate. Because then, here's what I think would happen, which would be really cool, is the ultimate as a result will be like insanely hard, harder than top. I know, don't whatever, right? And the problem with gearing right now and for like Fruit, for example, is like you're only outputting yourself for the 2.5 GCD unless you specifically need a certain amount of skill speed or spell speed because of the job you're playing. But certain jobs don't feel good because of the certain jobs don't feel good because they're either played too slow or played too fast, and people don't figure that out until like after the fact, right? So the gear should be being replaced in order to compensate. Like maybe me playing 2.5 Gunbreaker's bad. Maybe I gotta play like 248. Yo, guess what? I gotta go get that like one random ass piece somewhere that has enough thing to give me the 248, and then I put that on, and then guess what? My progression feels better for the rotation. I think that's fire, but that currently doesn't exist. So that's my thought on that comment. So yeah. So far M6 has been entirely foobar. I'm so sorry about that. Not a single pull have made it past Adam Rich tonight. Ew. Okay. Even with veterans, it's all bleeding ad prog. Yeah, that sounds. I'm so sorry, brother. I mean, that's how unfortunate it is. Yeah. Content really easy to put you to sleep. That's an issue in my opinion as well. There shouldn't be any content that's really easy to do. Oh, in dungeons, I said, right? No. Okay. Whatever. Fork Tower doesn't even have any rewards I care about. That's the biggest issue too, though, because there should always be a reward that at least is appealing enough to the player base to want to go for it. But I don't even know if there's anything that like immediately comes out that people are like, oh my god, you know what I mean? So that's also an issue. But yeah. So, and then to Alyssa's point, Fork Tower not being too difficult is definitely like an issue. But like again, people suck at the game, so like, it's unfortunate. I'm surprised with people that even complaining, because me, that's why like what the Force Zone was. Oh, for Eureka, yeah. I mean, trust me, it's a whole Eureka. I can understand though. So I need to change my whole UI so I can play pick though. Okay, because like with the Force on Eureka, the problem with Eureka, I will say this, and I kind of don't mind what they did, but I get that it's also kind of annoying. In Eureka Hydados, you couldn't even go to Hydados until you actually leveled up through Enemos, Pagos, and Pyros. So if they make you do that again with 4 more zones in OC, that's going to be really annoying. I kind of get that, but the whole objective for the field operation area is that you would kind of sit there the whole time and like grind through the content. I haven't even done that with OC. Like I don't even have all the Phantom jobs maxed out. Like I don't care, because like I only care about the relic. But if I'm required to go do content in Fork Tower, for example, or for Phantom job stuff in preparation for the later step of the relic where because I didn't do it or haven't been working on it, I'm like severely behind, then now I gotta like really go crazy over it. You know what I mean? Which if I do, that's cool. That means I'm gonna be in the gym the whole time cracking at it, and I can't wait. But I also understand that other folks have been in there since day one, and like I don't care. But I'm hoping that the relic is very, very grindy, so I can have a reason to go back and go do that content, which would be super sick. So there's that. And okay. It's not hard. Okay, gotcha. 2 hours to reset in the Fridays I've seen tonight. Oh, damn. Is admin rage? Once? Ew. I take those statements with a grain of salt. People say everything is easy in this game and continue to fail it. People who claim to be good included when all people do is cry wolf eventually want to see the wolf. I mean, I will say, though, I'm one of the people that says that the game is easy, but I'm not saying that the game is easy because it's actually easy, because there's still fights in this game that are really hard. But because I've seen the evolution of the game, this game is easier in comparison to what it used to be like back in the day. And so what always bothers me about that statement is when people are like going back and doing fights unsynced. Because you know what really, really grinds my gear is how many people are like, yo, Titan Extreme for ARR, oh, just do it unsynced, mad easy. Yo, that is one of the hardest fights that ever came out during its entire longevity of when it was out. Yo, Titan Extreme on content was almost like P8. Like almost, but for a trial. You know what I mean? And same thing with P8, which I saw your message about that too. I'll catch up to that. But like, yo, P8's another prime example. P8 to this day still, it's gonna be impossible. Thank God, it's gonna be impossible to solo. It doesn't matter how many months go, expansions pass by. We can be at 14.0. You still won't be able to solo P8. Thank God. And like, yo, P8's one of the best fights ever because it's the only one fight in so long that's taught the people that like, yo, you ain't shit at the game. It doesn't matter. Thank God though. You know what I mean? Because you got to still do it unsynced right now. And again, trust me, when next expansion comes out and even the next raid tier, when we get the final like 7 ending gear, yo, people are gonna clean through P4 and P8, which is fine, and even maybe like P12, because again, once the axolotl mount is easy to acquire, where casuals don't got to think with their brain, and they just pull up a PF and let 7 other gamers just like rotation the boss down to death and goes from the axolotl mount. Yo, that little one person who's not going to know how to press summoner buttons is going to be super happy that he got them out at long last. And he waited 4 years for that shit. So, what's special about P8S? It's just one of the best fights in the entire game. That's all I can tell you. This fight is one of the best fights in the entire game. But here's what happened with this in this fight. And I still got the point, so I'm not going to lose my place. P8 broke everyone. This fight broke everybody. Everybody hates this fight because it was so hard when it first came out, week 1. Because you needed. Now people don't like it, but you have to do it. You have to respect the situation. In terms of this game, it happens all the time. It's the best fight in the entire game. However, that's not the reason why this fight is God tier. Okay, in world's first progging, aka like, you know, freaking you put the war paint on, you got the weapons that you want, you got your bis and slot, you got pentameld shit, whatever you pull to the scene, whatever content. Now here's the problem though. People always say that this game doesn't have a meta. Unfortunately though, it does. There's always 2 tanks out of the 4 that are the best tanks. So the other 2 that we can't play, we don't play them. You take the 2 strongest tanks in the game that do the most damage. You bring those 2. It don't matter which ones it is. There's that. Healers, you do not bring White Mage or Sage unless they actually have value that outweighs Scholar and Astro. So you take those out because the buffs are too strong. Then you take the 2 strongest melees. You take whichever caster is the most OP, and you bring Dancer. I don't know about Bard, maybe Bard, but you do not. So the thing is, like, you are required as a raider who wants to be in there, like, you're required. It's not even like a conversation or like a maybe. No, it's a requirement. You're required to do these fights when they come out on patch with the best 8 jobs that you possibly can play to do the content. It's not a discussion. Now, sometimes there's that one guy who's like, you know what? I know that Paladin Gunbreaker is like meta, but like I want to play Dark Knight. And guess what? That person gets pissy because it's like, yo, we can't meet the DPS check because like we have Paladin Dark Knight, not Paladin Gunbreaker. So, oh no, and then this party has Warrior Dark Knight. You know what I mean? Now, as a result, it's forcing people to stop playing those 2 jobs and pick up the other 2 jobs that do more damage because like, yo, more damage is better. Boom. Same thing with melees. People are like, oh, I want to be like my little I want to be my freaking monk player. I want to press some punchy hands. Boom. But guess what? Worst melee out of the bunch. You got to play monk. Or sorry, dragoon. Boom. I want to play Reaper because like it's new and I like Reaper. Boom. But guess what? You can't play Reaper because it's the 5th best DPS in terms of melees, aka like it's bottom 2. You got to play Ninja because it's number 1. Bam. You got to bring those 2 jobs. Anything else, you can't meet the DPS check. People got fucked up because they wanted to over here and assume that the player base or this fight wasn't gonna be hard on patch because like they wanted to bring non-meta shit. You know what I mean? No, I know that also Dark is meta. I'm just bad example. So like, yeah. Thank you. So people don't bring meta to world first, and that's always dumb. So because everyone was bitching and moaning that they couldn't play the real meta was Dark Knight and Gunbreaker, I believe. People wanted to play Paladin and Warrior because, like, yo, there's some people that put that main Paladin and Warrior, and their DPS output versus Gunbreaker and Dark Knight actually makes a difference. Dragoon and Ninja makes a difference versus bringing like a Reaper and a Monk. So you got to bring Dragoon and Ninja. If you bring these 2, you can't meet the DPS check. And then if you bring a Bard over a Dancer, you don't meet the DPS check. If you bring a Summoner over a Black Mage, yo, guess what? You don't meet the DPS check. So you know what everybody did? Yeah, because Xeno's crashed out about it, I know. So guess what? You got to put down the Warrior Axe and the Paladin Sword and Shield, and you got to pick up Gunbreaker Dark Knight. You got to take away Sage and White Mage. You got to play Astro and Scholar. You got to put away Reaper and Monk and bring out Ninja or Dragoon. You got to bring out Black Mage. It's a requirement. And you got to take out the Bard Bow and then bring out the Chakrams and play some Dancer. Now, here's the thing, though. People were suffering with this fight because they didn't bring the meta, and then they were all pissy because, like, they had to bring the good jobs. And then guess what? They saw the DPS check. And then here's the problem, because this is true, and I don't care what anybody says, it's a factual situation, because, you know, marketing and also, like, you know, press. People were, like, complaining that the fight was too hard. People were complaining the fight was too hard, because the DPS check was hard to meet. And, essentially, Yoshi P's answer at the time was like, yo, guess what? You know what that is? That's a skill issue. But they can't say that because, you know, they're going to get a bunch of crap out of it. So instead they said, you know what, our bad. We gave the boss too much XP. We're going to lower it by like 2%. And then they were like, cool. And then guess what? That didn't change nothing. Because you know why? You only had 740 gear pentamelted with like a tome piece. Instead of being able to go back and re-clear the fight with like better gear and actually meet the check easier, right? People were forced to play meta to clear day one, and then guess what? They got pissy. So guess what? Then they nerfed the boss the second week over, and guess what? People still can't meet the DPS check because the problem wasn't the boss's HP. The problem was skill issue and gear and job differentiation. Now, that being said, that nerf did nothing to the fight. You know why? Because I was doing this fight on content. People weren't able to clear P8 because of the gear. Yeah. I mean, the job was a thing, for sure. Like, the job balance wasn't perfect. And to Ion's point, the job meta should never be a thing, but in terms of world competitive racing, it's always a thing. But in terms of the player base and the population for the remaining of the entire universe of players, yeah, no one cares. Because you know why? People are one-tricks. People only play one job, right? They're never going to ever play anything else for the sake of the adaptation. Never. I know somebody who's like a samurai main. Yo, he'll never play nothing else besides samurai. And guess what? That's fine. I mean, will he wait a little bit longer to actually clear this fight? Maybe. But he's a samurai one-trick. He don't play nothing else. If you make him play anything else, yo, his damage tanks by comparison. You know? And let me also say, being a one-trick's not a problem. But there's problems where people start gatekeeping certain jobs out of situations because of the fact that the job is not good in how it's applied in the fight. But it's usually not how it's applied in the fight. It's usually applied on how the job balance is. So, you know, when you got like Machinist is like, yo, Machinist is fire. However, Machinist is also not identified in the correct position for its damage output. However, Machinist does a lot of work that picks up for a lot of other people out there that don't press their buttons correctly. So when I start seeing a Machinist out DPS a Summoner, yo, I got questions. Okay? That's it. But like, yo, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. So here's the thing. This fight taught everybody that, yo, like, the player base who wants to get into Savage Rating, y'all are lucky that the requisite to get into Savage Rating is not that high. Because you gotta just clear the normal version and you automatically unlock the Savage version, and that is it. So, yo, you gotta pull up and you gotta actually learn how to run your pockets. And you know what the problem is? The player base doesn't know how to do that because they can't. Because they don't practice. Because they don't learn and they're not willing to be taught. Now, granted, there is no tutorial in this game that teaches you how to play the video game, which is fair. You know, I can understand that. However, if you ever see something that says Savage, or Extreme, or Ultimate, yo, you should learn how to play your job. And you know what? Guess what? A lot of players just don't do that. So this fight taught all of them a lesson. You know why? Because the DPS check for this fight, for Phase 1, is equal to Phase 2. If you can't beat Phase 1, you can't even remotely closely clear Phase 2. That's it. Now, here's the problem though. People are very quick to give up. And also, everyone who plays 14, I said this 100 times, is sensitive. Everyone. Me included, everyone in chat is sensitive. Everyone cries when they get told what they're doing is either incorrect or that they're not good enough to content. Yo, and guess what? That's fine. You know why? Because the ratio of sensitivity is 1-to-1. Everyone. From the worst player to the best player, everyone is sensitive. Everyone. So it doesn't matter. The sensitivity factor doesn't get put into perspective anymore. We don't care about people's sensitivity. All you gotta do is make sure that, like, you gotta just put them in a little box and then put them to the side and be like, okay, cool. I don't care about sensitivity. All I care about is that, like, yo, you're not a good job. You're not good at your job, and that's fine. That just means that we can't raid together. That's all that means. However, does that mean that I get to bash you for not being good at the game? No, because you know why? Normally the person also talking that smack also isn't good at the game. It doesn't even matter that you rank 6 nothing. It doesn't matter. Right? So in this game, like I said, they've been making the game easier and easier for people to press their buttons, but they've also made the fights harder. And that's becoming a problem for a lot of people because, again, certain jobs, take Viper for example. Remember how before back in the day the content was the Vice, it was called Dreadwinder instead of Vice Winder, where you had the freaking dot thing like the what is it? Like Reaper? Yo, guess what? They were already in the process of like figuring out that, oh, you know what? There's a pretty high likelihood that the player base is not gonna enjoy the idea that like pressing these buttons is gonna be good on like a 40-second interval. And guess what? People liked it, but you know who didn't like it? Were the people who didn't understand the job because there was no tutorial on how to play the job. So instead of sitting down and actually figuring out how to play the job, everyone sat there and just bitched and moaned that Viper was too hard to play because pressing 2 positionals after 1 GCD, or sorry, pressing 2 OGCDs after 1 GCD, there's no job in the game that does that for the sake of damage output. There isn't a single one, right? You don't press 1 and then 1-2. There's no job in the game that does that outside of no, not even Summoner because it's 1 GCD. It's because Summoner does it with the, you get the 1, you know, you can press like Topaz into Mountain Bush, that's 1, but there was no job that had 2. And that fucked everyone up because the GCD is slow to the point that you can applicate both. And the problem is that these 2 buttons are positionals and just people couldn't mentally figure out that the positional thing was like a thing. So it became a problem. Now, I'm not saying that jobs don't have the double thing with their buttons, because Dragoon has one, right? You get to jump into the, oh, no, yeah. So, no, you're fine. So the problem is that, like, every job has double weaving, but Viper was the first job where double weaving was part of its damage output. Only job, minus, like, Dragoon, but even Dragoon don't count because you can delay it. You can't delay twins. You can't delay it. You have to press both of them in between GCD. The player base doesn't know how to do that, which is, again, it's hilarious. And so, to be able to press those buttons while fighting a boss like this, yo, too hard. So, Yoshi P and the dev team kind of already predicted the future, and they were like, yo, we're going to just change that because we already know it ain't going to be pretty. Boom. Now, is that what happened? I don't know. But that's what I think. So, yeah. Anyways, so, now here's the truth. Here's the truth, though. Let's kind of put it into perspective. Theoretically, because it's a possibility. We don't really know yet. Dawn Trail, specifically Dawn Trail, and they've mentioned this at the beginning of the keynote. The keynote is when they give you the presentation about what Dawn Trail is going to be about before it comes out. So Endwalker is still the current patch on content we're playing, right? But the keynote is explaining to us what they're doing with Dawn Trail. They're like, yo, they got Viper, they got Picto, we got Ultimates, we got Deep Dungeon, we got Savage Raids, the Alliance Raids based off of FF11, boom, right? During the keynote, they said this in specificity. They said that Dawn Trail is going to be about getting ready for the future of the game's saga for storytelling, right? And also, they're going to start undoing things that they've put into perspective over the course of the game's life cycle since Shadowbringers. AKA, as you just saw with Hephaestus in P8, yo, his body is like this, right? But his hitbox is the size of my chair. Boy has big-ass circle hitbox, but tiny body. The first objective for Dawn Trail is to undo this, because people got way too comfortable with big-ass hitbox where positioning and button pressing was like a challenge for some really odd reason, and their objective for Dawn Trail is to just undo this. And they're going to do this for all the content. Also, they want the fight to be more exciting, be more engaging, and not be like staring at the fucking party list the whole time, because that's how people do the fights. Whatever. Top hitbox is insane. Trust me, I know. However, though, top gets the only like pass where I'm kind of like okay with it. However, I did publicly say that I do wish that top's hitbox was like a little bit smaller in order to compensate, and people threw a fit at me. I get it though, but like I still don't take back what I said. Top's hitbox is massive, but considering the difficulty of the fight, whatever. Because imagine that like Omega was smaller and the towers were farther out than the positioning. Guess what? Motherfuckers gotta figure out like a uptime scenario. You know what I mean? So yeah, hitbox the MNF. Oh yeah, I mean we can go check that out too. I'm pretty sure. So the thing is that like, you know, sometimes you gotta take certain fights into consideration and think about what the fights were like at the time. And then guess what? Like I said, yo, some people had an impossibility going through some of this content, man. Because I tell you this much right now, if in top Omega M and S hitbox was that small in comparisons, because yo, the size of the hitbox is up to this ring from the middle. If you take the boss's hitbox from the middle, it's literally like the size of this entire ring. Yo, it's not even bigger than the second ring. That's insane. The boss's hitbox is so tiny by comparison. You see what I'm saying? Yo, and guess what? That's fucking fire. So, you know what I mean? Like, this is really, really cool. Now, like I said, if the top hitbox was this size, yeah, brother GG's, you would never see the light of day with the situation that it goes down to. Which does, in fact, like, crack me the hell up. So, fighting game character sizes, I mean, that's how it was back in the day. And you know why shit was hard? Was simply because of that reason alone. And thank God you can't even solo L12. Well, I mean, I guess without like a invuln situation, but like, yeah. What's a good decent way to check reset timer? Oh, I like to go to currency, and it's at the top. Currency is really quick. That reset in 1 hour 27 minutes is like literally reset timer. Yeah, I do it via currency. You could also do it in timers. If you go to duty and then go to timers, all of those reset as well. But it also specifies for like each one. But yeah, I do currency. Yeah, I got you though. Yeah, try an hour and a half. Yeah, you got until 4 a.m. Eastern time. Yeah. Now here's the thing. Now let me kind of like blah blah blah. Fru's hitboxes are too big for certain situations. Who is it? Whose hitbox is too big? Actually, it's fine. Actually, no, it's okay. The sizes are definitely smaller. The sizes are definitely smaller, but like, they're not big as the entire arena. Thank God. But they're still kind of small. Small by comparison, but like, yeah. Fru has like each of his phase 2 hitboxes. Yeah. I kind of take back what I was trying to think about, like if it's actually that large. It's not that large. The mechanic is still pretty. Well, the thing is, like, even if the hitbox was small and the boss follows you around, and also the way how the boss mechanically operates during like most of its phases, the boss stands in the middle, but the things that you do mechanically are like really tight, so it actually works itself out that the boss hitbox is not like the size of the earth. So it's okay. I'm not gonna try and actually sit there and try to appeal to the idea. The hitboxing for Fru is not an issue. The mechanical execution of the fight is an issue, but it's not anywhere near as bad as the fucking Lord. See, like that's also like that's a little large because of the boss's hitbox sizing, but even still though, that's not, you know, it doesn't cover the size of this entire thick ass ring, you know what I mean? So like it's fine. But E12 was still a really hard fight regardless, and like the difficulty output for that fight didn't really matter, and also uptiming was still really hard in that fight despite that hitbox size, so it ain't bad. Why the tree isn't in Fru? Great question. Yo, great question. I don't know. I have a theory, and it's gonna be a really annoying ass theory, and like people gonna get mad at me about it. Is everyone's gonna start reading Gaia? No, that's wrong. Unfortunately, that's not even the problem. The reason why I think Tree isn't in Fru, I kid you the fuck not. I think it's because the ultimate is 18 minutes and 32 seconds or some shit. That's my genuine answer. The ultimate is 18 minutes already. That's it. If they put Tree in there, it would have gone over their 20-minute threshold of time that they want to design ultimates for. I think that's genuinely the problem. There should have been a Tree in there, 1000%. And no, because Eden's promise is literally Metron. and Metron is like the pinnacle. That he's literally the entire focus of Fru. The focus of Fru doesn't even involve Reen and Gaia enough to make it actually matter. It's all Metron. The whole ultimate is just Metron. Like no bullshit. Metron is like Fru ultimate is just Metron taking over Shiva and using her memories and forcing Gaia and Fatebreaker. That's literally it. But because literally Metron is involved in the process of the ultimate, the fact that oh my fucking god, I'm about to crash out. Sorry. Okay. I'm gonna try and make this a very TLDR situation because I literally have a gigantic presentation that explains this shit. But essentially, Metron's promise to Logrith, aka Gaia, is to make sure that they're besties forever. And Metron is pissed that Reen took over that seat. And he did everything in his power to make sure that she was removed from the equation so that he can only be besties with Gaia. Boom, right? Now, it's literally been Logrith's like entire focal point for Metron that they become besties. So the fact that his entire mission in Fru is to remove the equation of Reen to rewrite memories for Gaia's sake in order for them to be like best friends again, that gets foiled by us / like the memory fragments of Reen. And the fact that there's no separation between Metron and the girls is complete utter insanity. So what should have happened in the end of phase 5 with Pandora was you kill her, but you don't. You just literally separate the memories of like Reen and Gaia and fulfilling their promise and restore them to normal. And then Metron is by himself because again, his whole objective was to fulfill the promise that he had for Logrith and that they could be together forever. But that motherfucker is alone now. So you know what should have happened is he should have put 2 and 2 together, that it was our fault as the Warriors of Light for doing Fru. It's our fault we failed to let him fulfill the promise that he had for Logrith. So he should have been giga fuck you mad. And what he should have done was take the tree, and because his whole perspective was being able to help Gaia remember the promise he swore to fulfill for her, and he failed that, he should have just became tree on every drug possible with the sole intention on killing the people responsible for making him be unable to fulfill that promise. And the boss name would have been the Forgotten Promise, and then it would have been the hardest phase ever, and it would have been fucking epic, and it would have been a tree. GG's. Yo, it would have been the most godlike fucking thing it would have been the perfect thing, because remember, Metron's entire focus is to make sure that he fulfills his promise. He never had an opportunity to fulfill it because we were there. So he should have been on some like, yo, I'm sad, I'm depressed, my life is in shambles because you interrupted my shit. I'm not going down without a fight. And man starts swinging phase 6 mechanics at us. That's what should have been. I have a whole, you know what? I'm gonna go get it. Forget it. I'm gonna go get the presentation. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. I'm gonna just show you what it could have been. And then when you find out, oh my god, I'm gonna show you what it could have been, man. God, man, it's so god tier, man. I'm so mad about it. All right, look at this. Just like look at this. I'm gonna show you. Yeah, I got a fucking PowerPoint. I started crying when I finished the video. I started crying. I couldn't believe it. Look at this. Okay, look. So here's what I think. Okay, Pandora should have gotten hit with a healer LB3 to cleanse Metron the fuck out of Pandora, right? And then him, man, I'm so mad about this, bro. Okay. Anyways, This is Metron still, by the way. This is literally still Metron. But also, he's got Rin Guy in his head, and they're like talking shit to him in the middle of him fighting us. And then he's like, this cacophony, oh my god, my head hurts. I got a head. Yo, he's dying in through phase 5 over a headache, brother. So this shit is god tier, by the way, right? But because Mans has a headache, okay, that's the problem. He's got a headache. No bullshit. That's why he can't kill us. He's got a fucking headache. All right. So anyways, Metron, devastated by his failure to commit to his promise to Logger, becomes the forgotten promise and has a final attempt to eradicate everything due to losing his will to live. That's the you know who made that text up? Me. That line was made by me, by my own fucking brain. Now, I'm not trying to take them credibility. I'm just saying though, yo, imagine you lose the will to live for one person. You couldn't fulfill that because of us, the dickheads, the warriors of light. It's our fault. And then he turns into this. That man is like, yo, my utopia destined for eternity is gone forever. These two don't give a shit about my thing. Fuck what you heard. So now I refuse to my promise to be equal to nothing. So I'm gonna use my memories and my hopelessness, and I'm coming after your ass. Oh, you thought that this was like a thing? Get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Yo, this shit is godlike. So literally the objective should have been focused on the idea of Metron being, yo, because Metron's alone. He's got nobody now. And it's our fault. So imagine, like, yo, you solo by yourself. Nobody's there for you. What else would you do besides go on a fucking murder spree as a result? Because the one girl you swore you'd protect forever in your life, not even being taken care of by you no more. Brother, I'd send these people as a result. If I was Metron and I wanted the one girl, brother, yo, I was like, yo, listen, Gaia, like you and me forever, nothing will separate us. And then fucking Reen is like, haha, bye. I'm like, bitch, what? You're not gonna for me? And she's like, no, I'm only here for the sake of the friendship that you don't have, because like, again, you ain't shit. And I'm like, what do you mean I ain't shit? Nah, you ain't shit. And it's like, so I'm alone now because of you? And she's like, yup, bye. And I'm like, yo, fuck all that. Now I'm pissed. Turn the lights off in this bitch. Everybody's dying. Yo, I'd be in there. I'd be so pissed, dude. I wouldn't be fighting over a headache. I wouldn't be having a headache over this. I would literally eradicate everything in my path. And yo, that's what Metron should have did. So, listen. Session's entering rant mode. He's about to yap. Shut the fuck up, all right? Yeah, got me though. You got me. But yeah, man. So to give you the, I'm sorry, I gave you the long ass answer. Why there was no tree? Yo, that's why there's no tree. Because genuinely, okay. Hold on, let me actually go check. I'm gonna go check for you. Let's go check. Where's the ultimates rankings? Written. All right. Let me get just like a. Let me just get like a damage thing. Can I get like the worst ranks ever? I don't think so, right? Oh. I don't want like the #1 DPS type shit. I want like the worst people. Alright, anyways. Okay. So oh yeah, look. See that? See that timer right? Wait, where the hell is it? I just saw it. Oh, there it is. See that kill time? That kill time says 18 minutes and 31 seconds. Look at my logs. No, I ain't gonna do you like that. Oh, you know what? Here, I got you, bro. Here, look at my logs. Fuck it. That's actually smarter. I didn't think about that. You bigger brain than I am. Fax my name. Yo, check me out. What's up? All right. That fight. Look at how long that fight is, bro. I was kidding. No, it's okay. I got you though. I got you. I'm in there actually. Look at how long the fight is. 18 minutes 36 seconds. Okay. Here's the real answer. Damn. Here's the real answer behind why Fru didn't have tree. The Yoshi P's dev team about the combat in this game, they have a rule about ultimates. The rule is that they don't want ultimates to ever go after past 20 minutes. That's just their rule. Farm easy peasy. All right. So yo, Fru is 18 and a half minutes. Brother, that's it, GG's. Now, if they, okay, first of all, if you don't know this, learn now. Criterion Savage dungeons are 24 minutes long. Like, yo, that's what it is. So yeah, let me go ahead and hit you with a crash out real quick. Fru is 18 minutes and 36 seconds. And chaotic, okay, Criterion Savage dungeons are 24 minutes and change. So for me, the reason why Fru has no 6th phase and no tree, which should have included this guy, was because they don't want to break that 20-minute threshold. You know what I say? Yo, like, forget the rules. Who cares? Yo, if you can cinematically give me peak ultimates by making there be like an extension of 20 minutes, 22, 24, yo, I would fight tree for 6 minutes if that phase was insanely hard. Or what they could have done, which I would be cool with, is yeah, if they can do whatever they want. They could do whatever they want. I don't care. Yo, if you make me suffer for 18 minutes and 36 seconds in Fru versus Metron to Pandora, and then you give me a phase 5 checkpoint, and phase 6 is like a 10-minute fight of just fighting this guy, take my money. I'm down for that. I'm so down for that. Because you know why? Imagine they give you a checkpoint after you defeat Pandora, and then phase 6 is just him pissed. He's fuming at you. That man is so angry. And he's giving you a chance to breathe before he makes you pull up to the scene and then make you suffer for an eternity. Yo, I'm cool with that. I don't mind an ultimate being 30 minutes long if the storytelling is insanely good, and also the actual damage execution and the difficulty is like there. But I would go insanely crazy over a situation like this where I gotta kill a boss in 20 minutes or 18 minutes and 40 seconds in order to fight this guy, and then there's a checkpoint. Yo, imagine you clear phase 5, because yo, oh my god, yo, because like I'm getting so hype right now, and I'm also about to start crying. Because like think about this. Imagine during the world first. Yo, imagine you see Pandora and everyone's like, oh my god, it's Pandora. Hello? Sorry, there's an accident there. Imagine you go through Pandora. You know, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Imagine that you see Pandora and everyone's like, oh my god, like yo, it's like final phase, holy sh. And then they go and then they deal with final phase, and then they kill Pandora, and then there's a cutscene, and then it says limit break has been reset, and then you're like, I'm sorry, what? And then you see him, and he's yo, that man is pissed. And then he's so pissed that he gives you a checkpoint. And then I guarantee the whole crowd, everybody would go crazy over it. Because I wouldn't even care about progging anymore. I want to just watch. I just want to watch. Imagine. Okay. Yo, how long is Uwu? Out of curiosity, wait. How long is Uwu? I want to check. Everyone stop talking for a minute. I'm going to go check for myself. How long is Uwu? Legacy. This is my own character. Hold on. Boom. 13 minutes? 12 minutes 58 seconds? Yo, listen. If you literally take this number and make it this, I mean maybe a little bit, maybe like not that long though, because 12 minutes kind of long though. It used to be 16, yeah, but the problem is like right now it's like 12 minutes, which is like kind of an L in my opinion, which is like whatever, but like either way. Yo, if Fru was 18 minutes of 5 phases of like, you had to restart. If you couldn't kill Pandora, you go back to phase 1. But then for the storytelling, if you defeat Pandora and then they make it a puzzle. Because, okay, in the current Fru phase, all you gotta do is kill Pandora. Yo, imagine you LB3 melee the hell out of Pandora right? Imagine you LB3 Pandora melee and then you kill her and then a cutscene plays out and she's like, nah, not today, and she wipes the whole party, and yo, everyone would be like, yo, like she had 0.1%, we LB3'd the fuck out of her, why didn't she die? And then you're not supposed to LB3 her with a melee thing, you gotta use the healer LB3 to cleanse the soul of Metron out of the Pandora thing, and then you save them. And then he's by himself, and then they hit you with a checkpoint, and they give you a free LB to walk up in his shit, and you hit him with the thing. And then, like, yo, phase 6. And then that phase 6 is like 8 to 10 minutes of just like a gauntlet of him just like slinging nothing but anger at you. Brother, this is why I'm not allowed to talk about the game, because I get so invested in lore. I don't even care about how hard the ultimate is. I wanted the game to have a lore thing, because you know why? Everybody came in here during Shadowbringers, and Shadowbringers, everyone knows that Shadowbringer storytelling is God tier. Everyone, God tier, no questions asked. It's God tier storytelling. Everyone loves Shadowbringer storytelling, including Eden. So the fact that the storytelling for Eden was not done justice, like DSR on top, is so, oh my god, is crazy actually. Because listen, hold up, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna just show you. Hold on. I'm gonna just show you, because there is nothing more peak than what you experience in phase 7 of DSR. Okay, nothing. Brother, when you get to this part, oh my fucking, I'm gonna start crying. When you get to this part, yo, shout out to the video. When you get to this part during the Revenge of the Horde cast, yo, like, you literally sit there. Yo, cinematic storytelling is a requirement in life, and it's not a discussion. Look at this. My man got the 2 eyes. He's soloed. It's like, yo, forget what you heard. I got chills right now watching this without even the music playing. So you know what? Yo, listen. Look at this man. Look at Thorin. Yo, that's it. GG's. That's it. I don't care. This man came from the fucking sky with the 2 eyes of the dragons. And he's like, yo, fuck everybody right now. These are mine. Click. My man said, what? All right, fair enough. The power of mine eyes. I'm about to become literally a god eternal. That's so godlike, brother. And look at Alphino on the side. Who gives a shit? This man about to literally hit you with the reel. Look at him in the background. There's no moment in history of this video game that peaks this moment. Not a single one. And I love top, but nothing peaks alternative end. There's nothing more godlike than alternative end. And then you're like, yo, what the, yo, phase 7? Yo, I swear to God on everything that I love, if this was a checkpoint, I would have been sold on it. Yo, because guess what? Fru, oh my God, man. Fru did not do justice to Metron. That's all that I can tell you right now. Oh my, yo. We gonna watch it again, I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Actually, it's fine. But like, yo, let me tell you something, man. Yo, you see him. The music starts playing in, and everybody's going nuts. Because you know why? Do you know what everyone has during this moment is the shakies. Everyone is like this right now. I'm not even exaggerating this. Everyone is scared. There's no checkpoint. You don't know at all what the f you're supposed to be doing except for the mechanic. You know why? Because some people get to this part and they just see him with 3 exaflares. His swords are red, and guess what? When you got to this part, yo, everybody died because they didn't have a clue. And it was like a whole, oh my fucking God moment. Yo, the crowd was going nuts. And I know this because I was there. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, yo, phase 7? I mean, obviously, but the way that they transition you from that moment into this moment is unprecedented. Nothing in the entire game tops this moment because, yo, you understand that Thorin has been seeking godhood since the beginning. That man is like, yo, I will do whatever it takes to achieve what I want. And you know who didn't do that? Metron. Why? 18 minutes. This fight is including phase 1 is 22 minutes, maybe. Yeah, 20 exactly. Oh, look, you can tell actually. Look, it's exactly. Yo, people just start fucking dying. Fuck what you heard. Yo, you're dead. That's it. Yo, the fight is 22 minutes and 18 seconds, including phase 1 and the cutscene. The whole fight is like 23 and change. But yo, when they press that cutscene, yo, this is the best cutscene in the entire game. We watching this. Yo, when he pops up, and then the knight hits you with the staff, and then the arena appears, and then these people, yo, that's it, GG's. I could watch this shit forever. Best cutscene of all time. Phase 1, God tier, untouchable. Click. Yo, these people are like, yo, fuck what you heard, we came to play. And then the music kicks in. Oh my. This is the best phase in the, yo, listen, phase 1 is the best phase in my mind. I love phase 1. I love phase 1 out of all the phases in this fight because literally, yo, it's such a moment, bro. Yo, you pull up, they play the vault music in the background, and you got to deal with both of them. Not one, not two. Yo, name a better combo of farming than Greno and Edelfelt. Yo, there's nothing tops this moment. You know what I mean? And the thing that blew people's mind was on the pole, brother. Yo, do you see how there's only 2 LBs? Yo, that went over everyone's head. Facts to the name. And that to me, if you never told me that, I would have never noticed. I would have just gone through it like crazy, like normal. So when people were like, yo, why are there only 2 LBs? That's kind of weird, right? Yo, I had no idea. I sat in there the whole time freaking out over the fact that I'm listening to one of my favorite songs of all time in the best dungeon of Heaven's Ward, and these 2 people are like, yo, what the fuck is poppin', G? And then you're like, yo, what? Look at him. Yo, unflinching in the eyes of the Warriors of Light. Unflinching. Do you know how many people that these 2 have rended to the end? Yo, they were like, yo, if you can't beat us, you're not ready for the king. Fuck what you heard. That's literally what they did in this phase. So it's like, yo, goodbye. Oh, you thought you could handle the situation? Nah, psych. Move on. Yo, nothing tops DSR. That's why whenever they come out with an ultimate past this ultimate, yo, if I don't get no fucking cutscene opportunity like this again from phase 1 to the end, yo, newsflash, it ain't that good. Except for top. But it ain't that good. For another reason. But it ain't that good. So like yo, come on now, brother. Like nothing beats this moment. That's it, GG's. I don't care what anybody says. Nothing beats it. That's it. We can call it whatever you want to. So anyways, what they should have done was that, but with this. And the fact that they didn't, yo, until they announce it out there in the universe and be like, yo, guess what? Due to Sessions crash out online for the 40th time about Fru, we're remaking the fight and we're gonna blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? And then guess what? It ain't never gonna happen. I only asked why no tree, by the way. I know. Trust me. It's really obnoxious, but it is what it is. I just want them to make the ultimates be about storytelling just as much as it has to be about difficulty. And the fact that they don't do that is really unfortunate. Now, however, the only ultimate that hasn't succeeded in this, by the way, is Fru. It's the only one. I know that people are going to be like, oh, but like Yukop, Uwu, and T. No, Yukop and Uwu and T are fine. Yukop, Uwu, T are fine. At the time of their release and conception, like, yo, those fights were cinematically well told to do their job, and they do it goddamn well. When you hear Bahamut crash in with the thing and then you hear answers, brother, that's peak momentary. That's a peak god tier moment. That's almost DKT level god tier. okay? Because yo, he pops up and you're like, yo, Bahamut? Dun, dun, dun. Yo, and then he starts playing answers, and then he just says, fuck you, pull, like, yo, run your pockets. That's it. Yo, it's incredible. Now, Ubu, sick. Because again, it's like, oh my gosh. Because you didn't realize that you didn't realize that in Ubu, Ultima was like, yo, I'm over here trying to acquire the powers of the forces of the primals to become God. And then my man pulls up. But unfortunately, my man got the same kind of damage output as a squeaky toy hammer right now. And they got to fix that. Will they, though? Fingers crossed, because they said that they would never unsync the fights, which is good. However, they didn't say that they wouldn't like buff and nerf fights. So what they should do is buff the fights. You know how they can do that, simply put? Is by giving the bosses, I kid you not, more HP. That's all you got to do. You don't got to do nothing else to Ubu except add more HP to all the mechanics. Every single fight. Yo, they all need, they need 2% HP each. And maybe even more, depending on like what it is, because like, yo, Biss is obnoxious as shit for the sake of the old ultimates. No lie to the name. That's facts though. Ubu can be fixed with that. T, same thing, brother. Same exact thing. Phase one is perfect, actually, for T. Phase 1 T is perfect. Nothing has to be changed for that. It's top tier, actually. And then phase 2 is fine too. Phase 3, however, nope. Phase 3's HP is a little too low. The amount of time that's spent during the preparation for the post J-Wave situation, yo, Alexander sits there and he's like, oh, y'all killed everything already? Okay, well, I'm only like a quarter of the way through my bar. Sit there and wait. And he's like, and they're like, oh yeah, we gonna. We gonna. So like, GG's. You know what I mean? And it's like, all right, well, I mean, I'm not done yet. I'm like halfway right now. So like, yo, just be patient with me. Hold on. And then guess what? It's like, nah, I think we'll go see PA. And then you kill PA. But then hilariously enough, PA is like not that bad. PA also, well, yeah, PA is fine. You can kind of sort of like have a moment where like people kind of suffer like a little bit, but then you get through it, and then like there's like maybe like 3 or so prisons before you kill the boss, which is like not a big deal. But I would also 2% PA, like a little bit, just like a smidge, you know. But AP, brother, give him like a good solid fat 20. No bullshit. Anyways, so PA is fine. Like I said, PA is fine. I don't really have a problem with PA as a mechanic or like a boss fight. The only real problem in my mindset is just AP. Because when you sit there and watch during J-Waves, because yo, J-Waves is god tier. I love that mechanic. Mechanically, that shit is so sick and fun to go through. And it's like a healer check situation, which is fire. But that being said though, like there's nothing worse than watching Alexander's bar slowly fill as you go through the process. Which is crazy because some people literally like still fail to kill Alexander Prime after J-Waves is completed because there's so many damn people dying to the mechanic, whatever that it is, you know what I mean? Now, PA at the time mechanically was really cool because obviously it's like how they kind of situationally figured it out, which is like fire. The way how fake calibration works and stuff out is like, I really like fake calibration. It's a really, really, really cool mechanic. So like people are gonna say that PA is boring, which it doesn't matter because the fight's front loaded anyways. Now that being said though, I don't disagree though. The final fight of the phase should always be the hardest phase, in my opinion, because it's literally like it's the boss entering like the godhood moment, right? So I kind of get that though. Like perfect is not the best phase. I mean, don't tell that to the queen because she'll get pissy. And I don't want to try and deal with that situation because I love her dearly. So like, ayo. But like, yeah, you know. Yeah. What's up, Killing? Why is Ubu the only part with Exa? Because none of the bosses have Exa flares. Bahamut is like notorious for Exa flares. I don't know. Oh, Exatrines is not technically Exatrines. It's because like Trines is not even like an Exa flare. Everyone just calls it Exas because like it has like a pattern of like mobility, whatever. The dragons notoriously have Exa flares, and that's why DSR has it. And then for top, technically top isn't Exas either, but they just got like, actually no, it's not true. It is Exa flares. Actually, it's a good question. I don't know about top. I can't think about it right away. And then for Fru, there's like because of Fatebreaker. So yeah, because like X occurs. But I'm trying to figure out mechanically though, from the mechanically from Omega, like the Savage raids, where is their X's? And there's no X's. I don't think, unless I'm missing one. But I don't really know if I don't think 11 or 12 has X flares of any kind. So they just kind of added it in as like a thing. Which I mean, hey, listen, everyone dies to it, so I mean, it works. You know what I mean, Midgar, yeah, but Midgar Stormer is not Omega. Oh, no, because like it's technically Alpha, and like, I mean, I guess you could do that, but like, I don't know about Omega though. So I guess that probably counts. Is like the Midgar Stormer situation, but he doesn't absorb anything with like Midgar Stormer, so I guess I don't have a clue. However, every other ultimate makes sense, but Ultima is the only one where there is no there's like literally no mechanic where Exaflares is like a thing. Because Ifrit doesn't have anything like that. They got eruptions, which they have that in WoW. Garuda has Feather Rain, which is a thing, and then Titan has like Weight of the Lands. So yeah, there's just no mechanics that happen in the fight where there's like a thing with X's. That's just how it works, honestly. Because remember, ultimates are usually based off of what happens in the iterations of the fights that are involved in. So they try to find some way to like make it work in some kind of capacity. Now, would Exaflares make the fight a lot harder in Uwu? Like, no. Because like you'd have to find a very specific place to put it where it makes sense to put X's of any caliber, and genuinely like there's not a place I can think of. Maybe during Ultima, like with post predation or something, but that's as far as I know. So yeah, I don't know. I can't immediately think of like a mechanic where it does actually apply itself, but that's also like neither here nor there. I don't remember. I mean, I can't immediately figure it out. What about Shadowbringers Extremes Ultimate with Werla being the main guy? Please, 1,000% it better be, because my theory still holds a lot of water that Warrior of Light is the main ultimate. There's no reason why it would be Hades. I kid you not. It can't be Hades. Storytelling wise, Light Pillar can be fake X's. I mean, maybe if you want to say Light Pillar is X's, then like sure. But usually it comes from a place and moves, not coming from a person. But like sure, all right, fair enough. Now Light Pillar, I don't even know where that's from, but like I'll take it. I guess it comes from Ultima or something. I don't know. But yeah, Chaotic Alignment X's. I'm down for that. I have an unrelated question. When you got a second, hit me. What's up, bro? I know we went on a whole ass tangent. Sapphire could make it showing. That would be cool. Well, here's the thing though, because okay, I'm gonna hope. Maybe it's copium, but it can't be. How hard is POC solo for Dragoon? No, it's fine. You can do it. Dragoon is good in POCD. It's not like God tier, but it's good. So you can solo Dragoon. You just have to be careful about Dragonfire, which is like your level 50 dive, because it's AoE'd with no ether built up. Oh, I mean, if you're 0-0, every job suffers after level 100. So, or after 4-100, every job has a hard time soloing POTD. But what you can just do is literally like silver farm. If you go into 100 floors, into floor 100 with like 40-40, oh, to 50, you're honestly gonna have like, you want to know what's like really crazy? POTD solo from 1 to 50, with 0 ether is not easy as you think that it is. Not because of two reasons. One, there are certain mobs that actually do hurt and they will kill you if you don't have the damage for it, and more so the bosses actually hurt. So the first boss will actually hurt you like crazy, even if you like. I went with Machinist and I didn't bring potions, and all I had was second wind, and I still couldn't kill the boss. And the boss actually killed me because of crits, and it's got like a baby little tank buster. You know what I mean? So just bring potions and like use your thingy. But even that will get you killed eventually. Like you gotta actually bring like the sustaining potions to go through Palace of the Dead. So yeah, the mobs will. But there's the thing's really hard about solo 1 to 50 is honestly floors 11 through 20, because the slime has an auto enrage when you pull it. It's like 45 seconds to a minute. A level like a Dragoon that has no ether damage or strength even won't kill it in time. It just blows up and kills you. It literally just explodes. So you have either two options. One, you have to literally use like a witching thing, or like a rage in order to kill the slimes in order to deal with it. There's no other way. Is XP decent to get from 40 to 30, 40, 50? Yeah. POTD is good to get leveling up with from levels 1 to 60. After level 60, it kind of like fades like a little bit, but you can still level up from 34 to 50. Yeah, for sure. 100%. So, dodge explosion. I mean, you could try, but like only Benny has that power because he plays Gunbreaker. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But yeah. I've tested this. I went in with a 0. No, I had a 5. I had like a -10, like in between like 5 to 10 Ether Plasm Samurai when I still had Kaiten, and the slime wouldn't die. And then I tried it again later on, like an Endwalker, after they made Madara like a guarantee crit. Yo, I still couldn't kill the slime. Or not Madari, Gecko, the third combo hit, whatever it's called. Because I killed everything in that. Is it Gecko? No. No, I think I just had Kasha and Jinpu. They yo, long story short, Samurai just could not kill a slime. It was insane. I was dumbfounded. I had tried it with Kaiten before back in the day during Shadowbringers, early Shadowbringers, and then I tried it again later on. It didn't work out. So I can tell you. Was it? No, I don't think I even had Kaiten during that part. Anyways, long story short, those fools are hard by themselves. That's why people try and do the I don't know if anyone's actually ever tried and like succeeded where like they get like a zero ether pool run, but that is bruh. So yeah, I highly don't recommend it. But you know, also, Slash, did I read your message from like beforehand? I hope I did actually. One of the best aspects of this game called FF14 is the way it weaves together story and rating counters and their mechanics and music. Oh, I read that very quickly, but I also like 1,000% agree with that. So like, yeah. Anywho, brother, we yapped another whole ass hour. So, long story short, to go back to Padya's original question, why there's no tree, is because the fight was 18.5 minutes. I kid you not, that's what it is. If Yoshi P breaks that stupid ass rule about ultimates never exceeding 20 minutes in a hypothetical notion, brother, I don't care if the fight is a half hour. Just tell a goddamn good story, because it's really, really easy to do that. Also, not every single ultimate needs to be like 30 minutes or 20 minutes long. You know what I mean? Like, yo, cause like T's like what, like 17, 18, I think. Yo, great storytelling. Bro, you're crazy? No. Yo, Benny, let me hit you with the truth, brother, before you start hitting me with a freaking crash out, okay? Listen, I love you. Like I said, the wedding ring is on the table. You can pick it up whenever you want to, you know what I mean? Benny, did you do fruit? I forget. I don't remember if you did fruit or not. I hope you say yes. Okay, or at least you know about fruit. Right? Okay, so you know how like we hate Fru because the storytelling is mid as fuck? Okay? That's my anybody who ever asks, my opinion about Fru is the same thing it's been since the beginning of time, brother. The number one thing I hate about Fru is that the storytelling is super fucking mid. I don't care at all about the difficulty. I don't care that it was not hard. I care that the storytelling was super ass, okay? So let me tell you something. What if I told you that this could have been a phase? You know what I'm saying? Yo, imagine a phase 6 where this man is red-eyed demon tree mode and Metron wants to kill yo ass because you couldn't let him fulfill his promise to Logriff. And then we came up with the realization, yo, imagine if you kill Pandora, right? You defeat her. Please load. Imagine you defeat her, and then it's phase 5, right? Imagine you defeat her phase 5, and then there's a checkpoint, and then the checkpoint makes you fight this guy. Yo, what kind of insane shit would it have been if there was a checkpoint between phases 5 and 6? That shit would have been mind-blowing to the populace. Everybody would have went nuts over the idea of a checkpoint in phase 5 and 6. Who's that? This is Tree. This is the theoretical Tree. This is the boss that we should have gotten that we never happened. That never happened because, like, you know, 18 minutes and 30 seconds. Stupid. Because the reason, like I said, the reason why Fru sucks is because it's only 18 minutes and a half and they couldn't fit the tree in it. No bullshit. I think that Fru, I think that a checkpoint between, because imagine, like, you literally got to go through phase, you got to go through phase 1 and phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5, etc. You know what I'm saying? You fight, you save them. That's the whole purpose, is that you save them, because this fucking dickhead Metron is like, oh my god, I love the girls, except for only one of them. I hate the other one, but they gotta be separated, and I can't do it. The storytelling for phase 1 is perfect. There's nothing to change. Fatebreaker being like the first one who's like, yo, pull up and fuck around and find out is fine. Should it have been harder? Yeah, I got a whole nother presentation for that, but like, whatever. Right? I got a whole ass other fucking mechanic. I literally got videos that explain the mechanics that they should have put. Alright, I got those, so whatever. But phase 1 was fine. I loved phase 1. It could have been harder though, because, you know, 2 elements, bullshit. E2S being not in the fight is not a problem. I don't actually care about that. That's not an issue. Phase 2 was fine, except the puzzle was dog shit. And also, phase 2, I also explained phase 2 in the presentation. He said bring the avatar. Brother, I'm kind of cool with that, actually. No bullshit. No Birdnado. No Birdnado is not an issue, but also it would have been cool if they did incorporate, but they didn't, so like it's not a big deal. It's okay though. But phase 3 was ass. I hate LB3. I hate phase 3. Phase 3 doesn't do storytelling justice for the situation with the fight, because in phase 3, the problem with phase 3 is like, yo, all you gotta do is defeat her, and you basically bonk her on the head, and then Metron comes out of the blue with fucking dragon, with like light form Shiva, and is like, the awakening's incomplete, the thingy's weakened the link, and you're like, yo, who gives a fuck the link? You're not supposed to maintain no links. You're supposed to like separate them. Why are you trying to maintain them? So what they should have done is that, like, man, there should have been 3. They should have been. Yo, I fucking, who's Metron? Metron is the person who loves her. Metron is an Sessiion, and Gaia is also an Sessiion, technically. Back in the day, you know what? Actually, watch the video. I tell the whole story. I literally go through the entire story. I tell the current story of the Ultimate as it is, and then I reimagine it in theory, and then I go over the mechanics of the entire rest of the fight. And then I even give you a theoretical phase 6 for storytelling. Meanwhile, but a robot? Facts. So I love Oxy Hunter Force. Great TV show, by the way. Yeah, I really just want to... if you want to know what... I tell the whole story. I tell the entire story. I literally go through the entire pathway. And also, I even make it very clear in my videos too. You don't got to watch the presentation. You can just listen to it. You can turn this into a podcast episode and watch the entire thing. It's fine. You can just listen to me talk. I literally go into details because, some of these visuals are kind of like a lot. I get that though, but I wanted to make it like a thing because like inverse. But that being said though, Metron literally has an entire purpose. His entire purpose is to make sure that he kills Reen and he keeps Gaia all to himself like a greedy ass boyfriend. Alright? That's all that it is. Boom. I have so many problems with Fru. It's the worst ultimate in the entire game. No questions asked. Is it a bad ultimate? No, it's just the worst one. It's rank number 6 in my mind. And it's unfortunate because it's not even mostly because of the mechanics. Like, it's just because the storytelling is super like missing. The storytelling for this fight is just missing. And also there's just pieces that just don't, there's just 2 pieces, there's too many pieces that don't actually make a puzzle complete. That's the actual problem that I have with this entire ultimate. Mechanically, whatever. I cover it because of what it should have been for difficulty sake. Not because I want it to be hard, but because Yoshi P said it was going to be hard. It was at the level closer to DSR, but it's closer to UCOB, which is fine. I've learned to accept that the difficulty is not going to matter to me no matter how many times you spin it around. I don't care. But one thing that I care about is because I'm a fucking nerd and I like storytelling, and the storytelling in this fight is fucking ass. That's all that there is to it. Let me claim more fruit. I gotta go back and de-rust it, but I mean, I'm down. I need more totems and more weapons, so I mean, shit. You know, I've only cleared the fight like 6 times in comparison to everyone else's like fucking 79,000, so, you know. But like, yeah, we'll find a time to go through it. I don't mind. So, listen, man, like I said, because you know what, to Benny's point from before, the problem with Crossroads is the patch, literally reveals the final boss. And you know what's crazy? The crazy thing is that, yo, I copiumed that they were lying to me. Everybody said, yo, oh my god, they fuse, holy shit. But surely not the final boss. Surely not the final boss. There's no shot, actually. And guess what? Yo, final boss. That shit was ass. I don't care what anybody says. Yo, the fact that it was final boss and there was nothing else was so dog water. So this being what it is, I was cool with. I won't hold you. I was cool with the boss existing as it was. You know, if you want fun canon, that's the Eden Choir Dark Knight sword. You can literally go get that weapon right now in the game. That's the item level 500 Dark Knight sword. So final boss with red dot. Oh my god. So like, I'm cool with this being in the game, but the fact that this is the final boss is completely it sends me every time I talk about fruit. I actually don't even like fruit in comparison to going to do other ultimates. I still will do fruit because at the end of the day, the fight is fun. I won't even hold you. The fight is fun. But you know what other fight is also fun? Is Uwu. And you know what's whack about Uwu? I can turn my brain off and play and just do Uwu. I don't gotta think. And guess what? I don't gotta think in this fight either. And that actually sucks. You know what I mean? The only thing that's similar to the only similarities that Uwu and Fru have that like are on point is that their execution, as loosely as it is still like a requirement. You still got to actually pull up mechanically to do things correctly for both Uwu and Fru, and that's what keeps it fun. But god damn it, dude, if you tell me that Uwu was like an incredibly insanely good ultimate, it was at the time, but it's definitely lost a lot of its luster over the years because everyone's bringing relics and all these horseshit opportunities, and the boss is 12.5 minutes when it's like somewhere in the 16 range. 4 minutes of mechanics are gone as a result, and guess what? That's ass. So, Ruby Wacky, which is fun. Yeah. Fru's wacky, and I don't mind it. However, that being said, shut up. I guarantee you though, if there was a light, I would have been cool with that. We're doing Uwu Mine. You can't do Uwu Mine. It doesn't matter anymore. You can't even go get Uwu Bis and bring it to the fight. It doesn't scale properly. You can't fix it. You can't go to Rogo's Reach in Kugane and go get 370 gear and recreate the fight as a thing. It doesn't work. Because you know why? Every job sucks by functionality and design if you try and do that. And even still then, the way how the damage has evolved over the course of time is it's only gone up. So like you can bring the potions and you can bring the food at 370 and the jobs at 370. It doesn't matter. The DPS output is still way too insane. I've already tried. It's still like, yo, you can still be a summoner and you can Bahamut whatever, and guess what? Everything still gets fucking nuked in Garuda phase, and you can still skip. You can't skip for it, but it's not that hard. It's still just not that hard. That being said, though, I mean, yo, I think don't shoot me though, because again, it's still mad fun. Uwu is still fun at the end of the day. Uwu is fun. We don't like dislike Uwu. We just wish that the fight wasn't 13 minutes. I would have been cool if it was 16 minutes as intended, but it's 13 minutes. That shit is whack. So there you go. So that being said, now, like I said with Fru though, with mechanics of Fatebreaker, yo, we got lightning, right? We got lightning, and we got lightning spread, and we got fire stacks. What they should have put though was a light. There should have been a light with a wild charge. You know why there should have been a light with a wild charge? Because that's in the Savage version. Why is it not in the Ultimate? Yo, great question. I don't have a clue. Yo, go ask the main man. Why is there no light in the Savage version? You could have recreated it in the exact same format as you did in the Savage version. Why didn't they do it though? Yo, good question. I don't have a clue. And you know what there should have been? There should have been a fucking dark. You know why there should have been a dark? Because Metron's involved in the process. Because you know who summons Fatebreaker in phase 1? Because it ain't Shiva, it's Metron. So the fact that there's no dark is also kind of stupid. And guess what? Guess who made a dark variation? Congratulations, it was me. There should have been a dark element, and I can't believe that there's no dark element. You know what I mean? The real problem here is he's comparing a current ultimate to the easiest old ultimate in the game. Ask yourself why he's doing that. Yo, she knows. She knows. She knows.
Oh my god!
But yo, Liz knows the answer, bro. So, and guess what? Yo, I don't like it, brother. There's no light and there's no dark. Storytelling to me matters, because you know what? You want to know what? In the current Savage rates here for M5 through 8, okay, mechanically, they're just saying like, yo, we got some shit that involves the character's implication for what the role is that they portray themselves in as a fighter in the Arcadian. Because fun fact, if you don't know this, fun fact, because yo, they said this is facts, mechanically, the execution of difficulty between M1 through 8 is equal. I'm not lying. M1 and M5 can be swapped. In theory, they can. That's hilarious, actually. M2 and M6, yup. M3 and M7, yup. M4 and M8, yup. The only difference between those fights is damage output and HP. That's literally it. That's crazy, actually. There's an interview that literally covers the idea that like the difficulty of the fights is not actually increased as a result. The only reason why it's increased is because there's more chaos.
What?
I know. The only reason why M5 through 8 is harder is because there's more chaos. M6 is not hard outside of the ad phase. Bridges to lava and that whole phase, yo. Now everyone's gonna be like, yo, there's no way that M5 and M1 are equal difficulty. But guess what? In the devs' eyes, they're the same thing. The only difference between M5 and M1 is the chaos. There's less chaos in M1, there's more chaos in M5, but the difficulty is not higher or lower. Okay. Honeybee Lovely and M6 are not, again, chaos. They have different levels of chaos. Dealing with Alarms Pheromones 1 with Honeybee Lovely is fucking hard. The reason why it's not hard is because everyone's trash and they can't do YOLO. They do Mario Kart. But ads in M6, yo, ads in M6 is hard because nobody knows how to prioritize ads. But like, yo, the difficulty for those two are different in different places. Doing what is it? Beat 3 with Deformations and dealing with Rotten Heart, brother. If you had to deal with Rotten Heart as an M6 fight, that would fuck everyone up. You know why? Because P4 had Rotten Heart, and that mechanic was insane for what it was in Party Finder. Rotten Heart would have been insanely fucking hard if it was an M6 in Rage mechanic, but they forced you to do it because of the HP leveling. That's facts, though. That's facts. That's not a discussion. Everyone sucks at Rotten Heart, and the only reason why you may actually clear a fight is because you can just practically skip it if the damage is good. That's literally it. But like, because think about the mechanic of what M2 is. M2 has a force HP damage up situation. The reason why the chaos for M2 is lesser than M6 is because objectively, if there's too many stacks on Honeybee Lovely, you can't clear. That's literally what it is. The chaos is controlled in M2 by the player base. In M6, the chaos is controlled by the boss against the player's will. That's the reason why M6 is a harder fight than M2. You can't actually prevent mechanics in the ad phase from appearing. You're required to deal with them. But in M2, you can actually prevent that. Yeah, the gimmick of M2 can be prevented if appropriated with skill level. You can control the chaos. Yeah, I saw that actually. You can control the chaos at M2. You can't control the chaos at M6. That's the difference between the difficulty of those two fights. They're the exact same difficulty in fight. That's what it is. So, and also, by the way, M6 was missing 3 entire phases, by the way. M6 is missing 3 phases. You don't, like, if you don't know this, you know how you go into water bridges, into lava phase? You know that desert has one of its own versions. They didn't put that in because the fight's too long. Yo, M6 has enough content by the design of the devs to become an ultimate. No bullshit. They can make M6 into an ultimate by itself. They've already showcased this. When you go from water bridges to lava phase, that's a transition. Desert doesn't have that. There is no transition from desert to anything. It just goes to ads. They were missing. There's an entire phase missing. And then they had a third set that they just didn't include because it was too hard. Or it was too long. Brother, trust me. There's no shot that they don't like figure out a thing. Now M3 versus M7, yo, guess what? M3 and M7 are not, again, the chaos is insane. You know why? Because guess what mechanic that they both got to deal with is it's uptime. Every job has to deal with uptime in M3 versus M7. The difference is that M3 is not, M3 has a mechanic that if it was an M7 fight instead, there would be more going on than just activating fuses and touching timers. If they reverse the fight, and if the tethers for demolition and the deathmatch mechanics were timer based, no one would stare at the thing. Everyone would just stare at the timer and figure it out. But if fuse field wasn't timer based and the boss was doing stuff in between like lariats, yeah, G fucking G's, brother. You're not gonna handle fuse field with lariat at the same time. There's no shot people go through that situation with ease. You know what I mean? So it's very clear that they held back mechanically on 1 through 4 because they didn't want to over encumber people for the situation. Because they clearly held back on this tier versus the cruiserweight. In the cruiserweight, they didn't hold back as much because they were just told to have more fun with it, but keep the difficulty equal to 1 through 4. The only difference is the HP was allocated. That's literally it. So there you go. Well, third start was easier, right? You know what I mean? Hello again, everyone. What's going on? We're yapping. That's all. We're having like a crash yap, I guess. If anything, everything's fine. We're just yo. It's just I'm drunk as shit. I mean, I'm not actually, but like I could be. And it's 3 in the morning, and we're just like yapping at this point. So, anyways, here we are. And anyways, what's So you think they'll stop us this year? You know what? They have to. You know why they have to? Because in theory, reclears in half an hour or reset, like tomes and all that. Yeah. In theory, M9 through 12 has to be harder, even if they make everything more chaotic. That's actually okay. If they just take the same concept from 5 through 8 and they're like, yo, listen, I want you to give me a boss that looks like this, a boss like this, a boss like that, and another one like this, and then whatever, yo, have fun. That's all that they did. Yo, guess what? That's fine. Because you know what they're gonna do? You know how, because you know what? If M6 was M10, but they included the extra 3 phases, yo, cool. Guess what? You gotta deal with 3 extra phases that M6 didn't have that M10 has. And guess what? Everyone is fucking suffering. Facts to my name. M9 through 11 don't gotta actually be harder. The only fight that has to be hard is 12. It's the only fight that's a requirement to be hard, because normally the 12th fight is supposed to be near ultimate level. And as far as my brain's aware, every single fight has actually provided that kind of concept, which I think is cool. So it is like it's a big deal to me personally. And the 12th fight has to always be an ultimate near level difficulty fight. And so far, they've never failed that objective, which is good. Because, you know, what is it? I mean, we could skip 13. But like A12 didn't fail that. O12 didn't fail that. E12 didn't fail that. And P12 didn't fail that. They all succeeded in being on being near ultimate level fights for what they were worth in terms of duration and execution. So theoretically, that's all they gotta do. M9 through 11 though, don't care. They can do whatever they want to those fights. Now, here's the biggest thing about the whole thing, because it makes sense. objectively, we should be getting an ultimate in 7.5. Yo, that's facts. There should be an ultimate coming out in 7.5. If they do that, great. The problem with this, however, now is repeating what's happened already in this current expansion, where the only way you get gear is by tomes and completing savage raids. Because I made a video about this already, somewhere in there, where essentially they have an opportunity with 7.4 and even 7.5, where 7.4 they can again copium, so whatever, but 7.4 we can get tomes and savage raids, and then in theory they could release a criterion dungeon, which also is my video from today. I think I posted that today. My video for today is about how to improve criterion dungeons, and one of the methods is that you basically can use the variant and the criterion dungeon, not savage, in order to have horizontal gear across the fights. So that way you get tomes, you get savage raids, and you get criterion dungeon, and all three of these drop gear. And the objective is to prep for the ultimate, right? Now, for the fourth option, again, I think that crafted should be somewhere in there, but like, again, that's, I'm gonna get yelled at for that, so like, I don't care. So objectively, the only thing and chaotic alliance raids, sorry, and chaotic alliance raids should also be a thing. That's one I think about. So there should be tomes, savage raids, criterion dungeons, and chaotic alliance raid. Those four pieces of content should be a thing, which two were guaranteed. The other two should absolutely come out during 7.4. And the objective should be that you use those four pieces of content, tomes, savage, criterion, and chaotic alliance raid, in order to get geared up for the inevitability that is the ultimate that comes out in 7.5. That's what it should become. If it's not that, then like, I'm sorry, because that's really missed opportunity if they don't do that. So that's the hope. Now, I think, again, you should absolutely deal with a near ultimate level savage raid to even be eligible to go into the fucking ultimate, is what I think. Now, I'm not somebody who wants to gatekeep people out of doing content, because that's not how the game works. However, if I have another encounter like I did with Fru, where a bunch of kids had this insane mentality of clearing 1 through 4 because the tier wasn't difficult, and that they can just go into Fru and then go clear Fru, I'm going to be very disappointed in the situation. Because the thing that carried me through Endwalker was the Savage Raid tier, because it was actually very fucking hard for what it was worth, and also the ultimates are the best designed ultimates in terms of difficulty and execution and storytelling that they've ever told in their entire life. So that's all that I want in return. Now, of course, I think at the same time, however, we have a bit of a caveat to this whole thing, because honestly, if I get P10 again, that's cool. But if I get P10 again while also trying to figure out how to like rework a job situation, I'm going to lose it. Because realistically, again, Dawn Trail's entire focus for this entire expansion, content development wise, is to make the content exciting and fun. But they also mentioned, which I forgot to make this point earlier, but I'm here now, starting 7.3, which we find out hopefully in literally 4 days, is that their objective going into the inevitable 8.0 expansion is that they start undoing their wrongs about what they've done to job design and balance. So the first example that we got so far was what? It was actually the first real example, as minuscule as it is, was Gunbreaker. They made double down 1 cartridge instead of 2. That was a change that people were just kind of like, what for? You know what I mean? Boom. The next change that we got that was like, holy shit, was I don't count Viper because they did that before the raid tier even like kind of did like its thing, so like who cares, is Black Mage. They changed dramatically how Black Mage operates, and it got like a mini rework, right? I'm expecting, congratulations to 410, I'm expecting 7.3's live letter. They're not going to showcase changes, but they should absolutely, when those patch notes come out, have job changes that are going to be like fucking weird. And I think that's objectively what they should focus on, because here's the truth. 7.3 has, I mean this literally, 0 content that is required to be done in preparation for anything. The only content that comes out that we're going to focus on that's going to be fun as shit to do is Occult Crescent Relic, which is truth, Deep Dungeon, Trial Extreme, and the Deep Dungeon Savage fight that's supposed to be Criterion level difficulty. Some shit like that. that's it. The alliance raid don't count. The dungeons don't count. Normal trial don't count. Normal deep dungeons don't count because they already confirmed that it was like casual easy. So that's whatever. That's why there's a hard boss. They want people to go through the deep dungeon like with ease, which whatever. So realistically, this is the only patch in real functionality. This is the only patch where they can really experiment with a lot of job shit in preparation to 8.0, which in fairness, if they do this, that's good because they said that they were going to do this from the beginning, so they're not lying about what they're doing for the expansion. Now, I know for sure it's going to piss off a bunch of people because obviously, you know, some jobs are going to get changed dramatically and like whatever. But at the same time, however, their objective should be doing exactly that, is fixing all the jobs in preparation for 8.0, because 8.0's objective is to reapply the job identity that was lost across the expansions of Endwalker and Shadowbringers and even Dawntrail, where everyone feels like every job feels too much the same to play, which kind of sucks, right? I think a lot of people just hate how certain jobs play because it's like, oh, well, if you could play this one job, you can play them all. That's really ass to hear. And like that makes sense. And so I think that them making that their priority in 8.0 makes sense, and they're preparing us for that by going through the last 3 patches of Dawntrail to prep that makes, again, it just makes sense to me. So all I can say is hopefully they talk about it on Thursday. I hope, because one thing that they stopped doing was showcasing job design changes in the patch notes, because people were already predetermining like, oh my god, like they reworked this job, here's going to be the theoretical opener for this new job changes, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then everyone was like, again, they were not cool with it because they like it when people actually sit down and think about how the job is meant to be played theoretically. That's why there's also like a lack of a tutorial, which is stupid, I know, but like it's what it is. Because whenever once Ninja got its rework back in the day, and people already came up with a freaking page about how to make the rotation for Ninja come out before the job was even like released, they were like, yo, that's fucking annoying, we hate that, bye. You know what I mean? Because like, yo, they know how the job needs to be played, but they don't teach you how to play it, which is again, it makes sense. Anywho, that's my thought process overall. M9 through 12 should be very difficult and even more chaotic. They're okay. We won't know about this next patch, but we will find out in 7.4. 7.4 live later, they may indicate about the raids here, about what exactly they're gonna like consider, because for the current raid tier with cruiserweight, they said specifically that they cannot do anything with they can't do anything with the party timer listing, like the party list thingy that involves timers. That's what they said. And as far as I'm aware, they don't do that ever, which is fire. The only time that there's like a party thing with timers is for M5 with Disco, and then M6 with Busters. That's literally it. Otherwise, oh, and then Arcady. But like, you literally can't you can't easily figure out like how to do Arcady. Arcady is like really difficult to look at the timers and then mechanically know where to go. It takes a lot of mental brain power because they really got you moving and grooving the entire time. So despite it using timers, they did a really good job in like not making it like a easy ass mechanic on like what to do, where to go thing. It's still really hard. So that's cool. So theoretically, and 9 through 12 will follow the same pursuit where they mechanically say, yo, party listing thing is like not a thing, so good luck. But we got debuffs, or the boss has like indicators on like what to do, where to go. Which like, hey, yo. Oh, I guess M8, but even M8 also doesn't, it's actually super fucking irrelevant, so it's stupid. Yeah. That's actually it though, right? I think so. I don't know. Anyways, that's the heavyweights here. Heavyweights here should be really difficult. There's that. The ultimate better come out 7.5, and it better be Warrior of Light, trying to become the Warrior of Darkness, which makes sense because that's what he is IRL. Like, no bullshit to the spoilers. Warrior of Light literally is actually Warrior of Darkness. Like, yo, his entire of the Warrior. Okay, if I had to theorize the ultimate for 7.5, it has to be Warrior of Light. It's what it should be about, in my mind at least, is Yo, there's a gigantic imbalance. He literally harnesses all the powers of warriors and light wardens the crap out of all of them. The objective of the players should be to create a balance. It should be able to create a balance to make sure that he doesn't succumb to the light and warriors of lights the whole time, because that should be like obviously like a GG scenario. Now I think that the puzzle should be revolved around like using Hades as like a conduit. In order to create, like, he should basically become the warrior of darkness in some kind of way, shape, and form. But the final boss is not going to be Hades. I think that's going to be like the game changer, because the pattern of all the MSQ ultimates is that it always involves the final trial of the 0.0 expansion, because 2.0 is Ultima, 3.0 is Thornton, and then 4.0 was skipped, so like GG's. But theoretically with 5.0, it would be Hades, but I think they're gonna wrench that one and be like, yo, instead of Hades, it's Warrior of Light. Hades is still in the fight though, but it's just Warrior of Light. And then they got to have them kind of cross-referencing darkness and light the entire time, and the objective is to find a balance. And then they hit the fucking warrior with the thing, and then they make it turn into something. Warrior should have a fun puzzle with limit breaks. It better, because you literally, the boss slings limit breaks the entire time. He even has a limit break 4. So they better come out with a limit break 3 tank thing that like happens during like a transition repeatedly, or you gotta hold on. I'm gonna read this for a minute, but let me see. I think the puzzle should be the warriors, phantoms, mechanics working together in some way. Well, I think that the phantoms will create like a bunch of trios, if anything, because it's gonna be warrior. Okay, because there's literally, what is it? Is it 12? Is it 12 warriors? I think it is. Some of that. I don't know. Here's the thing though, because in SOS they got ninja, black mage, what, summoner, warrior. There's a dark knight in there somewhere, I think, right? There should, and then the dungeon, no, because that's the thing too. The dungeon has to be inclusive, because the dungeon also uses jobs of light. There's a berserker in there. There's the ninja. There is a dragoon, and there's a samurai, and you know what I mean. So theoretically, with SOS Ultimate, they could actually and white mage. Yeah, you're right. I didn't say white mage. I thought I said white mage. My bad. Okay, I meant white mage as well. They should literally, they get to really just have fun repeating DSR style type of mechanics, because in phase 2 and phase 5 of DSR, and even like phase 1 as well, they literally just get the knights doing all the bullshit, right? So they could easily repeat that with SOS Ultimate. Easily. It's not even like it shouldn't even be like a challenge. Is there a way to like check the
Hello there.
There should be, actually, I think. Mega Rock, ring us up, bro. Wait, I wonder if I can check. No, I can't. I gotta check in the trial. Okay, wait. I want to check, actually. You should have to hit like other people and then cleanse them with the white mage tether or something. In my mind, he's Warrior of Light, and you need to do a thing to undo the light, because we're the Shadowbringers. We have to bring shadow to the fight. So in this fight scenario, we are the Warriors of Darkness. Oh, I can't. Wait. I didn't think about this, actually. Oh, no, wait. I got a better idea. Oh, here he goes on story. I was thinking about cool mechs. No. I just want to look at one thing. I want to think about one thing. But I think realistically, what I was trying to figure out is that, like, mechanically, he's mostly a, you know what I mean? He's mostly a, I live, yeah? Okay, good. Thank God. Imagine I died. I'd be so mad, actually. Realistically, the boss should be, is it dependent on controller? No. It's completely up to preference, honestly. I would not say, Oh, I couldn't make it out of time. Alright, fair enough, actually. It's okay. I don't care. The objective is to just simply figure out the, Oh my god, imagine they use this mechanic in the Fred 2? Shit. But I get pyretics and freezes all over again? There you go. I think it's really, really, really easy for them to come up with like a bajillion trios in this game for this fight. I think it's really, really, really easy, actually. That's why I'm kind of curious as to like, what they would do as a result, honestly, you know what I mean? So, there's a holy tattoo. Yeah, and there's an earth mechanic. And him imbuing the blades with fire. He doesn't imbue blades with earth, light, or... Oh, no, yes, he does. He imbues it with holy and earth as well, so that's another thing, too. And then, there's gonna be one with darkness, because, like, why not? Like, there has to be a darkness imbuement, and I think that's actually part of the puzzle. There should be, like, a darkness imbue puzzle. Him being imbued with darkness should be a bad thing, because objectively it turns him closer to the warrior of darkness, to kind of give him, like, the cleansing. You know what I mean? Ruby, Hades, and Emerald? See, so my problem is that I don't know how easily they can incorporate the weapons in this fight as an ultimate. Because right now in my mind, this sounds really stupid. I don't have a clear answer though. But the boss fights are going to consist of it's going to be Innocence, Hades, and then I know that sounds so annoying, but like Innocence, Hades, Seat of Sacrifice, and then the Dungeon of Heroes Gauntlet. I think it's just those four. Unless there's something else that I can think of that comes into place with it as well. Because he sends us in here, right? He sends us here. We had to bring him in here, basically. Right? We should bring him in here and make him taste the freaking darkness and then becomes the warrior of darkness, etc. So, okay. Anyways, I want to see... the only reason why I'm here is to watch the cutscene. Like, no bullshit. Oh, no, I'm lying. They could also do Amarot, but that's hard, though. I don't know how they do Amarot, honestly. But I'm thinking, like, I'm mostly thinking, like, Heroes Gauntlet, Warrior, Sea of Sacrifice, Hades, Trial, and Heroes Gauntlet. Not the boss fights, per se, but they could mechanically do a lot with the Heroes Gauntlet, honestly. All the bosses and even the mobs have, like, a lot of opportunities, honestly. So... that's what I'm trying to figure out. Ruby, Emerald, Diamond could actually get their own ultimate, but it wouldn't be related to Seat of Sacrifice, I don't think, in any kind of way. Why hate when I read weapon? Well, because, like, what's the relevance to Ruby and Emerald with Warrior of Light and Hades? Like, there's no relevance. It's a host. The thing is that the lore behind Ruby and Emerald is, like, completely separate from the lore of, like, Hades and Seat of Sacrifice. Like, those trials are also optional. They're not actually part of the MSQ. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to figure it out, actually. So, I don't actually know why they wouldn't work, but I don't think that they really... I don't know. Given form. This is what? Barb Warrior, Black and White, Summoner, Ninja, Dark Knight. What was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and... it's like 6 of them, I think? There's 6? There's 7. Okay. Anyways. So, like, my thing is like this, right? There's 7 lights. Your demise will be ours. I'd be kind of curious if, like, there's not more than 7 lights. Do I die to this? Imagine I die to this, actually. Yeah, you can't even solo the fucking Nomatraz Godlike, actually. I love this game, bro. Yeah, you can't solo him normal. That's fucking sick. I love that, actually. Okay, so there's 7 lights. So yeah, it's Dark Knight Warrior, White Mage, Black Mage, Ninja, Bard, and... oh, crap. Wait, Black, White, Warrior Dark, Bard, Ninja, and... Summoner, thank you. Yes, and Summoner. So, there's those. Now, here's the thing. Again, in the trial, they got those 7. In the dungeon, there's a Samurai, there's a Dragoon. I gotta go check, actually. I don't remember. There's a Samurai and a Dragoon. That makes 9. And then there's a Berserker. as well, and that technically makes 10. Imagine you had to go in a hole to avoid getting clipped by a mechanic. What if you had to go in a hole and he tries to shoot you with LB2 lasers? And you had to go in a hole to dodge it. What the what the fuck? Yo, that'd be sick, actually. All right, wait. Also, and then we go to bed because it's almost 4 in the morning. I always tell myself to not go to bed this late, and then I go to bed this late. And you know what's crazy though? I took a fat nap and I'm awake, and that's why we're still here. All right, I'm not gonna be here for long. I just want to look and see what we encounter in the mechanics of this moment. There's a monk and there's a paladin. Yeah, you see? So there's already 4 more here. Wasn't that a thing in the Coil and Turns? What was a thing in the Coil and Turns? Oh my god, a chicken neck dungeon. Oh yeah, bro. Ready for reclears? If you think I'm doing reclears right now in 5 minutes, you're out of your mind. No. Yeah, see, there's 2 samurais. See, so that's the thing though. There's actually and they got different animation designs. Look at the both of them, bro. Look at how they look. That's actually fucking sick that there's a difference. I'm so jealous, actually. So, getting a hole to dodge your neck. Oh, and Coil Turns? Oh, I mean, technically. If you want to get, like, technical, sure. Yeah. Because T5 has that. T6, not really, but they're like kind of like on a circle, if anything. But yeah, look, there's a bunch of jobs that exist in this situation that we don't get anywhere else. So, and then there's the bar, there's the top. So yeah, there's like at least 10 jobs. So you know what I would like? I don't think that they do this, but if they somehow incorporated like a, oh, there's a dragoon. If they somehow incorporated like a, imagine a spectral pictomancer, brother. Oh my fucking god. Imagine we get a spectral pictomancer and a spectral viper and then like a gunbreaker and then like a fucking like a red mage somewhere and then like a, I mean, a blue mage is not possible, but like imagine though. Either way though, you know what I mean? So realistically, they could actually do a lot with just those 4 fights alone. Hero's Gauntlet, Innocence, Hades, Seat of Sacrifice. I think those 4 have to be used in the ultimate. I don't think that anything else. Oh, I mean, I could even see them doing Holminster Switch, because you know what the problem is? The problem is understanding how would they ultimate the ultimate, because they could do it in actually an entirely different way. It's either that or Sessiion. Do you think they skip Shadowbringer's story to do Endwalker Raid? I'd be kind of mad if they did that. I don't know though. I don't know if I'd like that, because my friends do. Okay. Well, because here's my thing. Because I have like a small little theory as to why they skip Stormblood, but it's not because of like storytelling. It's actually something more like conceptual by their design. And I kind of talked about this too. People are saying Pandemonium actually. Oh, okay, interesting. I'm kind of like, okay. I mean, if we get Pandemonium, that's fine. I'm not complaining about it. I just don't know, like, I mean, I think regardless, if we get one, I'm content. It just has to be good storytelling, is my genuine thought process for the whole thing. But, see, because in my mind, I don't really know if they'd actually do that. I feel like they would do Shadowbringer's story. Because, like, okay, so let me explain why before people are like, no, you're dumb. Because, the only reason why I think that they skipped Stormblood story is just because they wanted to resume the pattern of how Ultimates come out. And the pattern got broken with DSR top and through. What I mean by that is, the first Ultimate was ARR Raid. The second Ultimate is ARR Story. The third Ultimate is Heaven's Word Raid. The fourth Ultimate was Heaven's Word Story. But there should have been like one in between here, theoretically, right? Because there should have been, these two should have been Shadowbringers, but they're Endwalker. And so this one would have been Endwalker Raid, or sorry, Stormblood Raid, which would have came out for Endwalker in 6.1, and then Fru would have been 6.3 Endwalker, and then the one that we're going to get next is going to be, I guess, Shadowbringers. Oh yeah, we would have gotten. Oh wait, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Shadowbringers. Oh, and then if there was Stormblood story, for example, then we would have had Fru come out now, but Omega would have been 6.1, and then Stormblood story would have been 6.3, and then this would have been 7.1, which is fine, and then we'd have an 8th ultimate, and it would have been Shadowbringer story. So my thought process is, the problem right now is that it's like the odd ones is raid, which is good. The evens one, however, is story, raid. You know what I mean? So I think realistically, my idea was that they wanted the, or no, let me make this more easier. 0.1, 0.1, 0.3, right? And then you have 0.3, 0.3. Sorry. Yeah, wait, 0.3, 0.1, 0.1. I think that their objectives is to make the raid. I think the raid ultimates for them should have always been 0.1, and the story ultimates should have always been 0.3. And I think the reason why they skipped Stormblood story was to just return to the pattern that it was supposed to be initially, where the raid ultimate is always 0.1, and then the story ultimate is always like the second one. If they resume the pattern of normal, then they would have always had the story ultimate first and then the raid ultimate second, and I think they don't want that. I could be wrong, because we won't know honestly until we get the next ultimate. If the next ultimate is Shadowbringer's story, hell, if it's even Stormblood story, then the pattern will resume, because then when we get 8.0, it'll be Endwalker raid, but then it'll be story mode for something else, which, like, whatever, doesn't matter. The objective is that the first ultimate should be raid and the second ultimate should be story, in my mind. I think that's what they want. Now, I could be wrong. So if they do skip Shadowbringers again, or sorry, they skip story again and it's that Shadowbringers and instead it's Pandemonium, then my theory about why they're skipping these is not correct, and I don't know why. I won't be mad about it, but I think that they I think they're just trying to return back to the habit and pattern of what they had initially. Because, as a fun fact, Stormblood be Xenos? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Stormblood, okay, if we had to create a Stormblood Ultimate, I don't think that's hard to make even today. However, I do think that it would be problematic. Because theoretically, you can come up with 3 different Ultimates. It sounds kind of stupid, but like hear me out. Because, it would have, if we created Shinryu would have been Alamigo, because you got Samurai Xenos, you got the Sessiion that's doing the soul extraction, and then, you know, there's that. And then, of course, you got Shinryu, which I think is a really easy ultimate to make. That's really easy. I won't even lie to you. Right? But then you don't really have any other dungeons afterwards that continue the thing forward. Like, you kind of sort of don't. You kind of got Swallow's Compass, but, like, no, because there's no, like, story-related bosses in there. And the burn don't count either, because it's Assy and shit. Right? Because that's Black Wolf with Garly. With, not Garly. Who the hell is it called? Gaius, there you go. And then Gimlet Dark, same thing. Okay. Now, Shinryu in story mode is also kind of sort of involved with Omega. It's brief, but it's there. Now, realistically, I think that they would do something that I think would be kind of bizarre. And then it makes more sense why they would make the ultimate for Shinryu later, because I think that they could also incorporate elements from Endwalker story to make a Stormblood ultimate. Because I do think, in my personal opinion, if they make an Endwalker ultimate, there can only be one, but I think that it's going to be really hard to make that one, because there's an opportunity to make 2 with Endwalker. But Xenos wouldn't be the Endwalker ultimate. I think that he should be the Stormblood ultimate, but it would include elements from Endwalker, which sounds ass backwards because it is, but it makes a little bit of sense. Because realistically, you fight Samurai Xenos, which makes sense, and then you deal with a bunch of the crap that involves the situation for the thing, because you got the Echo, and then he has Reaper Xenos, and you deal with that situation, and then he somehow incorporates the powers of the Arts of the Sword and the Scythe, and then becomes like, you know, Black Shinryu, some shit. I don't know. It's very half-assed. I think making Shinryu Ultimate is hard for the dev team. I think that they tried, they couldn't succeed, and so they just kind of said like fuck it, and they skipped it entirely, which makes sense to me actually. Now, there's a much easier way to make an Ultimate with Stormblood story in mind. However, it involves our lovely friend Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi is much easier to make an Ultimate for, because similar thing. You can actually use Doma Castle. And you can use El Amigo. You can use both of them, actually. And her entire trial. The problem, though, is it's kind of hard to understand mechanically what you would do for Tsukuyomi for a final boss thing, and also have stuff in the beginning as well. I don't know how to make an entire ultimate be like 18 minutes that involves Tsukuyomi. I think that's hard. But I do think that she'd be a better selection to make an ultimate for if it did involve her. Now, is it possible to include both of them? Sure, but then I think that if people got a Xenos ultimate but the primary final boss was Tsukuyomi, I think that would make people kind of annoyed. From a lore perspective, I think it'd also bother me too. I don't think I want Tsukuyomi to be the final boss if Xenos is in it. And then of course there is the ultimate that makes the most sense, which would be using Jade Stoa, Hell's Kier, and Rita Sinks. This is the easiest ultimate to make out of the freaking bunch. It's easy as freak to make this one, because you already have Genbu from the dungeon, and then you got these four, and you can literally do a phase of each of them. And then you know how the lore implication is that there's like a fourth lore that never came out kind of thing. Isn't it your bedtime? Why are you here? Hi Kayla, how are you? We're just yapping, so I mean, also I slept and had coffee, so I'm awake right now, you mean? And also we're talking about like storytelling, you mean? Yeah. Thank you for coming though. I mean, I appreciate you. You know, I'm sure that if Axel finds that I said that to you, I think she'd kill me. So I mean, don't tell her nothing. I'll give you kibble. No bullshit. Anyways, yeah, we're just theory crafting about the lore of 14. That's why we're still here, unfortunately. But like also fortunate because I love to yap about 14 lore. So, you know, get a snack, get some water, and like tune in. You know. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. I'm playing games with my sister and saw you live still. I was like, damn, oh, okay. How long have you been live for? 8.5 hours? Yeah, that's like kind of normal actually. That's okay. Yeah, Yap Away King. I love you, girl. Thank you so much. All right, let me enjoy whatever game you play with sister, and I say hello to sister. I hope you're having a fantastic evening with you as well. You know what I mean? Hell yeah. It's really easy for them to make a 4 lords ultimate. It's really easy. You use 4 bosses. Their whole objective is to like do a thing with a puzzle to prevent the 4th lord from like actually spawning, because the one that's in the egg, they sealed it away forever, and guess what? The seal gets broken. That's literally it. Yo, instant easy, like 5 or 6 phase ultimate, easy. Will they do that though? No. I think that's challenging, because it's like, who actually did this content for the most part? You know what I mean? So. And it's funny because you can't even do the Unreal until you clear these. So like Keklama go next, you know what I mean? So that's kind of weird. So I can see 4 options. 1, they somehow make a Xenos ultimate, which doesn't make sense because that's kind of tough. They make a Tsukuyomi ultimate, which I want, but I think it's really hard to make both of these. 3, they make a 4 lords ultimate, which they won't, because like why would they? Or 4th and lastly, they just skip it entirely and they never come back to it, because like what the hell would they? 12's ulti? I will say this. I think a 12's ulti would be godlike. But also, I don't think that it's possible until they make an ultimate that involves her. My buddy's talking about Nabrielsa and what's his face? Elidibus? No. Nabrielsa and Igayorum? You mean? From do you mean freaking because you're not talking about oh yeah, you're not talking about Nabriel. Okay, Nabriel's is the trial. Yeah, Iga Yorum's from yeah. Oh, from a theory come research facility. Yeah. So they can easily do this and make Sessiion Prime. Sessiion Prime. Oh, I mean, well, hold on. Backtrack a bit. I didn't, you know what? Wait, you caught me. I didn't think about that actually. Theoretically, they can use this dungeon with Igayorum and Umbriels as well. They could in theory. Hold on, cooking. With Warrior of Light and Hades Ultimate, it's actually a possibility. The problem though is both of them and AP or Sessiion Prime are both, they're all of them are in the Hades trial. Like literally they're literally all in Hades elegy. They're all in here. So I think it would be hard to grip the attention of the people unless the storytelling is fucking immaculate, where you have two phases of Hades, you have two phases of Warrior of Light somehow, and then you like a fifth phase, something of the nature. Because theoretically they did this with Top and they actually succeeded. They used Omega Beetle for phase 1, they used Omega 12S for B2, they used part 2 of it in phase 3, they used phase 4 again, same boss, and then phase 5 went back to phase 2, and then phase 6. So theoretically, you know, they 1, 2, 3, 4 bosses exist in all of Top. I don't think it's hard for them to do that, but I think the problem is, how do you do that with Hades? Now it's crazy because it's not that difficult actually, because Hades can use this form and then use big hand form, which would be kind of weird because they've never had like a boss like an arena boss for ultimate, never. So they had to make that like a thing somehow. I don't know how, but like good luck. Where he's like, you know, you may talk tomorrow in Zodiac's name I beseech you, and he's like freaking, you know, whatever. Unless they make it like a back thing. You know how they did it with Top, where they got the big ass eye, and then they, even like Alexander, how big Alexander's in the background doing shit, but then they got small AP in the bottom. They could do that with Hades. I see it's like a possibility. So it's him. Then they get the big boy in the back as a whole phase. That's 2. They could do an ad phase where the objective is to like help do a thing with a puzzle where he's like not to become final version, whatever, and then he gets cleansed and remembered as he once lived, and then instead he gets transformed into Sessiion mode from SOS, and then Warrior of Light appears in Elizabeth's form, right? He's like small baby, or no, mentira. He becomes he's Ardbert form, and then he boom Warriors of Lights, and then objectively it's him trying to channel the power of Hades into his thing and his kit, and you have to make him remember the memories of what it was like back in the day before the whole thing got torn asunder, and then he gives you like a opportunity to seal him away forever, and then you fight him in Warrior Darkness form, and then like boom, you know. I mean, they could do it. I expect if they make a Shadowbringers story ultimate, it's gonna be using multiple bosses for multiple phases, and they kind of just like cycle all the way through until they make like a final version. Because the question is, if they make a Shadowbringers Hades Ultimate and SOS Ultimate, what's the objective? For the sake of the storytelling, you know what I mean? Or like people with tentacles? Yeah, see, that one's hard too though, but I don't really know how they, because I think that like Athena being the final boss of the, Athena is 1000% getting an ultimate where it involves her and Hephaestus and they become the ultimate life form. That's an easy, obvious ultimate. P8, P12 combined ultimate final boss is super obvious. And I'm looking forward to that because that's actually going to be fucking litty. So we'll see. But because like in UCOB, the objective of UCOB is to like, you know, you go through the struggle of fighting Bahamut and the preventing of him becoming like fully eternal elder god type shit, whatever. Uwu is literally like you know, fighting the fighting ultimate weapon, because the what if scenario, you know what I mean? Yeah. So that's the biggest problem, is creating an alternate storytelling for this situation. Bahamut's objective was to become the final version that he was before he got put into the crystal or in the moon, and he achieves that and becomes golden type shit. Whatever. Uwu, he fails to harness all the powers with the Heart Sabik, but he actually obtains the powers of 3 primals and becomes Super Ultima, which is cool. Alexander has been trying to become perfect through the power of whatever the hell that it is, and then he literally like does the thing, BJCC and whatever. But yeah, he's trying to become perfect. Time Lord, yeah, whatever. DSR is obvious. Thoradin wants to maintain the power of the dragon's eyes to become God, and he achieves that. Boom. Omega's is like I was trying to become the perfect ultimate being, unkillable, and I put it to the test, and I'm trying to do it emote without emotion, and then we help him find emotion through reasoning and logic, and then he becomes ultimate alpha. Boom. Fruz is like, yo, I can't control Shiva. I'm trying to like because you're trying to restore the elements of the first back into perspective, and you can't because Mitron took over and has a different alternative timeline. So his objective is like, oh, you're trying to turn the first back into normal? Cool, let me actually take your mind real quick and then try and save my girl from despair. Fails, and then boom. So realistically, if we get... That's the challenge that I haven't even thought about until literally all this time. Except for Four Lords. Four Lords is the only one because it literally doesn't happen. So you literally just copy Four Lords with Uwu. So in Uwu, he doesn't achieve the harnessing of the elements of the primals, and in Uwu he does. So in this case scenario, they prevented, or they tried to prevent the seal being broken for the final lord, and then they achieve it. So in the ultimate, they just fail it, or rather, the seal breaks free and he comes out, and the objective is to put him back in. That's an ultimate for Four Lords. That makes sense. That's an alternate timeline thing that works out very well. For Shinryu, like, I don't know, because Stormblood Shinryu and Xenos, like, yo, he whoops ass, and he proves to that you ain't shit. He got the power of the Echo, and like, yo, he just takes the power of the primal with the Echo, and then binds it to his thing, and then he like becomes Shinryu. Boom. Right? What's the extreme version say? Because I'm trying to think mechanically also. That's the hard part too. Because like, what's Shinryu's objective? It's supposed to be like, he wants to eventually die anyways. That's been his objective since Stormblood. He even achieves that in Endwalker, right? So realistically, like, honestly, that's tough. That's why I think it's so hard to figure out like a story thing for Xenos, honestly, because you're supposed to put an end to his shit as the Warrior of Light, and then you succeed. So I think objectively, it's like, what happens if you fail? But then, like, what does he get out of it? He wants to die anyways. So I think what he just wants to do is keep like toying around. So objectively, his whole objective is to just like objectively, his goal, that's the word I was looking to use. His goal is to achieve a mode that puts you to shame because he's just unstoppable, I guess, is the idea. But he already kind of achieved that. And again, I don't know. So that's kind of hard. Tsukuyomi's, however, I think is easier to like think about, because she went through all of like this sorrow of being, like her memories had like a thing, and then like, she remembered, and then she got restored, and then she became like the celestial being eternal, and then her objective is to just kind of like say fuck everything that you stand for, because like, I went through enough hell trying to figure this shit out. Boom. Because she surrendered herself to becoming Yatsuyu, or sorry, Tsukuyomi rather, right? So I think objectively, what you would do is to try to ease her torment as much as possible and give her some kind of reasoning. Because her objective is that she hates Asahi. She says fuck him, everything he stands for, right? So, because the thing is that the Tsukuyomi puzzle could be godlike. If it's actually, because a whole entire phase can just be like a puzzle. Because that ad phase goes crazy, actually. So realistically, coming up with a puzzle for her has like so much opportunity, because you literally just have to undo all the violence she went through to why she went to this mode in the first place, and you know, make her remember the happy times. And then I think objectively the puzzle is, oh, okay, you know what, actually I kind of understand it. I want them to do like a DSR thing with Tsukuyomi, where the first phase is her, and there's a tiny her, and then there's her in Tsukuyomi form, and objectively, the amount of torment that this version is going through is too much, to the point that she just kills the brother. Boom. Because that's what happens in the story mode. The objective of Tsukuyomi post moment is that she kills the brother because he fucking hates her, or she fucking hates him. Boom. So realistically, you go through that and you kind of like achieve surviving that part, and then there's an imbalance between the moon phases, because realistically the moon phases is like a whole ass spiel. And so for her, like in the mechanics of the Savage version, or the Extreme rather, you're like the lunar phases of the moon that they change. And so obviously the objective is to basically counterbalance the ideas of a full moon and a half and an empty moon, so that they're like half and half. And then you go back and do a thing, and then instead of killing the brother, you change the memory altogether, so that instead of it dealing with killing the brother, it's about like the memory she had with like Gosetsu, which would be kind of fire. And then she's like, oh my god, like I can't handle this, it's not correct. Boom, changes the timeline. Stop trying to alter my memories, I'll kill you for it. And she does more mechanics. And then, you know, there's like another moment where you gotta rewrite the memories, and it's her watching Gosetsu and Xenos fight, and the objective is that Gosetsu protects Yatsuyu from Xenos. And then instead of her achieving like the final form of Tsukuyomi, she like is like, oh my god, like my memories are like, oh my god, incredible, like I remember all these good things, blah, 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 whatever. And then she comes to the realization that like, oh my god, my will to be surrendered to Tsukuyomi was too much. I regret this entirely. You have to just get rid of everything before it goes too far. I understand my conscience, I'm here, and you must get rid of me because I'm not supposed to whatever. But then the puzzle objectively is that you still have to save her, because I think that because Tsukuyomi's will was obviously overcoming Yatsuyu's will to live, so you can actually prevent her from actually being killed, but just remove the will of Tsukuyomi away from her and actually bring her back to life on some like Fru shit, where you kill the Tsukuyomi but you keep Yatsuyu alive, and then she's like, oh my god, I'm still gracefully incredible like I was, blah blah blah, whatever, and like, thank you for saving my life, and therefore like, again, I'm sorry that this was like a bad time and a bad place, but like I'm here now, so we can kind of pretend like none of this happened. My bad. Boom. Story mode over. That was a lot of word vomit. I'm so sorry for being so like Gatling gun of words, but that's what I would do. So long story short, Tsukuyomi objectively has memories that have to be altered in order. I sound like XQC, bro. Shit. I hear myself now. Objectively, Tsukuyomi is literally like going through the process of trying to fight the will of what she's been through torment wise. You have to undo all of that and like help her realize that like she's actually somebody who's worth cherishing. And then the cutscene ends where she's with her original mode, but with Gosetsu and Yugiri, and they just go live off having easy mode. That's it. What the fuck is a sword wielding adventure in PLCD? Motherfucker 3-shot me. Yeah, I told you, bro, that those things, like, yo, I told you that the mobs is crazy, bro. There's a bunch of mobs in that mode that are dangerous, bro. The like AO, you know what I mean? The 3-shot, sorry, not the 3-shot. The swordsman is It has a tank buster that I think it's like a dream within a dream thingy, basically. Some shit like that. Yeah. Normally, you don't care about that guy because he's actually pretty rare for a mob, but if you just see him and you kind of assume that he ain't shit, then, like, yeah, you kind of got wrecked, bro. I'm sorry. He hurts, though. Yeah, it's a tank buster. It's a tank buster boss fight, honestly. I'm ranting. What do you think I've been doing for the past 2 hours? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen. There's there's three mobs. There's 3 mobs in floor 11, not 111. Yes, floor 11 that are mad hard to deal with if you're not mentally ready for it. It's the Cobra, it's the Slime, and it's that Adventurer. Yeah, those 3 are like, yo, they hurt. I won't lie to you. The Slime has an enrage. The Cobra will kill you automatically if you turn into a frog, and then the Sword Wielder has tank busters. So, but again, it's because you have 0 item level or ether level, because it, you know, if you had high item level or ether level, then it would be irrelevant, but you don't, so that's why it, you know, it kind of goes crazy. So yeah. All right. Brother, if you want, we can literally do this tomorrow. I'm down. You know what I mean? Sure. Like, I mean, I don't mind doing like a POTD run. Let's just do a full ass POTD thing all the way tomorrow. Oh no, we got recluse, right? Man, whatever. Okay, so Tsukiyumi Ultimate is a possibility. It's just, I don't know what bosses it would include. That's a whole ass ordeal. Shinryu, again, same thing. And 4 Lords makes so much sense. Shadowbringers, man, it better be fucking Shadowbringers, bro. Shadowbringers, whatever. You ever clean on Weekly 7? Yeah. I mean, we don't have, genuinely, we don't have to. I'm down to just skip it. No. The thing is, I think that it's just like a common habit to go do it. But the only reason why I'm even doing it in the first place is for like the experience of going through the raids. Because honestly, despite it being week 114, I still like doing the raids. The raids are mad fun, but I don't need to. The only thing I want out of the raids is literally the chess piece from M7. Otherwise, I don't care. But like, yeah. So, I got like 4. Okay, I have 3. So, like, let's not. Oh wait. Whatever. I don't care. All right. Fair enough. So yeah, I guess the objective is to get weapons. Guess what? They only matter for EX. Yeah, exactly. They actually only matter for the upcoming extreme. That's so whack, dude. But like, yeah. True. So, anywho. Innocence, oh man, they better put him in an ultimate. He literally deserves to be in an ultimate. He's the biggest holy shit moment of all Shadowbringers. Except for the end. He's so good, actually. I am righteousness. He's the best fight, bro. I love this trial. My favorite trial in the entire game. Yeah, there's no ulti. You're only doing it for the extreme. So, and also, like, again, like, the only, okay, here's the truth. No bullshit. Here's the only truth I can tell you. The only reason why you want the weapons is for Bisk's sake, and even still, the only reason why Bisk could possibly matter for next patch is 1, the deep dungeon, 2, number farming for the alliance raid, because like whatever, 3, the extreme trial, which again, like, who cares? Yeah, that's it. And maybe a Cold Crescent, but I doubt it. So you really don't care about no fucking thingy. These are gonna be sick of it? Yeah, I think so too. I don't think that they'd like make it like a Bisk thing. That'd be crazy if they did though. If they made you use a certain item level to go into the deep dungeon with, oh man, that would be mind-blowing as shit, actually. Or if it requires like Ether Pool and you need 99.99, that would actually blow my mind too. So like, a freaking yo, you know. So yeah, you know, I don't know. But yeah. Are we getting new craft gear anyways? So basically this here opening shit. Not till like 7.4. We are getting PvP gear, but it's gonna be glammable. It's a glam. It's not like a we're getting a new trial weapon, and the deep dungeon weapons will also be a thing. Oh yeah, and then of course the Cold Crescent has stuff too. Yeah. So. Oh yeah. I guess you really don't need. Yeah, you're not gonna need it for the relic or anything like that, unless it's for like a friggin' content that's not in Occult Crescent. So, yeah, we don't need anything from this current raid tier gear, as far as I'm aware, except for yeah, Trial, Alliance raid, and possibly Deep Dungeon, but I don't think so. It's really, really unclear right now. They might explain that on Thursday, actually. So we'll see. Yeah. So you want the mount, the accessories, and you want the weapons, and for glam's sake, that's literally it. All those weapons are just, all this shit is just glam. So yeah, that's why, like, when you sit here and actually look at the weapons, you know, yo, like, all you gotta do is sit here and look at the weapons and be like, do I want this? Yes or no? You know, and that's it. And guess what? I got the weapon that I want on both my characters. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, all I wanted was this weapon. Now I want Dragoon Spear, but I'm not gonna go crazy over it. I'm not, or even like Reaper Scythe, but again, same situation. I'm not going crazy over it. I'm rolling neat on everything, even though I have this. They took all the dookie. They all look dookie anyways. I mean, whatever. Now here's my hope. I have a hope, maybe copium, but hope. In the future, I don't know when or how they do this, but one thing that I'm not liking as this game kind of ages is that the raid tier weapons don't get the crafted experience from the trial weapons. You know how, like, Heidelin came out recently, and she's got the freaking like her new shiny type shit. You know what I mean? I'm still shocked that that's not a thing. I don't have a single Heidi weapon out. Oh, God. You know what I mean? I hate that raid weapons don't get a glow effect additional to their thing. You know what I mean? What? I missed this? What do you miss? But yeah, I mean, I like because the Dark Horse weapons, yo, these weapons are actually kind of fire, but they don't have a glow effect. And I think, oh, EX glowies. Oh, you haven't seen the EX weapons for Heidi? Girl. Oh my God, yeah, sanctifying light weapons, yeah. That's why it's, but that's a problem though. That's a problem actually. The fact that they got Heidi weapons is not a good thing. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but the problem is that those weapons won't be used in, those potential weapons are not used in the ultimate. I kind of would be cool with that actually. Oh yeah, but Heidi's got glowies. Yeah, that's new. That was this patch. That's why it was mind blowing, because normally they do it within Alliance raid. Heidi has glowies now. Yeah, that's what blows everyone's mind. Obviously Viper and Pictodon got it, but like, yeah, Heidi's got glowies. You know, Heidi has all the jobs of glowies, yeah. So now again, you know, like, sure, whatever, but like, I mean, like, some of them are cool. Like, I mean, I like them, whatever. However, in my mind, I was just wondering, because again, here's the thing, because this is my theory. Reapers is sick though. My theory is, I'm still trying to hold as much water on my theories about what I think as possible with the content in mind, based on how they do the things with trials. Because here's the thing, every time they come out with one of these weapons for glowies with trials in mind, it potentially removes the idea in my mind that it's going to be used in the ultimate. The only fight that has not, I think, held water to this is DSR. I think DSR is actually the only one where I think so. You know? Yeah, I'm gonna just keep on showing you all of them while I kind of like just think about this out loud. Because what's UCOB? UCOB is Dreadworm. That's raid. No. Uwu is no, because it's relics. So GG's. T is also a mixture of relics and like random weapons. So GG's. DSR is the only one that is a Oh wait, they have like a little floaty thing. That's kind of fire actually. Little star. That's like really cool. DSR is the only one where the jobs have a trial crafted weapon that also come out to an ultimate. because top is raid. There's no glow. Boom. And then Fru is Edenmore, and there's no glow. So, in my mind, I'd like to believe the impression that if they were to make weapons trial-based and release them for ultimates, they kind of sort of have to give us a hint as to which ones that they do pick and choose for what the situation comes out to. And the pattern has not been established. There's only a theoretical pattern right now with SOS because it's the only weapon out of all the trials that has a weapon in Shadowbringers that was skipped. Only one. And that to me is kind of wild. So, now that being said though, of course, it's problematic because obviously like freaking Hades has a crafted trial weapon and it's cool. But that does not take away the idea that it wouldn't be used in an ultimate. They could use Hades' weapon as an ultimate. They could. It is a possibility. I won't be happy about it if they do because the weapons are not pretty. The Hades weapons are not pretty. The weapons for Warrior of Light, however, are goddamn good. So freaking good. And they can get the freaking treatment too with the thing and it'd be kind of fire actually. You know what I mean? So, I can actually see the possibilities. So, like, yeah. Anywho, yeah, you know, Sage 1. Yeah, Heidi got... So here's the thing. Everyone was under the impression that anytime an Alliance raid comes out, they add crafted trial weapons. I don't know if that's true or not, though. I've never actually gone back into the history, but as far as I'm aware, though, this is the first patch where they've actually included trial weapons on an even patch. These did not come out with Fru. These came out this patch, 7.2. Because 7.1 was 7.1 was Diamond. This was 7.1. So now like hey yo 7.3 Zodiac has no weapon. So the next one that we should be getting is Endsinger, which if we do, that means that it won't be used. Can you check out Chloe since I can remember Chloe's first one to Shimmer technically yes, but hilariously enough, there is glowies for Thornton because of DSR. So there are Thornton glowies, although the effect is like very interesting. But yeah. So you're right though. The very first ones was Shinryu. Yeah, you're right. First one ever was Shinryu, which like these are cool. But then also all of the freaking Tsukuyomi, Shinryu, Suzaku, all these didn't come out for Dancer. Which makes sense because Stormblood. So yeah. But now that's a problem because there is no Tsukuyomi. There's no Tsukuyomi or any of the other weapons. The only weapon trial-wise that came out for the thing was strictly Shinryu. Now, for Shadowbringers, we gotta think about Ikomokeso. We gotta think about Endwalker job, so like Reaper Sage, right? And Reaper doesn't have, there's no weapon from Endwalker or Shadowbringers for Reaper. Not a single one. Oh no, sorry. No, yeah, Stormblood Shadowbringers, okay. Because Endwalker has one, which is fine, it came out in Endwalker, but there's no Shadowbringers or Stormblood weapon for Reaper. So my problem is that if there was one, yeah. So that's my thing is that like though my trailing is like see, I don't know if I want to call it lazy though. I feel like they're just trying to hide away the idea behind theorizing the ultimate. I think that because here's the truth: if there was a Shinryu or Hades or Tsukuyomi weapon of any caliber for Reaper, it would probably be a dead giveaway as to the ultimate that it'd be based off of for whatever patch that it may come out on, because Sickle of the Round wasn't. This didn't come out. Oh, actually, I think it came out in Endwalker, like 6.0. And like maybe actually, I want to check now that I'm still here thinking about it before I go to bed, because it's almost like already 5 in the morning. God damn, bro. Sickle. I see the sun coming up. I'm crashing out of the round. I want to know what patch this came out in, because this will answer my question actually. If it came out in 7.0, then or 6.0, that makes sense. If it came out 6.1, are you saying because Demon uses Sickle? No, I mean because like DSR. So this came out 6.1. This wasn't revealed until the actual release of the patch. So that's actually very interesting. Hold on, wait. Is it called Eden Morn Windfangs? That's the weapon for Viper. See, so those came out 7.0. And then what's the Omega Oh. I don't know what the Omega Gumbit's called. Oh, bayonets. Okay. Because the Omega Bayonet would have came out 5.3, but it came out in 5.0. That's actually very interesting, you see? So... But that makes sense though, because like it's a raid weapon. Because Fru, same thing. The Picto and Viper weapons came out in 7.0. They didn't come out later. So the problem is like, I don't know when they would confirm when weapons come out for ultimates. Because I guarantee you, as soon as they announce some kind of weapon for any job like Reaper that's here, anything that appears between here that's a blue weapon is guaranteed the ultimate for storytelling. They have to. Because they better not skip like a they better not skip like trial weapons for those jobs. That would be really annoying, because it kind of depends. Theoretically, if we get DSR weapons for like Viper and Picto, that'd be fire. But there better be round weapons for Viper and Picto as well. I don't think they can do that because they're missing also for Gunbreaker and Dancer. Well, that's my problem though, because they actually they added them for DSR for Gunbreaker and Dancer, and Reaper and Sage. Like, they added it for DSR. They already incorporated it for top, so like who cares? Because Oh, no, you might be right actually. Because there are not Omega 12 weapons for Picto and Viper. That's actually a very good point. You are right. There is a possible chance that they don't bring back. Although I think that they should fix that though, because I don't like that in any capacity. Because there's no Viper weapons for Omega here, and aren't any for Picto either. See, so that's why I sometimes have questions, and I want to try and figure out like what's going on, but I never actually know the answer, because realistically they should not skip weapons. I'm just hoping that the copium rumor about Uwu is true. Because that'd be fucking incredible, and it would restore the hope that I had potentially about people saying that they're never going to go back and do that. Which again, like, we'll see. I have no idea. We won't find out until like another 2 weeks from now, so we'll see. Yeah. It's just weird that they went back and did it for DSR and top, but they didn't do it for Viper Picto. And it's funny because the weapons are there though too. It's crazy that they made new weapons, Huddle for Muddle and for Highland that Sage slot. Yeah, I know. Well, so man, I don't know. I think it's really annoying. The thing is that they also changed the model update for the weapons for Sage. The color scheme. Wait, I gotta go check. I'm gonna go log out real quick. I'm gonna go to my crystal character for a minute, and then I'm absolutely going to bed because I was trying to figure out which character has these weapons, and the only one that I can think of is actually my character from Crystal. Because in my mind, the color design of those Sage weapons actually changed when they updated it for the thing. Cap? No. Wow, now anything in all 90s? I'm actually pretty, I feel pretty confident about that actually. Which is why I'm not really sure like how to feel about it. Yo, look at me, the original OG. Alright. Sage weapons are different in appearance. It's very tiny, I think. Man, I'm so confident about, I feel so confident about that actually. But I don't have them in my thingy? Nope. Damn it. Hold on, I gotta check now. I'm kind of pissy over it. Alright, wait a second. Sage?
Wait, oh yes, wait a minute, Mr. Postman.
Alright. I don't have them? Oh. Damn. What's the... Oh. I have to go to... Where am I going? I'm going to Rats. I could have swore I had these weapons, man. Bro, what glam is that? Yo, this character is very, very old and has not been updated glam-wise, you know what I mean? Oh, but the jacket? Oh, this is Sage jacket. This is the level 99 jacket. Yeah, I haven't updated this character in eternity, so, like, forgive me. I think we're talking shit. Right. The Wings of Divine Light. I swear on everything, the color scheme for this was different. I swear by it. I'm so serious. I'm so convinced they changed the design of Sage weapons. I don't remember. I have to go back and find an old ass stream potentially that has this content because it really does elude me. They changed the design of the Sage weapons when they patched and included the weapons for this. So, and it's interesting because I feel like I don't actually know. Numerical ES weapons? Yup. Numerical false weapons? Nah, son. Well, I mean, again, like, it's a whole ass ordeal. So, yeah, I don't know. My copium is that they add Viper and Picto to this, and then something of the nature, you know what I mean? But yeah, theoretically, because we got Heidelin weapons, we should be getting Endsinger next patch. In 2-ish weeks, it should be Endsinger. I will be super mind blown if they give us, what is it, Barbritia next. I'll be super shocked if they give us Barbritia and not Endsinger next patch, because then again it only holds water to my idea that the next ultimate weapon is Endsinger for when they make the Endsinger ultimates, which sucks because I really don't like the Endsinger weapons. The Golbez ones are 10 times better. I like the Golbez weapons so much more. They also already have the detail that kind of tells me like ultimate, not so much as the other ones, but again I have no idea, so we'll see. The detail doesn't really tell, like the detail literally tells me ultimate. It does not tell me that in the Endsinger weapons. So like it's so hard to tell. I'm really hoping Endsinger is next, and then we get Barbritia and then Rivacante, and then they skip Golbez and they go straight to Zeromus. And that makes sense to me, because like it's like 7.3, 0.4, 0.5, and then 8.0/1. So like we'll see, because yeah, it's a whole other deal. The Zoroma weapons are cool. It'd just be cool if they were like, you know, if they had like a good glowy effect, honestly. But yeah, I'm going to bed. Yeah, me too. It's freaking mad late. It's 5 in the morning. All right. Tomorrow's Tuesday. Yo, Afro, are you still here? I'm down for this, brother. Let's just go do a full ass run of Palace tomorrow. Fuck it. I don't want to do reclares. I don't know if I do reclares. That's right. Let's not do reclares tomorrow. Who cares? Let's just go do some freaking Palace of the Dead, and maybe like some relic grinding, and then we can go do some we can do some Zadnor, and all that fun stuff. You know. Good morning. I know. On Dynamisol? Yeah. We'll just go to we can do that too. It's fine. I can check if I have a Dynamis character, and then I'll do it with you as well, just to kind of unlock the thingy. Yeah, I'm cool with that too. Fresh Chaos? Bruh. Out of curiosity, though. Oh, wait, I'm on Crystal, aren't I? Frick. Hold on. I gotta go back to, you got Bunboy? Ew. I'm kidding. Stop. I'm kidding. Good morning, One Stinky. We've been out here for 9 hours, bro. It's crazy, actually. Alright, wait. I want to see what, I just want to get Dragoon to 50-second unlock Sam. Nice rage bait. Yeah, I know. Someone gonna kill me later on. It's fine. Hey, yo. The fact that there's already people looking for taxis at 4 in the morning is crazy talk, brother. Yeah, no one is... No shot, dog. All right, whatever. I don't care. I don't want a confirmation. I got confirmation. We chilling. Okay, let us get out of here and go to bed. I gotta go find the video where I gotta go turn the stream into a video where I crash out about fruit for like a whole ass hour. I gotta find that video. I'll make it. I'll do that tomorrow though. Okay, thank you for watching and tuning in. Tomorrow we do Palace of the Dead. Yes, Palace of the Dead. Please pester us tomorrow. We can yap more. I'm looking forward to it.
Wait, oh yes, wait a minute, Mr. Postman.
Good night. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. Take care. Go to bed. All right. Listen, I love you all. Thank you for hanging out with me today, and thank you for letting me rant in your ears for a friggin' 9 hours. It's crazy, actually. But tomorrow we do Palace. We do some relic farming. We chill out. We vibe. We don't care about no reclears, and we figure it out from the point forward. So, I'm not gonna raid out. I don't know anybody who's awake at 5 in the morning. So, you get the cool outro music. You know what I mean? So yeah, thank you for watching and tuning in. I appreciate it. And like I said, tomorrow we do some vibes, we hang out, we do our thing, and it's gonna be a freaking incredible time. So thank you for watching. Have a good night, sweet dreams, take care, and I'll see you tomorrow. I gotta up this too, by the way.